Yeah, I'll try and change it. I'm doing a lot of shit right now. Trying to fix this video. There you go. If you can, is that where you're gonna sit? All right.
Welcome to Blaston, a highly competitive VR game where you duel each other in arenas with customized weapon loadouts. In this video series, we'll introduce you to the types of weapons one by one so you can get familiar with them before getting into your next session, and hopefully you'll pick up on some useful tips before building your arsenal. Please note that as we keep updating the game, some details will change, but the main aspect of each weapon should stay about the same. Today we're taking a look at the most easy to recognize weapons, the essentials. These are the weapons with normal projectiles that either have a straight or curved trajectory. The projectiles vary in size and damage, and we'll go through them one by one. Starting off, we have the Raptor. This is the gun you'll first get introduced to when getting into Blaston. It's fairly simple and shoots orange projectiles at what we would like to call normal speed in the game. This one is best used when combined with other weapons, rather than shooting it on its own. The curved variation is the Raptor Ellipse. With this one you can catch your opponents off guard by shooting a projectile and curving it into an angle they won't expect. While stronger on its own than a Raptor, it's also harder to maneuver and might take more time to master. Moving on to the Hammer. This is the shotgun type weapon, which shoots a few yellow pellets straight forward. While a single projectile might be weaker than compared to the Raptor, if you hit all of them, it packs quite a punch. Similar to the Raptor, this one is best when combined with other weapons like the Quicksilver to boost it, or setups with other weapons. The Hammer of course also has a curved version, the Hammer Ellipse. This one is often used slightly differently than the Raptor Ellipse, as you can set up for quite some hard to avoid angles if used correctly. You can clamp someone into a tight spot by shooting from the left and right, or have a hard time getting past it if you shoot it from below and above. The strength in this one, besides mastering the angles, is the mix-up to the angles to keep your opponent on their toes. The Wildcat shoots the same types of pellets as the hammers, but instead one by one in a rapid fire, similar to SMGs in other games. This one is best paired with weapons with similar types of pellets, and in general is a good way to put pressure on your opponent and force them to move a lot. Finally, let's get to the big damage dealers, starting with the Viper. This is Blaston's version of a sniper. It is fast, it has a small projectile and does a lot of damage. The Viper is best used in combinations with other weapons, but due to its speedy projectiles it can also be used to predict where your opponent will move, or even defensively if you have the aim for it. Lastly, let's take a look at the Viper Ellipse. This is the curved trajectory version of the Viper, and arguably one of the strongest weapons in the game. Its strength also comes with a side of complexity, as mastering its angles is not an easy feat. Before we go, let us know which weapon is your favorite and your best tip in the comments below. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next Blaston Weapons introduction guide. Hey everyone, time for another Blaston weapons introductions video. This time we're looking at the Nova weapons, otherwise known as the Nova family. The Novas are the big purple projectiles in the game that move slowly but can deal a lot of damage if left unattended. Let's have a look. Starting off, we have the one that you'll see first, the original Nova. This one fires the largest versions of the projectile and moves slowly in a straightforward path. Due to the projectile's health, it can soak up quite a bit of damage and be used both offensively and defensively. Next up, we have the variation of the Hurricane, the Nova Hurricane. Similar to the Hurricane, it shoots projectiles that fall over time. The size and health of the projectiles are a bit lower than the Nova, but can still be used both offensively and defensively. Finally, we have the Nova Helix. This one shoots out projectiles that rotate in a pattern. If placed correctly, these will force your opponent to have to take care of them. These Nova projectiles are the smallest and also the one with the lowest health. If shot by themselves, they can be countered by most weapons. Because of this, it's recommended to use them at the start of setups. That way your opponents will either be forced to focus on them or forget them and take a bunch of damage. Let's hear more from one of our experts, the player and caster Dr. Oolong, in how to best use the Nova.
Thanks, Defer. An important part of using the Nova is reacting to your opponent, rather than being proactive in your shots. Remember, one shield or hammer can decimate your bullets, so be sure to bait out these weapons before reaching for the Nova. Shooting through your bullets will not only increase their survivability, but can also catch your opponent off guard. Try laying down a defensive line of Nova before going in with a Quicksilver Wildcat combo. Lastly, when using the Nova Hurricane, keep in mind that your collision and health will be much higher than your opponent's. If you see an opponent at the front of their play area, get up close and aim for the hand. Your shots will punch through theirs and you'll get off a cheeky head. That's all the tips I got. Get out there and tank some shots with the Nova family of weapons. Back to you, Defer.
Thanks Oolong, and for anyone watching, what's your favorite Nova weapon, and how does your loadout look along with it?
Welcome, everybody, to the Blaston preseason invitational pre-show. My name's Nightfire with 2 E's. I'm joined by an outstanding host of casters on the analyst desk this afternoon. To my left is Dufour, to my right is Oolong. Dufour, how are you doing this afternoon?
Well, I'm just so happy to finally be here, Nightfire. It's been so long with us working for these things, but we're finally here with the first VRML tournament for Blaston, the Invitational, and I couldn't be more excited because I love watching Blaston gameplay, and it's just a treat to watch high-level gameplay of it.
Oolong, happy to have you on board for this evening's event. How are you feeling?
Feeling good, feeling good. This is probably the last major tournament that we're going to see on this update. So hoping that these players have all brought their best and hoping we can go out with one final hurrah.
We certainly have a lot to talk about here before we get into what is going to be some exciting gameplay this afternoon between 8 players in the invitational bracket. A single elimination tournament will have a first, second, and third place winner. That means we get that third place match. 8 total rounds today. We'll be rotating in other casters like Starwise and Captain Fabulous, so you'll be seeing other folks from the community jumping in and joining in on the action this afternoon. But the game, Blaston, a highly competitive VR game where you go 1v1 against your opponent using custom loadouts. We got a lot to talk about in terms of what is out there in the meta, what people are using, what we can expect this afternoon, the play space uses, all these different things. And I've got, I think, the 2 best experts here to talk about this stuff. Oolong, I'll start with you. I mean, in general, what is something that really stands out to you about Blaston? Is it the physicality? Is it the is it the loadouts? What do you really like about the competitive element of Blaston?
Well, really, both of the things that you touched on there, if I can be that greedy. So first of all is obviously the actual setup of the game itself. matches are played, best 2 out of 3 rounds, and you're actually using your physical play space itself. So that play space that you have in the game is where you're moving around in real life. So a lot of Blaston is centered around, fencing off certain parts of the play area, preventing your opponent from standing there, and then following it up with some heavy artillery trying to get that damage in. And then, of course, like you said, the versatility of the weapons. You get 6 weapons to choose from. I believe there are 23 in total. And that is an unlimited amount of possibilities.
Right.
Usually when we get to meta level builds, we sort of see the same weapons come in and out. But really, I mean, especially during a tournament like this, anything's possible.
Yeah, and I mean, just before we got into the pre-show, we had a couple of tutorial videos running. We went over the essentials in Nova. I mean, before when we look at all of the loadouts and the different weapon variations, what sort of stand out to you as guns that you think are powerful in the competitive meta?
Oh yeah, so I mean, I'm kind of half speaking from the dev team since I'm the community manager as well. But
Sure.
I mean, the point of the design of the weapons is to kind of build you some sort of kind of base and then go more and more complex. So when you start playing the game, you have the shotgun, you have the regular handgun, the raptor, the hammer. Then you go on to the sniper. But then when you start to move on, you add more elements to your loadouts, and one of those elements is the curve element. And so one of the weapons that we'll probably see a lot of in this tournament, and we're seeing any tournament, is the Viper Ellipse, which is the sniper where you can curve the bullet, which, yes, works very similar to the Wanted movies where they curve the bullet with, Angelina Jolie. That's the reference. But yeah, so that is definitely one that you're gonna see. There are weapons that go in and out of the meta, kind of like what Oolong mentioned too, because the game gets updated with patches for the balancing of the weapons. One weapon that is really strong right now is the Avalanche Nade. So there are nades in the game.
Right.
The Avalanche Nade will pop and explode, and once the pellets actually hit something, they create what is called an inner cage, and those do damage over time.
Yep.
And as you're moving around so much in the game, you throw yourself to the ground, you do anything to kind of not get hit. It's very hard to kind of keep track of those inner cages and where they are. They might be behind your head, and then you get sapped from those and you lose a bunch of damage, or a bunch of health, sorry.
For people that may be tuning in and are familiar with VR Master League and other games that are out there, I truly feel like Blaston may be one of the most physical. I mean, Oolong, talk to me on this. There's a lot of movement in this game. Crouching, standing, I mean, even jumping, I think I've seen in terms of dodging. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, so again, your play space, where you physically are, is where you are in the game. So, I mean, unlimited possibilities as to where you're going to go with that. We're going to see today players crawling on the floor, players going to the very edges of their play area, hopefully not getting zapped. Really every possibility, especially when we get into some weapons like the Hammer Ellipse, that can really fence off so much of the play area. Quite literally, you have to be a bit flexible in order to get around some of those weapons, or you just have to take the damage and keep moving forward.
Yeah, and I mean, we talk about some of these guns. There's also shields and defensive elements in this game, right? I mean, you can even shoot down certain bullets. The actual bullets have health themselves. Guns have health on them as well. I mean, how does this all get factored into meta gameplay, Dufour, when you're talking about deflecting bullets and stuff like that?
I mean, first of all, I guess you can say, like, if you try to compare Blaston to any other game, it's like the depth of this game is extraordinary, because it's like, I think when it was designed, I don't think the developers actually realized how deep of a meta they could create with all of these mechanics. But actually, the fact that when you play the game, you yourself have a health, of course, but also the weapons and also the projectiles. But then, so you can do damage to your opponent, but you can also do collision damage to the weapons and projectiles. Now that might be way too much to take in right now, but the point being is that this creates a very kind of specific meta where you can see some strange things happens where people might throw their weapons at projectiles to kind of I guess delete the projectiles to not get damaged by them. So besides actually using the shields, which there are 2 of, and then there's the bunker, which is kind of like a wall, players have found different ways and techniques to kind of get around these projectiles. So one of them is drop blocking, where you put your weapon in front of a projectile and you drop it momentarily so that the weapon takes damage and not yourself. And all of these types of mechanics kind of bunch up to this very mechanically deep game, which I'm not gonna try to explode anyone's mind here for the start. At least we're gonna ease people into the games today, but it's definitely a lot to uncover there, I can say.
I mean, yeah, at the risk of exploding minds, I think I've seen people juggling weapons. I'm interested in talking about that. I wonder what the value of that is, but we'll save that for maybe a later talking point in the event. I know we are getting ever closer to the start of our first match of the afternoon. That'll begin at 10 p.m. PST, or excuse me, 12 p.m. PST. I got my times off there. That will be Wesso versus Turbo, I believe. Is the starting matchup, and again we'll go through. I guess we should go through the names of those competing right now. They are josie, Woody Plays on YouTube, Master24, Wesso, Robo President, Tim611, Turbo, and Lix Tetrax. Real quick, talk to me about the players here this afternoon, Ulan. These are all pretty experienced players in the competitive space of Blaston, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, and actually, you know, some of the people from that list are actually somewhat recent additions. Not because they haven't been playing in the game, but rather just because they haven't been that active in other tournaments and community events. So I believe you were saying Master 12 or Master 17?
24. His name in Discord is Master 24.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I apologize for the confusion.
So yeah, so really, I mean, actually, most of these players, now that I'm looking at the set list, are fairly experienced. Josie is known to be basically the king of Blaston at this point. I believe he's won pretty much every major tournament up to this point. But you know, a lot of the time I'm sitting there either watching or helping to cast, and people have been getting closer and closer to him every single time. So, especially because this is single elimination, I'll be very interested to see if right before the new update, this is finally when he's unseated. But 2-4, very consistent player. Woody actually specializing in snipers, usually running either double Viper. He's also the one who you've seen probably juggle a whole bunch of nades, and he basically pioneered that sort of technique. And then everyone else here are pretty much veterans. I don't believe Wesso was able to participate in the last major tournament, so it'll be nice to see him here. And then Tim and Robo President, I don't usually see them in tournaments, so it's going to be fun to get them in here and get them on camera.
We have maybe some dark horses out there, some uncertainty in the bracket this afternoon. Real quick, since we're already on the topic, I guess I'll get predictions from the two of you as well. I know it's tough to do. Who do you think's going to be first, second, and third at the end of this afternoon? Who you got if you had to make a bracket and pick 1, 2, and 3? And Oolong, I'll start with you with the tough question.
Oh, thank God.
You know what? I'm gonna be a bit bold this time, and I'm gonna say Josie, Wesso, Woody. 2-4 is actually the one that I think I would favor for that third spot, but I think that just for today, I'm feeling Woody.
Okay, interesting. Dufour, who do you think 1, 2, and 3 this afternoon?
Yeah, and I mean, as Oolong said, there's so many good players here and a lot of differentiating styles and also locations. I mean, we're talking about the North America, of course, being represented, but we have Turbo as the UK and Tim as the Australian player here. And for me, I've just seen a lot of consistency from 2-4 the last few months. He's been someone that I don't think, like last summer, people wouldn't rank him as like one of the top players, but I think he's consistently placed so high right now that I think he's gonna be in there. I think, as Oolong said, Josie, I mean, at this point, we're kind of expecting Josie to be in the finals and probably be maybe even first. 2-4 is a very strong contender right now for me. And as for the third place, I'm actually gonna go ahead and place Tim there, because for me, Tim is a very unknown element in this, because of Tim being in Australia. Most of the tournaments are not in a good time for him to play them in, so I don't know what he's going to do in this tournament, but I know that he's a really good player, and he's always finishing very high in the seasonal rankings. And taking a lot of games when we've been doing streams of the queue. So I'm not gonna say that I have like my hopes are too high for Tim or anything, but definitely see him as a dark horse of this bracket here.
I just realized we are the long hair squad this afternoon on the analyst desk. So I'll give it a wave to Four. Come on, give us a little bit of it. There it is. Beautiful.
There you go. Show it off.
Real quick, before we do get close to wrapping this up and get ready for our first match of the afternoon, Dufour, there's a big update coming to Blaston. I mean, literally, the title of it is Reloaded. What are you looking forward to in this Blaston Reloaded update? If you could, just pick one or two top things out of the list of stuff that's coming to Blaston.
Yeah, so for anyone who's unaware, we're updating the game Thursday next week, and it's the Blaston Reloaded update, which includes weapon attachments for the weapons. So we've talked about a bunch about the mechanics of the game, and we're adding even more depth to the game, where you can change the mechanics of the weapons themselves. It's going to be so crazy to see that alone, so I can't say anything else that like, I mean, there are stuff else that is making me hype. There's a new content, a new weapon, a new seasonal mode. There's a lot of fun stuff that is coming to the update. Awesome. But the meta is just going to be like, I mean, I've done some tier lists in the past, and Oolong has as well. And I feel more okay that I can step away from that for this update for a bit, because it's going to just be pure chaos of people trying to find out what the strongest loadout is. But definitely, I mean, for anyone who's new here, definitely check that out on Thursday, because that's when it drops. And, you know...
And
so
I mean,
close so far.
You talk about the meta changing and time to adjust. It's in the title, so maybe it's already a bit spoiled. It's the preseason invitational. There is a season to come for the VRML. And so, yeah, if you are playing actively in the Blaston community or interested in getting involved, honestly, now is the perfect time. You know, get your feet wet right now. Get ready for the update. When it comes, you'll almost be on an even platform to then jump into the league that'll be coming down the line shortly after the update. So, again, keep your eyes peeled for all the news and info coming out around the Blaston Reloaded update on the 28th, I believe, is the date. And anything related to VRML, follow the Twitter over on Twitter/VR Master League. We have to get ready for our first game of the afternoon. Thank you so much for tuning in for this pre-show. Dufour, Oolong, thank you for being along and guiding us through what we're expecting this afternoon. And with that, don't go anywhere. The Blaston preseason invitational will be coming up in just a few minutes.
Sober up and the feeling has changed and I gotta go home. You follow me through my heart into my soul. You go sleep in my arms. I realize something went wrong. Sober up and the feeling has changed and I gotta go home. You follow me through my heart into my soul. You go sleep in my arms. And I realize something went wrong.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for patiently waiting for the start of the matchup this afternoon. It is Apollon versus josie here, and I hope they're not started just yet. I imagine it's just a bit of a warm-up match right now, as we are in lobby getting ready to go for this game here this afternoon. It's our first match of the day, and we've got not Dufour on the analyst desk. Instead, Captain Fabulous. Fabulous, tell me, how are you feeling this afternoon? It's an exciting day for gameplay.
Well, I'm really excited about this tournament. In particular, I'm actually really happy at how the ELO feeding has shaped out. Because a lot of my games that I really hoped for this tournament are going to take effect. So it does look like, there's at least a possibility. I don't want to say some matches are definitely going to happen, but we probably will see that wesso versus 24 match. We might get to see a 24 versus josie match, and maybe even see a wesso versus Rudy match at some point in the tournament, which from past tournaments have been really close, fantastic games. So yeah, very excited.
Single elimination, so the stakes are certainly on the line for every game. And Oolong, I mean, our first matchup, Apollon here, this is kind of a test, if you will, right? I mean, josie, again, having this recognition. Is there any hope for Apollon this afternoon? Maybe something with a kit? I don't know.
You know what? I think there is. Josie's actually going back to his roots here with the Hammer Ellipse and the Viper Ellipse. And Apollyon's actually running a slightly faster build because of it. So there's always a chance. There's always the chance for an upset, and Josie gets knocked out round 1. I'm not putting any money down on it, but it's always possible.
And now, so talk to me about this. As we're in this getting ready in the lobby here, these players are picking their loadouts. Again, 6 total guns in a loadout. The enemy player can see what their opposing opponent is going to be picking, so there's also a lot of counter utility too, right?
Exactly. So right now, just looking at their builds, Josie's running a bit more of a slow but consistent build, so he's going to be waiting for all his weapons to come off of cooldown and then go in with one combo. Apollyon has more of a lower cooldown build, so he's going to be able to put on that continuous pressure, hopefully prevent josie from getting that standing that he needs to really get the combo off to full value. Something that people who may not be familiar with Blaston are going to be able to see in this match is both these players are running the Aegis shield, which is the lowest cooldown shield. It's also got a big hole in the middle of it. So it's not a glitch. If you see bullets go through that, it means that they're blocking incorrectly. So I'll be sure to call those out when we see them. But yeah, looking like an interesting match coming up.
Fabulous, your thoughts on the loadouts here this afternoon? What do you think?
Well, really what we're seeing here is going back to essentially classic meta Blaston, both bringing the Hammer Ellipse, both bringing the Avalanche Nade. It's also both bringing the Raptor Ellipse, which has become a staple of most meta Blaston loadouts that we've seen. What I'm actually interested to see is that josie is going to have quite a lot more pressure in terms of pushing Apollyon around the podium. Josie's going to have access to that quick fire with the snowball, and as well as that Viper Ellipse to really, when Apollyon wants to go up and get aggressive on josie, josie can really pull out that Viper Ellipse and really put him on the back foot. I favour josie's loadout in this matchup, to be completely honest. But both have a solid shot.
Okay. We are just about ready to get into the action here this afternoon. I think we'll jump into the gameplay scene here. You'll see the players just getting readied up. You'll be able to see loadouts down beneath you there as well, an indicator of guns. Does that also display cooldowns during the gameplay as well, or is you just have something to keep an eye out for when you're watching?
Sadly, that's something we're going to have to keep an eye out for. You will be able to physically see the weapon respawning, but we won't be able to actually see that on that little HUD down there.
Okay. Got it. Well, the action just a few minutes from getting underway. You can hear the crowd in the audience clapping and cheering, getting ready for our first match of the afternoon. It's going to be exciting.
Can we get some hype in chat to go along with that,
Yes, please. Hype in chat across all of the channels, whether you're in Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, or Horizon venues. A shout out to you tuning in this afternoon. We really do appreciate you stopping by. And are we just going to get right into it? I think we are, right?
Yep.
We're not getting
Yes, we are. All right, both players are going to start with that Avenade, trying to get some early damage. None of them are going to hit, though.
Yeah, those nades giving a good opportunity to try and distract your opponent, hit them from a different angle than you are other on this front. Here's a complete wave of bullets coming in. Just a small tag onto Apollon, but every bit of damage matters here, Oolong.
Yep, especially in this matchup. It's really, there's a good chance that this is going to be decided not by who kills the other player first, but rather just health differences. Josie going ahead, throwing out that Avenate at the same time he throws out the Frostbite. Again, not getting much. There's a lot going on, but not a lot of players getting hit.
A lot of good dodging, and really pay attention to the physicality, the movements of these individual players, how much they are going up and down and dodging all of this bullet storm coming at them. It is an incredibly physical game, and you're seeing some great plays coming in there from Josie. The Viper Ellipse really forcing some intense dodging from Apollon there, and again, there's a
there we
big
go.
hit there.
Oh no, and he stands in the beam cages for just a little bit longer than he wanted to. One thing to watch out for here is that Apollyon's SMG, the Wildcat, that's actually going to have what we call lower collision. That is the damage that bullets do to other bullets. So you can see Josie right there drop blocking one of the bullets, getting it out of the way. That way he doesn't have to deal with it, and the Avenate's gonna make contact and bring him down to the red.
Ooh, a huge nade hit. Apollon maybe recognizing they're pretty much out of the works here, and there's the final death sentence coming in from Josie. And again, we're gonna look at that replay of that first big hit coming in on Apollon. It was a nice Viper shot. Those are big damage when we're talking about damage, Oolong.
Huge. That's about a third of the health bar. You got 100 health in Blast on, and that does 30. So 3 of them won't necessarily take you out, but it'll certainly get you close.
Jeez, that is a great start for Josie, and again, another good start for Josie. Apollon finally connecting, first bit of damage in the series. If anything, a testament to how well Josie has been playing this game so far. We're getting a little bit close, a nice bit of back and forth here, though a good volley came in from Josie earlier to get them pretty even in scoreline here.
Yep. And that Raptor E, that pistol with the curve on it, does slightly more damage than the normal pistol. Josie getting hit with that Avenate too. And that damage difference actually makes a huge difference over the course of an entire game. For only 1 more second, you get basically a weapon that is a lot more powerful than just the normal Raptor. But those weapons are actually just as defensive as they are offensive.
There is a nice cage damage done onto the likes of Apollon. And again, another big hit coming in from them. Apollon was doing so good at whittling away Josie's health, and we see the shield come out there to dodge a few bullets, but now Apollon finds themselves at a bit of a disadvantage. I mean, they were doing everything to get damage down onto Josie here, Oolong, as far as even throwing their weapons at them to do the smallest they can.
Yeah, exactly, and this is what I was talking about before. Apollyon running that low cooldown build. He's going to be doing more consistent damage over time, but it only takes 1 good turn from Josie, and everything sways in the other direction.
There's the nade. There comes some shots. Good shield work.
There we
Josie
go.
does get tagged on the backside there. Takes a bit of damage. The avalanche nade. Oh, a good toss to the back. And what a nice dodge from Apollon. Really good awareness of their space and dodging these bullets. And as I say that, they take a big hit. The shield coming up there to dodge a bit more, but the time is ticking down. Viper shots coming in from Josie. This is going to be game 1 into the hands of Josie, and fabulous. We're into the thick of things now with our first game underway. Josie, the champion, under 2 rounds. Give me your thoughts after what has been a pretty quick 1-2 here.
Well, I think really the key points I said at the start of last round have really come into effect. Every time Apollyon turned his head, Josie popped in with either a Vipery or a Snowball, and that's really what made the difference in those first 2 bites. Wouldn't be surprised if Apollyon does do a weapon swap. Thought he'd do it after this game and try and get a Viper in his loadout. But back in the action, I'll let you guys get back to it.
Yeah, right back to it, and Apollon taking some big damage. A good combo coming in. Talk to me about combos, Oolong. It's what we're seeing here, but you're trying to set up a multitude of guns to use at the same time, right?
Right. So usually, you know, a great player, iGolden Knight, did a video a while back, actually almost a year and a half back now, where he kind of broke down weapons into 3 categories: hazards, damage dealers, and nade. So the nades are mostly going to be hazards. You can see Apollyon actually using that nade to try and force Josie to the front of his platform, make it a bit easier to go ahead and get that hit. Josie, on the other hand, is really just using that hammer ellipse to put a lot of noise on the field, force Apollyon to dodge in a bunch of different directions, hopefully get him into a corner where then he can follow it up with that Viper ellipse, that sniper, and get a good chunk of damage.
Yeah, and again, a reminder to those that are just tuning in, the ellipse variant of the gun is what you're seeing when the bullets are curving around here. And that is a skill, right, Oolong? I mean, it's not just you shoot the gun and it curves. You have to kind of flick it a little bit, too, to curve the bullet, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, and you can see Josie with those downward shots. That's exactly what he's doing, is he's putting the curve on the bullet. There we go, going right through the shield, getting another 30 damage. And you can see how fast that just changes the entire outlook of the game. Apollyon was comfortable just doing those little bits of damage over time, and now he's forced to really get things back.
It's that Viper.
Nice drop block of the Viper bullet. That is the one thing I can say here, is that Apollyon running this low cooldown build, he's actually able to use his weapons to get rid of those sniper bullets.
I love seeing the Viper ellipse come into play here, because it truly is just I feel like such a high skill weapon. With how quick it moves, you really have to understand the arc that you're putting onto it and how you're shooting it. And really just great dodging coming in here from Apollon to get rid of that Viper ellipse. You see the over the head shots to the side. I mean, josie is trying everything to work a bullet around the defenses of Apollon here, and maybe Apollon will be able to work something up and potentially take their first round of the afternoon. As you see the Hailfire come in, there's a good combo and a nice dodge to the lower half from josie. They do take a bit of damage, and the health bars are getting close for the final 30 seconds.
Yep, and I don't know if you've seen it, but Apollon's actually been throwing his shield at Josie rather than actually using it. There we go, he does it again. It's 3 damage, but it's probably the most consistent damage that he's gotten all game.
One of the faster.
Even trying to get the throw damage from the nade in there.
I can't even tell. It seems Apollon may be, I mean, it's going to come down to throwing guns at this point. As long as Apollon can dodge the Viper ellipse shots, who is going to come out on top of this round? It looks like it is going to be Josie.
Oh, even with all of those weapon throws. Okay, we are going into a weapon swap here, I believe.
Okay. Well, a good time for us to jump over to the ever fabulous captain and talk to us a bit about that first 2 sets. I mean, 4 rounds in the books for josie right now. 1 more game for them to win, and they take the best of 5. What do you think's the solution here?
Well, listen, I think anyone who's played josie knows that this kind of feels part of the course. Josie is just almost an unstoppable force when he wants to be. But I want to kind of dig down into what I think that Apollyon's probably going to look when it comes to changing up his loadout. I think he's going to try and put a bit more pressure on his loadout. If any of you don't know, Apollyon is a very accomplished Viper player. Part of me wants to see him bringing out the double Vipers. Might be a huge bias on my end, but I love seeing that matchup. Given that this could be his last game of the tournament, I think that he might go back to that. It's something that he feels comfortable with, and it's also a fun display. The trouble he really has is that to beat josie with this matchup, with these different things, you essentially have to play perfectly. If the loadouts were switched, he could get some lucky shots in with a Viper or a Snowball and get the health advantage that way. But he's really got to dodge every Viper, every Snowball, and then even then, when he does all that, he plays really well. We saw in the last round, it's too close to call. Although I might add that last round, I think that could have been a equal life at the end. But one of the things about Blaston is there's no draw. So it goes to, I think it goes to the host. Oolong, you can probably correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Yeah, you know, and really, again, so much in Blaston is dependent on getting your placement on your play area correct. Being right there on the front of the play area is where Josie wants to sit, because then he can just put his Viper directly down Apollon's mouth and get in that solid chunk of damage that he constantly wants to. So Apollon's build, I feel like, was set up to put that continuous pressure on Josie, but because it's a continuous pressure, he doesn't really have a lot of threats. You know, he's going in with the double Raptors, which is great collision, gets rid of anything in the path of those double Raptors. But you know, if he gets hit with a Raptor bullet, okay, great. If he lands one Viper bullet, that immediately sways things back into his direction. So, like you said, I certainly hope that he pulls out the double Vipers, threatens Josie a little bit more than he was with that build. And then another thing to add is I think that he should definitely swap out the Wildcat. You know, we were talking about, Defer was talking about drop blocking, dropping your weapon into a bullet, picking your weapon back up, and then continuing to use it, the collision, the damage that the Wildcat does to other bullets and guns is so low that even if you have just a nade, you almost don't need a shield because you can just drop block bullet after bullet after bullet. So I think he should swap that out. I think he has enough collision with the double Vipers to really do what he needs to. And yet even putting on the straight Viper, the straight sniper, I think would give his build a bit more teeth than it has now.
I would like to point out before we get into the next game that I do think that Apollyon is playing incredibly well.
Yeah.
It's like he's not being ended halfway through the round like most of us do when facing Josie. He's got some fantastic dodging in there, really top of the class dodging, and he's doing good hammer clamps. Everything's going well from him. The only problem that he has is he's facing up against Josie.
Yeah, and I mean, you could sort of recognize it too when he started going to those weapon throws. So the shield is going to do 3 damage when it hits your opponent. Same thing with the nade. And once he realized that was the only way he was getting consistent damage, he almost switched entirely to that, which, although, the margins on that health were so close, I think he had the right idea. I honestly think that he would have been able to get more done by using the shield and then throwing it, or just going with the Avenade, especially the Avenade getting thrown in that last round. I mean, that's a big loss, and also was one of the longest cooldown weapons on his build at 4 seconds. Everything else was either 3 or 2 seconds.
Interesting. Well, I do
swap in a snowball.
Yeah, I do want to talk about. I know you guys could talk about Blaston for the end of time, I'm sure. We are waiting for our next lobby to get underway here. We should be diving into the action any minute. Like you said, it does seem to be that we are getting in here for a loadout shift, and so now is going to be the time where we get to see what those loadouts are. We'll cut over to that gameplay scene and give everyone a little indicator of what is to come. You can see again at the bottom of the player names of the underneath their health, that is the indicator of what guns they are going to pick. And so it's how we're sort of reading here what we can expect this afternoon. And right now you are sort of seeing them do a little bit of test, making sure the server looks good, everything is all set up. For those that maybe aren't used to or aware of the sort of standard starting procedure of a typical Blaston match, the players test in the first round to figure out and make sure the server looks good. You'll then see players intentionally step outside of their play space. The reason being here is to reset the lobby and lose the round. When you go outside of your play space, you take damage. It's something we haven't really touched on a lot here, but it is worth mentioning. You take a lot of damage.
I'm sure that we will at some point in the future. Actually, there was a recent interesting breakdown by the devs during this patch on what weapons did the most damage. And if out of bounds damage was a weapon, it would do the 10th most damage in the game.
Wow.
Ooh, Apollyon getting hit with a Viper Bullet there.
Big
Yeah,
hits.
so actually, no weapon swaps from Apollyon here. Josie, on the other hand, going double Viper, hammer, and then swapping out his nade as well. It looks like he's going to be having a bit more fun with this matchup.
Ooh, and we're seeing some juggling coming in there from Apollyon, trying to get fancy with it for us this afternoon in what could be the final game of this set. For those that, again, aren't in the know, the standard process here is that we have best of 3 rounds. That is 1 game. We are playing a best of 5 in terms of games, and round 1 goes into the hands of Josie just like that. A quick start here, and again, that Viper hit really kicked this round off. I mean, it just does so much damage, Oolong.
Yeah, and you know what? And really briefly, I want to talk about the benefits of juggling, because that's sort of a new practice that has been adopted. So, obviously, you only have 2 hands. Even in Blaston, we can't give you a 3rd hand. Juggling essentially allows you to use a 3rd weapon while you have your first 2 weapons active. So you're going to see that a lot with the nades, but you also might see that with a shield being thrown into the juggle a little bit there. Throw a weapon up, use your shield, throw it forward, clear out a line of bullets, and then follow it up by grabbing your weapon and continuing to fire.
One thing we just saw right there too is a counter to the nade. I think I just saw Josie throw a shield up at the nade before it deployed. I mean, you can destroy the grenade in its health before it detonates.
There you go. And actually, you just saw the other primary defense used against nades. If you're able to grab your opponent's nade, you can actually send it right back at them. And that nade that Josie is using, the avalanche nade, only really works if you get it close to your opponent. So the primary counterplay is going to be Apollyon grabbing things here. What he has to watch out for is not running right into a Viper bullet when he grabs that nade. Ooh, good drop block there.
I mean, this game really requires a substantial amount of awareness. You have to be so in the know of where these nades are coming from. Oh no, they ran to the dot there, taking a big bit of damage on Apollon. But you really got to be aware of your surroundings entirely, and we're just seeing such good understanding of that from Josie. They really are doing a great job dodging. But again, to the point, Apollon is competing side by side against what is maybe one of the best players in the Blaston community right now. So hats off to them for how they're playing here this evening, but potentially a round away from getting eliminated here in the first preseason invitational.
All right, we saw a little bit of juggling. He gave us a good show, if nothing else.
Yep.
But who knows? He might be able to get it back. 5 seconds left on the clock.
It is
Ooh,
so
we got a little bit of a
close.
twirl from Josie. A little bit of a twirl.
Nope, not enough style to get the W there. Josie going to be dubbed our winner this afternoon, going up and taking the W here for the first game of the evening. You can see here the bracket for the Invitational. We are obviously a little bit out of order with Wesso and with Josie and Apollon kicking this off. But plenty of games to come, Fabulous, and very much looking forward to what you think of this series and what's to come for the entire event.
Well, first of all, I thought that one was actually a really good game. It was well done to Apollyon to actually really give a fight to Josie. A lot of people in this position would just get steamrolled. I know, I've been in his position several times in tournaments, and I've been wrecked. I think it's a great opening game. I think, honestly, most of the games, if not all of the games we've got, are going to be close. They're all going to be really well-fought matches. And I'm very excited. I think our next game that we've got on the books is going to be, it looks like it's going to be Woody and Tim.
Yep.
Still confirming things. But for example, if we're looking at that match, that's going to be a really fun one. For those of you who may not have seen Tim in the past, I think the last time I actually saw him compete in a big tournament was Val Summer.
Wow.
But he's a fabulous player. The only problem he has is he hails from Australia. So normally when it comes to these tournaments, he's hampered by his time zones. And it's really hard to actually pin down what kind of loadout Tim might bring. Every season he does seem to try something new. I played him a lot in my time. He brings double Vipers, he brings Bunker. He's got quite an eclectic mix of different loadouts he can end up bringing.
I'm very much looking forward to getting deeper into this bracket and really starting to see some of those battles that are hyped up within the community as well. But like you said, I think there's just good games across the board for our first set here. Again, you look at what else is on the line. 24 Robo President, Wesso Turbo to be coming up down the line. I mean, those are also going to be some exciting matches. I mean, 24 anticipated, or I guess picked as our potential second place champion. What are your thoughts on who's going to be 1, 2, and 3? Do you think that's practical, or do you think they should be in potentially that second place victor, or who's going to come out?
Well, honestly, I think any of the top 4, which in my mind is Rudy, Wesso, Josie, and 24, actually has a very good shot at taking it. I'm very interested to see 24 and Josie play, because in the semi-finals of a recent tournament hosted by Oolong, in fact, that was probably the closest anyone's come to beating Josie until Tesseract, since Tesseract has been put out of commission. Tesseract obviously is one of I think the only player to beat Josie in a tournament in the past. But 24 also has to face both Woody and Wesso, who in Val Winter Games put him out of the tournament. So there's lots of matchups which can go either way. My top 3, the only one thing I can say is I'll have Josie there, either first place or second. but it could, the rest of how it's made up could go any other way. I think the person who I'd give the best shot of beating Josie is 24, but I think that 24 equally could lose to both Wesso and Woody when put against each other. So it's a very hard thing to do. But if I was going to have to give it a ranking, maybe I'd say, because I want to be bold, I don't want to just put Josie first, which is a safe option. Maybe Josie, Wesso, Josie, 24, Josie, Wesso. Sorry, Rudy, I do love you, and I think you're fantastic. But I've got a
One
victory.
thing I do want to mention too is that Woody and 2-4 have both gotten all the way to finals just to be taken down by Josie. So I have to imagine that both these players have been thinking about that for the past couple weeks and have come to this tournament prepared.
And let's talk about something that we haven't touched on at all. There's giveaways going on right now in chat. We have keys to give away for this game right now. If you are enjoying what you're seeing and maybe want to get involved, like I said, get ready for that update to come on the 28th. Get in chat and be paying attention to when we do these giveaways. You can get your hands on a free key. Share it with your friends. Share it on social media. Shout it on the top of a mountain. Whatever you got to do to get more people into the matchup this afternoon. And for those that are tuning in, a big appreciation to you, whether it's on Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, or Horizon Venues. We do appreciate your support this afternoon in the event. For those not in the know, Horizon Venues, an app you can download on your Quest or Quest 2 right now for free. And you can watch this game inside a giant movie theater-like space on a huge screen with other people in VR. It's a really cool way to enjoy these games, and I really would recommend checking it out if you have a Quest or Quest 2. Again, a great way to watch the action. A big shout out to Venues for having us, as we always do appreciate that. We have other games there live as well, like Echo Arena and Onward, and so keep your eyes peeled for all of that VRML action on the Venue space. We are just moments away, though, from getting into our second match of the afternoon, Oolong. And what are we seeing here at the loadouts so far?
Well, real fast before we get into that, just out of curiosity, if I hypothetically was in chat and wanted to get a key for this game, how exactly would I enter the game?
You just got to pay attention for a keyword to be typed, and then you will enter in that keyword. Get entered into a random raffle sort of thing, and you will be then selected. The VRML admin will notify you of your winning, and you will be eventually sent that key to enter into your platform of choice. So again, keep your eyes peeled for free keys.
Yeah, fantastic. As for what I'm seeing in this match,
yeah,
Woody pulling out a slightly modified version of a build that he usually runs. You're going to see a lot of nade juggling. I hope you like nade juggling, because you're about to see a lot of it from Woody. As for Tim, really the Hurricane.
Are they jumping in now?
Indeed they are. Starting right now for our match, and kicking it off with...
Right off the bat, the juggle goes through.
What was that there? It looked like a triple nade toss coming out.
Exactly. So again, the benefit is that you get to be able to use more than two weapons when you go ahead and you juggle. So Woody going to be using all three of his nades at once. Tim actually did a great job there of baiting out the lance nade. That was that giant laser that you saw. Ooh, we're getting the one-handed juggle too. Still doing a good job of Woody really taking a lot of damage from those hurricanes there. So the hurricanes are that grenade launcher looking thing. It is just like a normal bullet, but it has sort of a lobbing mechanic on it. So you're going to see those coming from above. Woody's really going to have to look up and make sure that he's not getting continuously hit by those.
Yeah, they're trying to stay in the front half of their play space, and now suddenly pushed off to the back. That's going to be the first round into the hands. Oops, wrong replay there of Tim. And I think what we're seeing right away coming in from Tim is just a very aggressive bit of movement. I mean, I'm seeing Tim jumping in their play space to dodge these bullets as they come up underneath him.
Yeah. And, Tim here on the left-hand side, I do believe, if I'm watching the stream correctly, that the nameplates haven't quite made their way over. Tim, we do have here on the left-hand side Woody. We do have it on the right-hand side. Woody's going to get a ton of damage with those double Vipers and the Lance. Really, Tim getting zapped there on the back of his play area. And here come the triple nades, and that is going to seal the rest of that round for Woody. Getting there with golden letters with a full health bar.
I was wondering what people were talking about. Thank you for that. We got the names sorted now. You can see there again, like you mentioned, Tim in blue, Woody in pink on the right there. And we are into our first 1v1 game of this series, of this tournament. A true back and forth here, Oolong, as Woody takes a good chunk of health there to kick off this round 3.
Yeah, and you know what? So Tim really has to depend on baiting out that lance nade. That, again, is that beam. But because Woody's going to be throwing out all 3 of those nades and then following it up with the double Viper. But at the end of the day, if he dodges a nade and he runs into a Viper bullet, that's not going to be worth it.
We do appreciate you dealing with any technical difficulties we have here on the stream, but it has been sorted. Do apologize. Round 2, certainly delivering. Woody taking a big chunk of health. That laser, a key element in Woody's strategy here this afternoon. They're really trying to zone them out of a specific position with that laser deployment, and it seems to be doing a good job of harassing Tim to some extent, but just not quite enough.
Yeah, you know what? And it might not do too much damage on its own, but what it does force Tim to do is make a decision. Either sit on the back of his play area, or sit on the front of his play area. So really, again, so much of this game is about zoning and really controlling where your opponent can stand at any given time. And being able to follow it up with such a huge threat, that double Viper, really gives Woody's build some teeth.
Fabulous. We're off to the races in our first match, our first game between Tim and Woody. What are your thoughts here with the loadouts and what we saw in this 1-2-3?
My thoughts are, firstly, very impressed by Tim's play.
Yeah.
He's really brought it. And I love Tim's loadout selection here because he's brought Hurricane. Now, for those who don't know, Woody has gone on record to talk about how he hates Hurricane. And whenever someone talks about what they should bring against Woody, I always say, bring Hurricane because it's going to upset him. I think we're back into the match and let you guys go back to it.
We are indeed, and we saw
I'll say one thing. Making Woody angry is not necessarily the key play that you may think it is. I've been on the receiving side of that, and when he wants to get real serious, he gets real serious.
We'll see if they turn it up here for the back half of their best of 5. Again, we are playing best of 5s. Each game is a best of 3, and so that's what you see here. Woody has won 1 game. They have to win 2 more without letting Tim obviously get a W to take that best of 5. But that is the sort of format that we got here going on this afternoon, and Tim just hammering away on Woody plays with a great assault.
30 damage there. Oof. So another good thing to note, since Woody is running both of these Vipers, again, that is the sniper, might be worth noting the differences between the straight Viper and the curved Viper, the Viper Ellipse. The curved Viper is actually going to have a longer reload time, as in time between shots, than the straight Viper. So you're actually going to see Woody hopefully getting a lot more aggressive with the straight Viper and really trying to catch Tim out by surprise. The other thing to note is that a Viper shot can take out a nade cleanly, so he can also use that for defense as well as he can for offense.
Tim was having such a good mid-round there, but Woody just came out with a massive assault to whittle away at that health pool from Tim, and now with 20 seconds left, Tim is hoping to find some more, and they do. They catch Woody with a shot to the lower half. Woody not seemingly ready for something like that, and round 1 into the hands of Tim, a big round 1 for them. If they can take this one, they'll tie the series up 1 apiece.
Yep, and Woody, you know, he's really experienced with that juggling now, but it still takes focus. It still prevents him from looking directly forward, and that straight Viper is way faster than it looks. Especially with the reload speed, it's basically like a submachine gun at points.
Yeah, and for those, again, that maybe aren't familiar with Blaston and its in-depth intricacies, the Viper is the red bullet that you see come out. One of the fastest, I think, is it the fastest traveling bullet? I mean, what is out? Maybe
technically not, but at least for our purposes, yes. There are ways, and we'll actually get into that in Wesso's match, probably. There are ways to speed up your bullets. So it's possible. Oh, okay. Combination of an Avanade and the Viper, they're gonna do about 45 damage to Woody, get him to a half health. So there are ways to speed up your bullets, but yes, at least for our purposes, it's one of the fastest traveling bullets. But it's also the hardest to see, especially with all these other bullets on the field at any given time.
Yeah, you combine it with nades, lasers. I mean, there is a copious amount of action on the field in front of you when you're playing. And we're going to look at that replay from when Tim initially chunked away Woody's HP in this round. It was during that juggle, like you said, Oolong, it seems to draw a lot of attention from Woody, and that they need to be able to focus on it. Fabulous. We're now tied 1 apiece. Tim's doing a great job, like you said.
Well, yes. And what did I say about the Hurricane? Brilliant pick against Rudy. Really, what Tim's being able to do in this match is execute just good blast on fundamentals. Throws up the Hurricane, as that's coming down, sets up the Hammery, clamp, grenade in the back, and then suddenly Woody's got 3 different things he's trying to dodge, which have lots and lots of different smaller pellets, while Tim can just follow up with a Vipery and maybe some Raptor shots. Tim seems to actually have worked out how to deal with Woody's nades. Essentially, what you can see is that when Woody starts that juggle process, Tim moves to the front of his podium, and then as those nades spawn, as you can hear the activation and all of these pellets rain down on him, he just moves back or moves to the end, because for those who don't know, blast-on grenades will lock on to the player's center of mass, where their body, not their face. And by moving to the front, he basically just makes them shoot at the front of the podium, so he can dodge to the back and normally get out pretty unscathed. There's been a few excellently placed Ava nades there, and by no means is this Rudy playing badly. Rudy's playing fantastically as well.
Right.
I'm really surprised at what Tim's been able to achieve here, and honestly, for those who don't know him, Tim is one of the nicest players in the scene, so I'm very happy to see this close match that we're seeing today.
It has been a good game, too. That is for, I guess, Series 2, getting the terminology right in my head. Round, match, set, I think, is what we ended on. So it has been an exciting set number 2 here this afternoon. And again, we are all tied up 1 apiece between Woody Plays and Tim. We're going into another loadout change, Oolong, and I'm going to cut us over to that gameplay scene so we can look at this. What do you think of, what are we seeing here with these loadouts? What's the difference that's going to give Woody or Tim an edge?
Well, I think the big thing here is that Tim's build is relying on splitting Woody's attention. Really having bullets come from above with the Hurricane, from behind with the Avanade, and obviously straight forward with the Viper. So really just putting a lot of noise onto the field and hopefully sneaking those Viper shots through like he was able to do last game. We're going to go ahead and jump right into this. And just like I said, ooh, okay, right off the bat, Woody's wasting no time getting those Viper shots off. I don't believe we actually saw any weapon change. I believe this might have been a bit of a... Oh, no, actually, Woody going ahead and grabbing a shield.
We do have side swaps, though.
Most of his nades, yeah, actually. Complete weapon swaps.
Worth talking about, Woody is now on the left. Tim is now on the right. We have changed sides from the previous 2 rounds. Sides don't really do much for the game itself, right?
No. There's no difference other than the colors. And maybe a slight intimidation factor if you're scared of the color purple or blue. But yeah, so Tim didn't make any changes. Woody actually went for a much more conservative build, going for the hammer ellipse and the shield. So that's going to be able to give him a lot more chip damage rather than having to rely on getting that nade juggle combo perfect.
Whew. Game 2. Well underway now with our first round of game number 3 right now, and Tim getting chipped away. A close battle in the back half of this first round. Shots coming in there, and what I've noticed a lot from Woody Plays, they're actually counter shooting those bullets as they come in and eliminating them.
Yes, so the Raptor, which again is that pistol, is on a 2-second cooldown. Ooh, Tim taking a Viper shot. Woody taking round 1. But those, the Raptor's on a 2-second cooldown. The Hurricane, on the other hand, is on a 4-second cooldown. So actually, it's more efficient if Woody wants to go ahead and shoot down those bullets. That way, he doesn't have to worry about them. And basically, he gets a bit of a cooldown advantage by doing that.
An absolute full area denial from Tim there. That was the barrage that they were looking to set up. I think at any given point, they managed to only get a skosh of damage onto Woody there. Great dodging from Woody. I mean, it looks like they are practically tucking into the corner of their play space on the ground to avoid some of these bullets as they come in. And whoa, huge damage coming in. Oh my gosh, a double hit from the Viper onto Tim. They are hurting.
Yep, that's the power of the double Viper right there. You can do more than half your health in a split second. Another thing to note here about how Woody is playing differently in this game, he's actually taking a lot more time, being a bit slower, and shooting down a lot of what Tim's throwing out. Oh, and with the weapon throw!
Wow. Again, let's see if we got the double Viper shot on replay here. That was a huge start for them. And you can see that's almost like gunslinging, right? I mean, it's like they're shooting these things from the hip. They're grabbing these pistols. Is there any strategy to hiding your guns or anything like that when we're looking at gameplay?
There actually is, yeah, a bit. It's not something that we've seen yet, but what you can do is actually pick up the snowball and throw it off of the wherever it's mounted around the play area. We don't have a word for that. Maybe we should get a word for that. You can grab it right off of there and immediately throw it out. And a lot of times it catches your opponent by surprise because it doesn't even sit in your hand. It just kind of immediately shoots forward towards your opponent.
Current score line is Woody plays 2, Tim 1. This gameplay has been incredibly fun to tune into here. I imagine there's a lot of sweat coming on to the brow of these players right now.
Especially with all the squats that Woody's been doing here. Ducking right into the corner of his play area, managing to gun around most of that. Yeah, and you can see he's really trying to, get rid of the nade coming from above, trying to use the Raptor to get rid of the Hurricane coming from above. He really does not want to see anything outside of things that are coming right forward at him.
Good spatial awareness coming in there from Tim to recognize the nade behind them. A good dodge coming in from them. But really, it's again, Woody just whittling away at Tim, because at the end of the day, we could get into rounds where there's not a defined winner. The health isn't over. As I say that, Tim's health gets absolutely destroyed.
Oh no, Tim! Oh no, he took so much damage all at once there.
That was a combo if I've ever seen one coming in there from Woody. Absolutely hammering Tim. And what we saw there was those, what are those specific, those dot grenades, those helixes that sit in the place? What do those do?
Oh yeah, the beam cages is what I call them, but they're technically called Majestics.
Majestic, yeah.
But yeah, the Majestics just kind of sitting on the play area, really, again, denying space. And they don't do much continuous damage on their own, but when you hit your opponent, usually you're hitting a group of those bullets at once. And we're seeing that right there against Tim, taking a good bit of damage from those beam cages. Now that right-hand side of his play area was basically locked off.
Tim is absolutely getting assaulted here with a barrage from Woody plays as they are hammering away at their health pool in the first half of this round. A nice setup coming in from Tim, but great dodging again from Woody. I mean, I think that's maybe what's been keeping them alive the most in this series. It's just a great bit of dodging on the full barrages that Tim is trying to set up. They're just not quite enough to hit him. And here comes another setup. The dodging of those Viper shots.
Vipers.
Oh.
Yeah, Woody taking also, again, he's doing a great job at dodging. I mean, he really didn't have any defensive options there. But again, really taking the time to deny Tim any sort of, any sort of bullets that are sitting there on the play area. Woody gonna take the set.
Woody Plays declared our winner here of game number 4, set number 2. A great job there from Woody. Let's take a quick gander at the bracket here this afternoon as that is updated. We see our upcoming semifinals match, Woody Plays and Josie, one we certainly are looking forward to. Our next matchup, if I'm not mistaken though, is going to be Wesso and Turbo. And we are expecting a little switch up here. We'll be bringing Starwise in to the analyst desk for the start of that next game. Fabulous, though. I wanted to get your final thoughts before we let you go. These first 2 games of the tournament, is this what you were expecting this afternoon, or are you hoping for more as we get into things?
Well, this is largely what we were going to expect. I will say that in that last game, I kind of wish that Tim maybe not pick up the Viper so much. He'd pick up the Viper, and then there wouldn't be really much for him to do with it. He would sit at the back of his podium trying to avoid Rudy, who was really putting on quite an aggressive show. And if you're not going into the kill with that Viper, or you're not even pushing people back, it's kind of just clogging up your hands. And not to mention, it's when you throw it away and you don't use it, that's 5 seconds CD, which is going to clog up other weapons. But yeah, this is what, if you looked at the bracket and you're being very brutally honest, you would expect. Typically, Rudy plays higher than Tim in these tournaments, and Tim doesn't have much recent tournament experience, mostly because of the time zone difference that he's forced to endure. And, Josie does do better than Apollyon in tournaments. Apollyon does very well in tournaments, though. Just throw that out there. He's put a lot of us out of tournaments in the past, and he will do so in the future. I think the really interesting game that in the first round that I'm looking for is Wesso versus Turbo. Now, this may not be... so Turbo is a fantastic player, and so is Wesso. The reason it's to be a fun game is because knowing Wesso, he's going to pull out something a bit funky. Might see some dancing. Might see a crazy...
I'm waiting for that tether. I can't wait to see him talk about that tether.
I'm waiting for the tether with pretty much nothing he can use it with. He was asking for loadout suggestions earlier on, so I sent him one that Turbo once recommended me, which is all shields and tether. It was a nightmare.
Excellent. Really just confuse all the new players.
Yeah.
Again, taking a look at the scoreboard here for the afternoon. Exciting matchups coming up. Plenty of games left ahead. We're going to cut to a very brief intermission to give us some time to do a quick swap out on the desk, and we will be having everybody ready to go in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Map, game number 3, set number 3 of this tournament. We'll be at you in just a few moments. Appreciate you stopping by.
Sober up and the feeling has changed and I gotta go home. You follow me through my heart into my soul. You go see it in my arms. And I realize something went wrong. Sober up and the feeling has changed and I gotta go home. You follow me through my heart into my soul. You go see it in my arms. And I realize something went wrong.
All right, and we are back, getting ready to jump into this game, Turbo versus Wesso, in round one of this bracket. I have Starwise, who's going to be helping me cast, and Captain Fabulous on the analyst desk. So, guys, before we go ahead and jump into this match, what do you think? What are we looking to see, and what are we expecting out of this matchup? Let's go Captain Fabulous first.
Well, I think this matchup is a really interesting matchup, but really based on the perspective that it's really kind of natural skill versus owned practice. Turbo might have been put in more hours than anyone I know at this game. I think we all know he grinds stuff out. He's won this. He's been a season winner a few times over now, and I think he's going for it this season pretty aggressively. Whereas Wesso, on the other hand, is the complete opposite. We barely ever see him in queue, ever see him practicing. Yet whenever he shows up to a tournament, he seems to pull out these amazing wins. I'm expecting Wesso to bring out the tether. You've mentioned it. Anyone who watches this game and knows Wesso knows that he is essentially king of tether, I have to say. He really brings a different light or a different viewpoint as to how he plays that weapon. Most people use it as a very aggressive thing, just throw something in and get tether as soon as possible. But Wesso has a style of using it as a reactive moment and really waits for an opponent to make a mistake and then strikes on that mistake. Star Wars, what do you think?
Yeah.
So I want to agree that Turbo, I personally think that Turbo might be a little bit ahead of Vance in this match, just literally based on everything you said so far. But we also have the psychological factor with reasons we won't get into. Turbo's might be a little bit distracted coming into this match, especially with a bit of a late start. So that psychological part could also have a factor in this game of just keeping in mind what's happening in the real world and what's happening in the virtual world. And I think that factor alone might drive Wesso a bit above that just enough.
Yeah, and you know what, Starwise, I'm glad you brought it up because I was going to mention it too. Wesso really does his best when his ego is being fed. That's when he's at peak power. If Turbo gets an early lead here, we might see him start to slip.
I don't know. I think they're both phenomenal players, don't get me wrong. I'm yet to see Wesso. Have we seen Wesso really break down in tournament before?
No, we haven't, but it could happen at any time. It happened. You know what? I will go back and say that it happened against Josie.
Oh yeah, I know that did happen. I think that this will be the closest game of round one. So I think both players definitely have the potential to take it. I would say Hopefully, it will go to a 5th game, but sure. I think I'd put my money on Wesso, but I wouldn't count either of these players out.
Okay. Well, it looks like we're gonna go ahead and jump in. So, Cat, we'll see you between rounds. Star-wise, let's go ahead and hit it. Keep on wanting to call you Starfire. I don't know why.
I don't know. We almost had my name as Nightfire earlier on, but I guess whatever works.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Wesso gonna start out grabbing that nade, not even allowing Turbo the decency. All right, and we're going on tether. This might be another disconnection round, or they might just be trolling. They might just be fooling around.
Yeah,
Oh, I think that's the thumbs up. I think we're good. So I think we are going in. So yeah, so we call it the tether. Oh no, okay, this was a disconnection round. So, you know, we call it the tether because it tethers you to a physical spot, but it might be worth going in and explaining what exactly the Quicksilver does. Star-wise, just because I'm going to be doing a lot of talking this game, do you want to give us the breakdown?
Yeah, essentially, so what the tether is going to be doing is you see that you'll probably see Wesso using it there the most. Once you grab that tether, you're almost locked in for a finite amount of distance, and if you break that distance, you break the tether, hence why they, I guess they nickname it the tether. And what it does is, as long as you're holding it, you'll be able to speed boost some of your weapons here.
Yeah. Yeah, so you're going to see a lot of those combos, especially with the Wildcat. Again, that SMG, that's like the bread and butter combo with tether and that. But it also boosts the speed of nades. So Turbo's going to have to rely, especially without a shield, he's going to have to rely a lot on drop blocking using his bullets and his weapons. Oh, okay. Wesso goes in on the tether, but it breaks right off the bat.
I did just mention it. Yeah, you don't want to break it. You do take a bit of damage once you break it, so there's that bit of cost. So you lock yourself in a place, especially in a game that's literally titled "Never Stay Still." You have that as a slogan.
Yeah, and really, I mean, the downside to breaking tether is not just the damage, but also the fact that it's the longest cooldown thing on Wesso's build. Turbo actually taking a huge hammer shot there, but Wesso's stumbling back into the Avidades. Right, this is pretty close, all things considered. Wesso went ahead and grabbed onto that tether, but he doesn't really have anything to back it up with. He's in the red now.
He's catching up. 30
Ooh,
seconds
and with
left.
that Raptor Ellipse coming out, it's gonna be close. Wesso drop blocks to get his way out of that hammer clamp. When he's gonna go in on the tether. Oh, and there we go. And Wesso's gonna go ahead and take round 1.
I'm actually so surprised that Turbo was hanging on for so long, because Wesso had everything pretty well locked in, and then it almost looked like Turbo was about to turn it around with the way that he was forcing Wesso into certain positions, in addition to that tether, which did take a little bit of time to come up, but still,
Yeah.
he was waiting on cooldown for so long.
Yeah, I feel like Turbo kind of had to adjust again, especially because he doesn't have that shield to really back it up with. But at the same time, Wesso's kind of a sitting duck when he does use the tether. So, especially with the Viper Ellipse and the Snowball, the Frostbite being on Turbo's build, there's the potential for a counter during any one of these tether pushes. And I think Wesso's aware of that. Ooh, okay.
Ooh.
Going and getting 2 huge hammer shots. Oh, Turbo standing in one of those beam cages. Wesso really doesn't have much else. Okay, and there's the push.
Cooldown now, yeah.
Now here's the lull.
Here's the lull, but all that came because Wesso literally blew all of their weapons at once. And now there's a long cooldown that they pay for it. Now they're playing literal dodgeball in this case.
Yep. And Wesso actually, I believe, deciding to give up on the tether there. I think it was because he saw those hammer ellipse bolts coming through. The hammer ellipse, it really, I think, is the most dangerous thing to Wesso here, just because it can shut down his entire tether push.
Ooh. Push here from Wesso, starting to get their reloads and weapons trying to come back in, but able to dodge a few more bullets in.
On a sliver. He's on a sliver. If he can just get out of the way of this, he might be able to get the round.
I think so too. I think Wesso might get this. One bullet might be all it takes.
It's really whoever gets the next shot in. 30
Really
seconds
good
left on the
dodge.
clock, too. There's really not too much time left in this round.
I'm just so nervous. What's gonna happen?
There we go. Catches the hand. And Turbo's going to take round 2 off a sliver of health.
No way, Fab.
Oh my goodness.
You gotta tell us, man, what happened there at the very end? Why did he come out on top?
And hands are hitboxes. I'm sure that we'll see it at some point, but you can snipe the hands, you can shoot the hands. And that's something that players sometimes forget. Another thing you might be seeing here, actually, is wesso trying to manipulate where exactly that tether, that Quicksilver, is spawning on his playfield. He wants to cheat it forward as much as he possibly can. That way, he can, A, keep it in front of his Quest headset, keep good tracking, that way it doesn't break, and B, again, extend as far as he can on the front of his play area and really reduce the amount of time between when the bullets are coming out of the gun and when they're hitting turbo, hopefully.
And that level of play is just so difficult to keep track of, but Turbo's just down to a sliver of health here. Wesso should be able to close it out here with literally anything, but the cooldowns has been the name of this game.
He is a weapon throw away here. Ooh, and he gets the prime placement on the front. So, ooh, he might juggle. Ooh, he tries to get the weapon throw damage off. He's trying to be too fancy with it. There we go. And Turbo is gonna go ahead and take game 1. Yeah, oh yes, I'm sorry. Did I say Turbo? Sorry.
Yeah,
Turbo taking the last shot there.
that had me confused for a second. Yeah, just to fix that, yeah, Wesso taking game 1. We were just so focused on how well Turbo was dodging. We had Turbo on the mind, but speaking of Turbo, look at the damage.
Yeah, you know what? I can agree with that. Someone in chat said, no idea why Turbo didn't pull out a shield. I think honestly it's because putting the counter pressure on Wesso, I think that he thought was a lot more important. You can see the hammer ellipse coming out here during the tether push, but Turbo taking a lot of damage just trying to set up those clamps. Oh man, there's just so much happening all at once, especially with tether. Wesso not wanting to see any counter pushes, using that shield to just get rid of the, ooh, okay! Wesso taking a Viper bullet, but he's going to end it, and he is going to take round 1.
3, 2, 1.
Turbo, I believe, expressing his discontent for the Quicksilver. All right, and Wesso using that Raptor, get rid of some of Turbo's Raptor shots before going in for the push. Ooh, there's a lot of noise, and Turbo manages to sneak a snowball through, do a decent 15 damage. We haven't talked a lot about that snowball, but it can be just as deadly as a Viper bullet on a very short cooldown, matching the cooldown for the lowest cooldown weapon in the game, which is the Raptor at 2 seconds.
So all out of abilities here too. Just gotta wait for all the guns to load out by that time. But Wesso's been really good at dodging all these bullets too. All the bullet hell that comes in. Now, speaking of earlier, we saw Turbo take one shot to the hand, and we gotta ask for some of these viewers out here, does the same damage apply no matter where it is?
Yes, exactly. The
Yes.
weapons are gonna do a consistent amount of damage, whether or not they hit the head or hit the hand. Now it's Wesso's turn to be in the red. It's gonna make it a lot more risky when he eventually goes for this push. It might be ended before it even starts. Right, he's got the Quicksilver, but he's also got a whole lot of bullets. He comes down to a sliver of health. Oh, he uses the shield to get rid of everything. Okay,
That last bit.
Ooh, he's still sitting on a sliver. He's still sitting on a sliver. Can he make it?
No, one combo
Can he
here.
make it, folks?
Oh, no, no.
Oh, and Turbo's gonna go ahead and take round 2. I don't know why I keep mixing their names up. I think it's because they both end with O.
Oh, just say O for both.
Turbo, Wesso, Nomo,
No
Fosho.
more Blasto.
Yeah, Blasto.
No, okay, so one thing I want to point out here is Wesso must be so good at dodging because of the fact of like this onslaught of terror that comes in from the bullet hell and then waiting for the cooldowns must have given Wesso quite a lot of practice. But that doesn't count out Turbo either.
Wesso praising the primary spawn of that Quicksilver. Yeah, he's got to dodge while holding on to that tether, which is harder than it seems, especially because it sort of extends your hitbox if you think about it in fighting game terms. Ooh, okay, Turbo taking a whole lot of damage, both from the boosted nade and from the bullets that are coming forward off of that Quicksilver. And Wesso is gonna go ahead and take match 2, game 2. All right, fabulous. What do you think? We saw
Turbo,
it was
I'm
pretty quick during
begging
that
you
match.
to bring
You
a
might have to
shield.
summarize for us.
Well, the thing about Turbo's build is that yes, I don't actually hate this approach to playing tether. One, you can when the tether push happens, you've kind of got two options, or three. One, you can try and dodge, which is what we saw Turbo do the majority of it. The other is you can try and throw a shield in the way and then dodge behind the shield. Well, the third is you can step up to your front if you've got a snowball or a vipery, and then just basically pound for pound attack the tether player who would be at the front of the podium. Now, Turbo would have had that option, but he's been using this build in such a way where he's just constantly trying to set up pushes and aggress on him. So while Turbo's been able to get a lot of pressure in this match, he hasn't had a lot of counter pressure. And by the time Wesso actually goes and does those big tether pushes, Turbo doesn't have a lot to respond to it. So I think that if Turbo's not willing to hold on to a Viper and try and preempt that tether push, he should definitely get some sort of defense in his loadout so that he can at least survive a bit better. That said, I've seen some very nice figure 8 dodging from Turbo, which is kind of the way in which you do try and dodge tether, which is when you just basically go around and around and around with your head.
Yeah, especially with that Wildcat being in play, just trying to do that circular movement. But I think that's a good point. I think that, really at the end of the day, Turbo is setting the pace of the match, but it's almost not what he wants. He wants to wait for Wesso to go in and then hit him with all this counter pressure. And I believe we saw that during the second game where he hit that snowball and that Viper at the same time, doing 45 damage right there. And that was great counter pressure, and that was the round that he almost won. But, because he's trying to really set up the Hammer Ellipse, Viper Ellipse combo, and he's so focused in on that, he's unintentionally starving himself and allowing Wesso to go in with his lower cooldown build and basically just clean up shop. Starwise, what do you think about that, Matt?
A lot of it really comes down to how well both of the teams have been managing, I guess, the respawn timers on all their weapons, especially like how you pointed out here with on the placement of the respawn for the Quicksilver has been just amazingly done, and that's a very subtle thing you don't really think about when you're playing your matches, especially in like the lower tiers. What you're doing is you're just grabbing whatever weapon you can, but both of these players, they're coordinating at specific times when to engage. You can even see them pushing up towards the center of the podium, and that's what Dr. Oolong was talking about here. Is the closer you are to the front, if you think about it, now you're closing that gap in distance. It's like almost like you're firing a shotgun at close range for most of these weapons, especially with the amount of speed coming in.
Yeah, and I think that's actually something that we haven't discussed yet, but it is important for especially new people who are watching. If you don't pick up a weapon, it doesn't affect the cooldown of the rest of the weapons that are spawning in. So basically, by leaving a weapon there and not touching it, you're shortening the cooldown for all the other weapons on your build because only one weapon spawns at a time. So if Turbo's a little bit more patient here and doesn't get so reactionary with using his weapons, he actually might be able to match or exceed the cooldown of Wesso's build.
Yeah, that definitely takes a lot of practice and understanding when to do it, and not only that, but knowing your loadout too. I won't lie, quite often I put in my loadout and then I forget what I brought in. But...
Yeah, and Turbo especially here, really, he wants to use that Hammer Ellipse, Viper Ellipse together, but using them both is going to delay the cooldown of everything else on his build, so he almost wants to resist that Earth. Right, and it does look like we're getting into game 2 here, so Cat, we'll see you in just a bit. We're getting into our third and possibly final match between Wesso and Turbo here.
In a bit, guys.
All right. And Wesso pulling out. What? What is he pulling out?
This is sorry, just going to jump back in. This is the loadout which Turbo recommended me. It's all the shields plus Tundra plus Tether. It is truly awful.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to explain some weapons here. So first of all, we're seeing all 3 shields in play here. The Bunker, which is a static shield that the players can put down that is on an 8-second cooldown. The Cortex shield, which is on a 6-second cooldown. lasts a little bit longer, but actually has the same health as the Aegis shield, which is that yellow 3-second shield, and then the Tundra, which is the new weapon, which requires a bit of charging in order to use. And then, of course, the Quicksilver and the Vandal, which is another weapon that does no damage. However, what it does do is blind. And like we were talking about, although it might not do damage, it actually does collision, which means that it can get rid of other weapons and other bullets.
Yeah, and that's one of the weapons you don't see too often, right? I mean, I gotta assume by the pure surprise in your voice, there's a lot of utility coming into this. Yeah, I mean, you see it very low in a lot of tier lists, and for it to be used in a very competitive setting, it's very mind-blowing here. We're gonna have to see how that plays out.
Wesso taking a huge Avenade here and a Viper bullet, bringing him down, not to the red, but pretty close to it. Okay, and he's just gonna tap out of this round. He does that a lot. I don't like the fact that he does that. But if he feels like he's not gonna be able to stand a chance, he just goes ahead and taps out.
It could also be that psyche driver too, right? You don't want to like burn out all your energy just trying to survive and then ultimately get taken out. That could be that factor they want to play, conserve that energy, especially if he wants to plan to play for more matches later in this tournament.
Okay. So I have actually, so that Tundra, it doesn't, that definitely doesn't see play. The Vandal does see some niche play. Again, it does a whole lot of collision. So it's actually good against shield and very good against nades because it can take the nades out. But usually, you know, you want to be running something that at the end of the day does damage. And for, I believe it's on a 4-second cooldown, for 1 more second, you could just get a full straight Viper, which may have less shots, but ultimately can also take out nades and do damage. Ooh, okay. Wesso going ahead and landing one of those Tundra shots, doing a solid 25 damage.
Yeah, it almost seems like the name of the game this time around for Wesso is just literally bunker down, provide more defense, and then slowly chip away onto Turbo's health.
Yeah, and you're going to be seeing a lot of these weapon throws coming out as well. And that's actually going to be one of the ways that Wesso is going to be able to do damage in this matchup because he doesn't really have a lot of other damage that he's able to work with.
1 damage.
Yep. But hey, 1 damage makes the difference. And if he can get that health advantage and then sit behind a bunker, you know what? It's not the most effective way to play the game, but it certainly is an option.
I mean, it's certainly working here. We're seeing Wesso pulling up ahead here with 25 seconds left and the amount of shields and bunkers that he's got available. I don't know, he could be able to take this win.
I feel like we're going to get cast or cursed on that statement, but I guess we'll just have to see.
At the very last second, we'll see Turbo just land everything.
Oh, there we go. You solidified it now.
Here it is. It's coming. 1 second.
Oh, he just misses that Viper shot. And Wes is going to take round 2.
I thought Turbo was going to land that for a second.
I
That
really
actually
thought
scared
he
me
was
a
going to
little bit.
land it there.
Oh my goodness.
2, 1, blast off.
All right. Here we are. You can see how aggressive Wes was getting, really trying to, with the one weapon that does damage on his build. And actually, something else we're seeing here, Turbo going ahead and holding on to Wesso's weapons. That is going to prevent them from respawning. So if he's able to grab the Tundra and hold on to it, he might completely eliminate Wesso's main means of dealing damage.
Actually, not a bad strat. I mean, like you're saying, literally the Tundra's been the best way that Wesso's been dealing that damage, aside from throwing guns for 1 damage. But
okay, here we go. So Wesso no longer has the health advantage, so he's really got to work to get things back here. He has the Tundra. And the health of those projectiles on the Tundra is sadly so low that even those Hammer Ellipse bullets are more than enough to take it out.
that's almost right on target.
Okay, there. That is going to make the health just about even here in this matchup.
I think Wesso might be a little bit. Okay, now it's even. That 1 weapon throw. That was it. You're calling it Oolong.
Beam cages. If they're on the ground, they're just as dangerous. I really think he needs to stop picking up that Cortex shield because that's 6 seconds. If he was sticking just to the bunker, I think that he could do a lot more damage.
I think so too. At least a little bit more damage output. He doesn't have enough to catch up, I don't think, because there's still a chance that Turbo will be able to deal some damage, and Wesso barely has enough.
Yep. And like we were saying before, if you don't use a weapon, it doesn't affect the respawn timer of the rest of them. So by picking up that Cortex, he's unintentionally making the rest of his build slower. Oh wait, what? Okay, that's not gonna even it up, but Turbo does step out of bounds a little bit there and takes some damage.
Pull the tether, but nothing to shoot with, unfortunately.
Nothing there. I will say that he could be doing some play. Oh, okay. Well, we're gonna see a weapon swap, sadly, but he could have pulled off some plays, I think, with the Tundra and the Quicksilver. What do you think, Cap?
Well, I just want to say that I'm probably one of the 3 people in the world who actually played on Wesso's side of this build, and let me tell you, this is a nightmare to play. And this is nothing but a flex. This is full-on flexing by Wesso, and the fact that he took a round off Turbo. When we talked about potentially Wesso having his mental game ruined by losing a match or getting beaten, but losing a round against that's going to be demoralizing from Turbo's perspective. And to be honest, it just shows how good a dodger Wesso is. Now, you're talking about the Cortex shield a lot, but the thing is, the Cortex shield during that's one of Wesso's only form of damage. He landed 1 Tundra during that fight, and literally landing the Tundra is unlikely because it's the only major projectile. All your opponent really needs to do is see when you're charging it and get ready to dodge or throw something in front of it. So that whole loadout is terrible, but the only way you're going to win is by just constant chip damage from throwing stuff.
Right, just getting that chip damage early enough on, and then hiding behind the bunker and hoping to run out the timer.
I also want to apologize because I'm the one that sent Wesso this loadout and said
So you're the one to blame.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, hey, it's great because we get to talk about some weapons we might not be
Maybe
able
that's
to
why.
see elsewhere today. Star-wise,
We're not seeing Tundra again.
Yeah, there was a period of time though where we actually saw that bunker quite a bit back in the days before Quick Draw. Could you talk a little bit to the difference between really having a build where it's very combo oriented and you're trying to run down your opponent's health bar versus what we saw there from Wesso where you're just trying to do that chip damage and then hold off?
Okay, well, a lot of the flavor we see nowadays is the bullet hell. It really relies on how well you're able to dodge, and not only that, it also whittles down your opponent's energy levels tremendously. I mean, if you were watching, some of the players were getting on the floor, jumping around, you see them going on it. And for a VR game with movement like this, it really takes a toll, especially in the long-term game. However, what we were seeing here is the very literal bunker down with the bunker shield that you can see it kind of very stationary and shield in place there. A lot of it is just, okay, how do I get maybe either high damage shots? Something I was a little confused by was the pick on the Quicksilver for the tether, because there wasn't really much to boost up. I mean, it was a lot of shields, but you can't speed up a shield, it shields.
That was the meme loadout. He was not trained. It was not a good loadout. I will say though that the one time we do see bunker quite a lot is actually as a counter pick against tether, because most of the tether damage gets shot in a straight line, and a bunker just allows you to stick a big thing in front of you and stop it. And the other time we see it is against for example, a double laser loadout.
Yeah,
it's quite a good counter. So it's a nice counter pick.
What I'm seeing here is Fab, you basically told them to pick this loadout so you have a lot to talk about for the match and provide more insight for the players. I'm on.
No, he wanted the style on Turbo, so I gave him a hard job.
Yeah. So, all right, we're getting into our fourth and again, possibly last match here. Any last minute predictions, Cap, for what Wesso pulls out here?
I think Wesso will pull out a proper loadout. He doesn't want to lose, and I think it is fair to say Turbo could beat him in a full-on game. So yeah, we're going to see a proper tether again.
Right.
And
we are jumping in.
Oh, he has brought the triple laser though, which I do like seeing.
Ooh, you're right. He has brought the laser, hasn't he? All right, great. Well, we will be able to cast on that. Cat, we'll see you in just a bit. We're going to go ahead and jump into this. So yeah, Yes, so let's talk a little bit about lasers here. So wesso pulling up the Lance Rapid, which is the second longest cooldown weapon in the game, right behind the Super Majestic, sitting at 9 seconds. It's definitely gonna be weighing down on wesso's build, but it actually can fence off a huge portion of Turbo's play area, and the damage it does is really, really strong. So Turbo's starting things out here, just trying to get some pressure. Wesso really waiting until everything comes off cooldown before going in. Okay, and here they come. Here are the lasers. He's gonna put him in that triangle formation. That's gonna go ahead and force Turbo into the side of his play area. Actually, not really blocking too much off of Turbo there.
I thought there would be a little bit more, but oh my god, the return damage is unbelievable.
Oh no, oh no. This isn't what wesso was expecting.
I don't think so. And look at that wide triangle. A lot of room for Turbo to play around. And I like that first initial triangle that wesso locked Turbo in, because the only way out was either to risk running into the laser or risk running out of bounds.
This time around, he's gonna go ahead and fence off the center of the play area. Oh, but he doesn't really have much else. He also grabbed the tether with the wrong hand there.
Yeah, that was interesting. Almost like a triple threat play. Oh, but wesso taking so much damage and getting
Wesso
taken
stepped
down.
out of bounds! And Turbo's gonna take round 1. All right, here comes the upset, ladies and gentlemen. Now, given I'm not the most expert Lance R player, but I do feel like wesso, when he's trying to fence things off, he's actually grouping up the lasers a bit too much. Goes ahead and breaks that tether, doesn't even want to take the risk with that hammer nade coming out.
Yeah, especially with all that coming in. Did it almost look like wesso bent his neck just dodging the Viper shot?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, so wesso getting hit by a Viper shot there, but you can see how much damage those purple lasers do compared to, I believe the only other laser we've seen is the Lance nade. We're talking like Viper levels of damage coming out of a beam cage here. Wesso going in with the tether push, getting 2 of those shots off.
Tether down.
And again, only 1 weapon spawns at a time, so pulling out that Lance is actually going to be a huge sacrifice that wesso has to take. He gets the tether off cooldown again, goes in, and takes round 2.
Oh my goodness, the back and forth match between these two players, they definitely don't want to let go on this one.
Yeah, and I mean, wesso's able to do that damage a lot faster, but Turbo was able to get him down to half health here. So, you know, if he can just dodge a couple of those pushes, he might be able to take this match. Oh, wesso's struggling to pick up his weapon off the holster there. Getting 2 of those shots in, 12 damage.
Got the
And
dance
he's gonna give
move.
us a
Oh, look at
little
this. Okay, we see you.
Partially Braggart, possibly just waiting for his entire build to come off of cooldown again. That 9 seconds that he has to spend waiting for that Lance R is going to be more than exceeding the cooldown of basically everything else on the rest of his build.
He's coming now. Good dodges there too from wesso.
Yeah. He's being impatient is the thing.
Yeah. Going for more like little chip damage rather than the full combo that we saw.
Yeah, which confuses me again.
Oh,
I'm wondering if he's trying to get to a point where, oh, he's gonna use it again? What's going on here, wesso? What's going on here, wesso?
I don't know.
Okay,
maybe
now it's gonna go in. Now he's gonna go in.
landed almost
Got the
every shot.
Raptor.
Good dodging from Turbo though.
Yeah, just like Captain Fabulous was saying, sort of that roundabout way of dodging the tether, just going in circles. Ooh, that Viper shot got very close to wesso there.
The twirl.
Yeah, wesso pulling the spin to win on a lot of these. Okay, he's gonna be sticking in one spot here.
Broke the tether.
15 seconds.
Only 15 seconds left on the clock. Oh, and there we are with the weapon throw. Wesso is gonna take the win. GG's to both these players. Turbo did a great job during that match. Well, I honestly, of course I was rooting for him, but I really thought that he was going to be able to take that in the end there. Oh, GG's.
I don't know. Yeah, we could have done a caster curse, you know. And Wesso could have gotten a little bit too full of himself with those dance moves. Maybe, you know, slip or something. Who knows?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. So cutting back to the analyst desk here, Cap, what do you think about Turbo? Let's start there. What do you think Turbo could have done better during that last match?
Well, I'm really happy he brought a shield in the final matchup. One of the things that we didn't get to talk about is in the third matchup, when he was against Wesso's tether build, he actually brought a hammer in there, which I thought was a very good idea against Wesso's normal loadout, because that's essentially something you just jump to the front of your podium, put in front of them when they grab the tether, and then they've got to deal with it. One of the ways that you can really hamper a tether player is by putting a quick wall of bullets in front of them. Hammer is not good because it's not fast enough, but hammer does do that. Avalanche nade, if you can time it just right, just really messes them up. But again, you've got to time it and then you've got to dodge at the same time.
And just to jump in there, the bigger stuff, the hammer ellipse, the avanade, those all have a delay between when you first pick them up and when those bullets actually reach your opponent. The hammer, on the other end, you basically pick that thing up, go to the front of your play area, and now the wall of bullets is right there right away.
Yeah, plus it's also a nice way of dealing in case Wesso would bring a nade or something. It's one of the great nade snipers. But really, I'm really happy with the match we saw in general, because everything that I kind of expected and wanted out of that match, we did get. We got dancing, we got tether, we got a ridiculous meme build, we got the one that I thought was going to get brought. So yeah, I couldn't really have asked for more from that match. I thought Turbo had an incredible showing as well. Wesso is one of the top 5 players or top 6 players in the world. That, unfortunately, now Golden Knight's kind of got a low play area and not playing as much. I'd say that he's definitely in the top 5. Wesso, Rudy, 24, Josie, and Tessera.
Yeah. Yeah, what do you think, Starwise? We were both there in the thick of that match. So Wesso, towards the end, with that Lance R, it still stalled his build a ton.
Yeah, I mean, what I was seeing is it was great for forcing Turbo into specific spots, but you could also get that with a lot of other weapons to force him in certain ways. I did like the Lance R either way because of the way that, like you said, you force him in the spot and then you pull out the tether and then go for the bullet hell. But like you said, because of that increased cooldown time between some of the other weapons, you're trading off some of that for at least more certain shots, or at least increasing that chance. So I mean, there was very high damage output weapons that was coming in from Wesso, but then we saw the dancing. I think that was also part of the highlights of the day too, is just with that cooldown time, because leaves you with so much waiting time for the next, I guess, onslaught of terror.
And I think it's important to note that sometimes a weapon by itself is not nearly as powerful as a weapon used in conjunction. And I think especially with a lot of the hazards, Wesso was throwing that thing out and then didn't really have anything to back it up with.
I would like just to interject on this. Turbo is a tether player. Okay, he's very good at tether. He's very accomplished. Now, one of the reasons as a tether player you might bring Lance R to a matchup is that it's a very good counter pick when you're going up against another tether player. We saw that in the Woody Wesso match in Val Winter not too long ago. So that's why I think that Wesso maybe brought it to the match, just maybe thinking that Turbo might try and switch things up in the 4th round and bring tether of his own. And then once you've tried to counterpick that and it hasn't paid off, well, it's still very useful. And a lot of the times we saw Wesso bringing out that Lance R, it was midway through Turbo setting up a hammer reclap. Now, that on its own can actually be effective enough, because if you've got a hammery push, you've probably got an avalanche nade in one hand and hammery in the other. 10 seconds of cooldown. And if you can interrupt it, throw the person off guard halfway through, then essentially it's an even cooldown swap and it stops Turbo's main push.
Yeah. So good points there. Now we're getting into the disconnection round between Robo President and what I can only assume is 2-4's alt account. Kat, let's start with you. What thoughts do you have?
So, yes, this is 2-4. He has asked if he could play on a separate account for this very reason, which would become clear. And I think a lot of people owe Wesso a lot of apologies, to be honest.
All right, and what about you, Starwise? What are you thinking heading into this next match?
I mean, we see a lot of good showings from both players. I don't know. We're starting to see some of the loadouts here. It's kind of tough to say because they do both well on their own. I mean, like we've seen them time and time again play each other, and a lot of different showings altogether. Honestly, I really can't give it any other way, just because I want to see how it goes in the first match, because like we've seen a lot of good results for them in the past, and it changes day by day too. We could see like maybe someone's a little bit more in the flow, and someone might be having a worse day. I want to see how that plays out, because warm-up also could come into play for this as well.
Yeah, huge things. Yeah, and especially because we really haven't seen Robo President in many professional events. I mean, really since Bal Summer Games last year.
I'm going to call this for 24, and I'm also going to say that it's not the normal style of play we've seen from 24, and a lot of people throughout a lot of tournaments have said that 24 is very set in his ways and doesn't expand too much. And I don't know if we can reveal who he's playing with right now or what account it is, but this is an account which has been accused of being smurfed for a lot of other players, and we're going to see a real different style of player than we're used to. But he's going to be very good at it.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, really 2-4 known for his consistency. Really just waiting for all his weapons, being very patient, and then going in. So now, this is going to be more of a bit of a spur-of-the-moment move, and he's really going to be depending more on his dodging, while also firing back and trying to keep the pressure on Robo President here. So jumping into this match, we got Robo President using the Hurricane. That's definitely going to put a damper on some of these tether pushes, as well as that 3-second shield and the snowball. So also running a fairly short cooldown build.
We're seeing Robo taking so much damage here from I guess
Where are those Hurricanes going to land? A lot of them are going to land on his head! Ooh. Right, 2-4 sitting at about half health, actually.
1 minute.
We're ahead of Robo here, sitting at quarter, already in the red. Oh, the damage after damage.
Those Hurricanes are coming down again! Ooh, but he manages to get out of there just in time. Ooh, the slow death.
I know that it's the slow bullets projectile just falling towards you, and it's funny because a lot of players, they don't actually realize that they dodge the initial set, they focus on the next bullet, and you kind of forget that it's coming in, and you might accidentally run into it.
Yeah, especially because he can essentially just continuously use that right off of cooldown, and by the time that they actually reach 2-4's play area, he's gonna have it ready to go again.
Yeah.
Being brought down to a sliver. 2-4 not seeing. Oh, he does actually end up seeing it at the end of the day, but he didn't see it. He was using the tether at the very least. Ooh, okay.
Good dodge.
Okay, maybe in this last seconds.
Ooh, almost
no.
though. If Robo got that combo, it would have run into their favor for sure.
Yeah, 2-4 is gonna take the win, but not by much. Not by much. Going into round 2 here.
Those slow bullet projectiles are like that story of the snail that can kill you. You're the immortal snail, slowly making its way to you.
2-4, actually, I'm already noticing a behavior difference here from 2-4. Sitting at the back of his play area when he's not using that tether. A lot of these Hurricanes that Robo's throwing out are towards the front of the play area. That line actually was in the middle of the play area, but either way, by sitting in the back, not only will he get more time to dodge out of the way, ooh, and this time around, he doesn't even want to see those. He's using that Raptor to get rid of them. All right, he's getting ready to go in, laying down a wall of bullets, trying to push Robo to the back of his play area. He ends up taking those hammer bullets. But now he's just kind of stuck on that tether.
Now you're seeing 24 kind of backing off here a little bit after that initial push. Robo President starting to push up too. I love the way that they use this podium.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, going in with that Wildcat. And again, we're seeing that Hurricane sort of put a damper on the tether pushes. Because 2-4 is not necessarily being hit by them, but is forcing his attention off the front of his play area, making it just that much easier for Robo Goblin to get space away from the tether pushes.
So he went from president to goblin.
Sorry, there's too many Robos.
I was like, what happened there? I think it's a bit of a downgrade.
15 seconds.
I don't know, what is it when you mix up names of weapons and names of players? It's not dyslexia.
It's something else altogether, but 5 seconds left here. Who's gonna take it? They're somewhat close, but Robo in the red means could get taken out. 1 second left, and the onslaught of terror is done, and that's gonna be 24 taking that round. I almost called him Turbo.
See, now it's carrying over to you. It's spreading.
It's spreading. You gave it to me.
You know, we were talking about it in between last games, but again, the difference between weapons that have immediate use and weapons that have a bit of a delayed use. For Robo President, the hammer is really the only weapon that he's really relying on, but it takes so long for it to come into play that it's kind of hard to use it as a counter push against the tether.
Especially with the timing that everything comes in, because Robo also has to compare to when 24 is ready for their push as well, when they're going to play in the back, because they still got to dodge at the same time as well.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, hell, even going back to talking about just who's controlling the tempo of the match, Robo Goblin's really trying to just be continuous with his build, kind of just continuously fire and keep that pressure on. But 2-4 is waiting patiently for all of these weapons to come off of cooldown before he goes in. Oh, Avenade making contact, bringing Robo just above half health.
Who is the Avenade?
Did he just throw out that shield? I think he's trying to manipulate the placement of the tether. Okay, there we go. He gives the thumbs up. He's got it ready to go. He's going in for this tether push. Robogoblin actually doing a good job using his bullets as sort of a makeshift shield for that Wildcat. Again, the collision on that Wildcat so low that it's gonna take 3 or 4 of them to even take out a pistol shot.
With 30 seconds left, I don't really think Robo has the damage output to bring 24 down to at least less than
Sadly,
half.
I don't think so either, but we'll see. He's just having a hard time getting that combo to stick.
15 seconds.
Yeah, a lot of it is heavily reliant on the timing, waiting for those slow projectiles to make their way in, and Robo taking massive damage from the Avenade again.
Oh, Robo, you stood in it, Robo, you stood in it. Oh no!
Back in again, and that's the thing. It's those, I guess those hazards like you're talking about. It's on there on the podium, and sometimes you just don't realize it because you don't see it. This isn't like a PC game where you can see everything happening all at once. This is an over-the-top view, as well. We're watching it here over the top, but they're watching it first person.
Yeah, exactly. It's so much harder when you're in the game, especially again when stuff's coming from above or behind or even from the sides. It's really hard to just by sound cues alone really figure out where those are. But that actually is something to mention too. A lot of weapons will have their own individual sound cues. There's a sort of hum that gives me anxiety with those hurricane bullets, where you can tell when they're nearby. And it's going to be the same thing for pretty much every other bullet in the game, but you only really notice it on the either hazards that hang around for a little while or stuff like the hurricane, which might as well be a hazard. Okay,
Oh,
there
no
we go.
way.
There's the push we were looking for from Robo.
Oh, is it going to be enough though? Needs another push like that. 50 seconds has more than enough time to be able to do
A
that.
solid chunk of damage again. If he can be a bit more reactionary against 2-4 here and wait for his stuff, just kind of keep putting that hurricane up, I think he could make this back.
See, I like what Robo did there with the stopping the Avenade. Literally
Push. He's got that snowball in hand. Oh, but this is
deadly.
is gonna go ahead and take the win.
From Robo President to Robo Goblin. How unlucky.
I keep doing it. Robo President, Robo President, Robo President. It's like Beetlejuice. I just
Yeah,
have to say it
Beetlejuice.
enough times.
And then he appears.
I believe. Let me check it.
Wait, what if you say Robo Goblin? What happens?
Yeah,
then?
Robo Goblin is in chat, so that might be why I'm confusing things.
There we
Oh,
go.
okay, there we go. Right off the bat this time around. Robo President going ahead and pushing back against 2-4's tether pushes.
They're waiting on the cooldown here, trying to plan it out. It's quite scary for both players because once they're ready to go, they just go. They pull the literal triggers, and that, like we're seeing here for 24, getting some good shots onto Robo President, but he's taking too much damage in return. 24, just 2 steps forward, 1 step back.
Yup, and Robo President has that health advantage right now, so now they can control a bit more of the tempo.
1 minute.
Oh, but here comes the tether push.
Oh.
He's got everything set up perfectly for it. Ends up taking, I believe that was 3 Wildcat bullets and 2 Raptor bullets. That's gonna bring him down to the red.
I like these cooldowns from 24. I mean, it's not too fast, not too slow either. It comes in almost at the right times.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's just now. Again, if Robo President can just be a bit more reactive rather than proactive with these shots, it would also help to reduce the rest of the cooldown of his build and help him to cycle that Hurricane a bit more effectively. Ooh, okay, there we go.
15 seconds.
2-4 actually dropping that tether pretty much immediately as soon as it got, he needed what he needed. He went ahead and dropped it. That way he could get primary placement on the front of his podium there. And 2-4 is going to go ahead and take round 1.
Something that was interesting too was there was a brief moment, very hard to see. 24 trying to reach for any weapon and all, but just hands couldn't reach that other side of the weapons there from across. That placement of the tether is really going to be important.
And I'm looking at these Hurricane shots too, and you know he's mostly putting them in a line, sort of walking off the center part of the play area. I'm wondering if maybe he needs to try and it's definitely hard to change the arc on those Hurricanes either way, but he might be he might get a bit more use out of it if they're actually spread out more.
Possibly, actually, yeah, because then now that would force 24 to move in different ways than they're used to. Actually, that could have been focusing on 24, playing a certain way, and having certain expectations, and then changing the pace. We haven't really seen that much in this match, have we?
1 minute.
All right, 2-4 going in on the tether push. Things are actually looking fairly good for Robo President. Those Hurricanes are coming down.
So on its way. See how 24 reacts to this. The shield.
And he has just been holding on to that snowball, just waiting for his moment. Ooh. That was a great dodge from 2-4 though. You gotta give credit where credit is due. I'm definitely cheering Robo President on here, but
In the back, 24 seconds left. Looking like it could be 24's match.
15 seconds.
Robo President's just trying to throw things out, but not a lot is sticking.
Low
5 seconds.
pellets. Maybe those will help. No, it doesn't matter. 24 dealing massive damage. Robo in the red now. That's gonna be a close.
Hey, he did get that last minute snowball though.
yeah,
He did get
that's
that
a win.
last minute snowball.
It's a win in our books.
GG's, y'all. GG's. So, you know, sort of thinking back on those matches, too, and Kat, we're gonna go ahead and bring you in for our post-match analysis. But, you know, earlier we were talking about builds that were all focused on, you know, putting the pressure on your opponent with not a lot of other stuff to really force your opponent to run into the really hazardous things. And I think that's what we were seeing here in that match. The Hurricane was really the only hazard that Robo Goblin had. So if 2-4 either took it out with the Raptor or just went ahead and dodged it. I apologize if I said Robo Goblin again instead
You
of Robo
did.
President. Yeah,
Just
I
say
saw that
Robo. Just say
laughter.
Robo.
Listen, it's just muscle memory for me at this point. Maybe if Robo President played in more of my events, I wouldn't be making these
There we
mistakes.
go.
But you know, we saw the hurricane, and we didn't really see a lot of other hazards. Do you think that it would have been more useful for him to maybe throw another nade on there?
I have a lot that I want to talk about this game, but really, the way so firstly, 90% of the damage that 24 took, he took while holding on to the tether. Okay, when he didn't have the tether, he had standard 24 dodging, and it's really interesting. So if we go back to set 3. When we saw Wesso and Turbo, I talked about how Wesso is different to most tether players because he's very reactive. Well, what we saw here today from 24 is that he brought a very proactive play style, and he pretty much just cycled the same combo every time. He waited until his combos were up, or he knew that he would be able to do the full combo even if the weapons weren't there, because he knew the timings. Really practiced. It's very clear. And he'd start with a hammer into an avalanche nade, shoot the hammer twice, throw the avalanche nade in, grab the tether, and follow up with either the wildcat or the raptor every single time. And the only times that Robo was getting damaged, getting damage on him, was during that cycle. Otherwise, 24 could just very adeptly stand at the back and dodge everything as it is 24's playstyle. So for me, the things that Robo could have really done there in terms of a matchup shift is he could have brought Double Viper, stayed at the front and tried to shoot him when 24 came up to the front. He could have brought Bunker. Bunker would have been a very good defense against that build. That was a load-up swap I was waiting to see happen after match 1 and match 2. So I don't necessarily know if it was really the particular weapons that Robo was bringing. It was just really he should have been trying to essentially wait until that combo came in and then put on counter pressure. That's how you beat 24 when he does this, with counter pressure when that tether push comes in.
Yeah, and all good points there too. You know, especially because Robo President is a known bunker enthusiast. So star-wise, we're jumping actively into this next match here, but any last thoughts on Robo President versus 2-4 before we jump into Josie versus Woody?
I think the last thoughts I had on that match was we saw Robo play basically the same throughout the match, and it was very easy for 24 to really pick up on and know what was happening during those plays. So it was very like same rhythm, same play style, same everything all throughout. So both players actually had a really good way to really understand what was happening, and then ended up being, you know, who was able to catch up and go through that faster than the other to be able to ultimately take that win on the map.
Oh, sorry, I was just looking at the weapon loadouts for our next matchup here. But yeah, those are all good points. And of course, Robo President, I love him. He is a great player. 2-4 is probably one of the best players in the game. So it was very well played from both sides. Yeah. Awesome match to see for sure. So jumping into Woody versus Josie. Captain, I don't know if you can see what I'm seeing, but I
can see what you see.
Right? The bunker tether?
I have to say, this bunker somehow has just wandered into the perfect loadout against it. It's not going against tether on Josie's side, but Josie only has, apart from the Raptor E, all of his weapons shoot in a straight line. So how is he going to get around a bunker? He's got to go through it. Mm-hmm. So Rudy's just essentially he's going to rock up a bunker. So he's going to put down a bunker, grab a tether. And he's got a wall of force that Josie can't get behind, and can just shoot Josie. So match 1, I'm going to give to Woody, even though he's against Josie at this point. And I expect we will definitely see a loadout swap in match 2, because Josie's been completely counterpicked.
Yeah, and I'm pretty hopeful, you know, knock on wood, that's not cast or curse. But Starwise, what are you thinking, looking at Josie's build?
I think I'll give it to Woody as well, for at least exactly almost the same reason that Fab was saying, because something I've noticed in previous matches that Josie likes to do is kind of almost like what they do in Dragon Ball Z. Every Super Saiyan just loves to ramp up the different tiers. Basically, Josie starts off at like 10%, ramps it up to like 30, depending on how the player plays, and then slowly makes their way to 100 if it comes to that. And that could be what we're seeing here. Very straightforward build, very safe, very secure, and Woody playing something very different too. So I feel like Woody might be able to take this game one, or
Yeah.
round one, or game one.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, I think loadout wise, definitely matching. So I don't know if Woody can see my camera, but he's firing directly into it. But yeah, we'll go ahead and jump into this match. These players are just finishing up their cooldown round, or their disconnection round. And now we are planning to jump right in.
I do expect, just before I go, that I'm going to say that Josie, as soon as he picks up that hammer, that's going to go into the bunker every single time. Because that's going to put the most amount of damage on a bunker's health with the least amount of cooldown. So expect to see him pick it up and just fire it off into the bunker whenever he can.
Yeah. And actually, that was something I was going to talk about during the match. So perfect starting it up. The hammer has a ton of collision. So
right
we're
away,
talking about things that get rid of the bunker. The hammer is going to be one of Josie's best options. The other best option is going to be what he did right there, which is actually just grabbing that bunker handle and holding on to it, because that's going to prevent it from respawning on Woody's side.
I'm loving how Josie just bob and weave for everything. Something that you kind of tie Blast on to a lot is almost like boxing, right? There's a lot of bobbing, weaving, a little cooldowns between rounds, and it's very physically taxing like the same way.
Okay.
Look at this.
Woody taking one of those Raptor Ellipses, again, doing 10 damage versus 8. It's actually going to be fairly significant over the course of an entire match. Also, we're seeing Woody here with the Raptor Ellipse and the tether. So I love the Raptor Ellipse and the tether. It's very hard to use, especially because it basically just amplifies the curve. But if you can pull it off, it does do a ton of damage.
It's kind of like one of those things that is kind of hard to gauge when it's coming at you. You anticipate a certain way, you move in a certain way, but that acceleration, you can't quickly change it, especially depending on how your playstyle is set up, and the curve might just throw you off compared to like a straightforward Viper.
Okay. And Woody staggering his shots here a little bit. Ooh, and getting the perfect cycle on the bunker.
I love how quickly both these players just catch and throw things back.
Another thing, you know, we talked about it before, but if you don't need the weapons, don't pick them up. And Woody doing a great job at that, too. 10 seconds left on the clock. Is he going to be able to get it here?
Got the bunker, might be able to. Good damage
Where's the
output.
tether? Where's the tether? Oh, and Josie's got to go ahead and take round one. Man, so, yeah, Woody definitely getting pretty far against Josie here, but honestly, not as far as I thought.
I'm just looking at how stretched out that tether was, my goodness. I felt anxiety just looking at that.
All right, and Josie's caught on here. Josie doing a good job of using that Raptor Ellipse to get around the bunker and get some damage if Woody decides that he wants to camp behind it.
No, I think it's a mixture of the bunker and the tether almost, because the bunker would be on one side, tether would be on the other. That grants Josie just enough time to be able to deal enough damage onto Woody.
Josie doing a great job. You know, the one thing that you can't say about this build is that Woody really has no hazard. He has no nade, he has no laser. So really, he's depending on purely the tether itself to go ahead and get hits landed. There's really no other threat on the field when he's using that tether.
See here again, away from the bunker here. If Josie had some more weapons up, that would have been devastating to Woody. I felt like it would have been taking much more damage than the little we saw there.
Great dodging from these two as well. Ooh. Stretching out the tether a bit there.
Yeah. And that little red kind of you see on the chain is basically it showing it might break soon, right?
Right. Exactly. Something to note here. So Josie is keeping that Raptor on hand purely for defensive measures. Not only can it eliminate the projectiles from the hammer ellipse, or I'm sorry, the Raptor ellipse and the Raptor, but it can also delete several bullets that come out of that wild. So keeping it for a defensive measure here is definitely helping him out.
3, 2, 1.
All right, and there we are. Game 1 is gonna go to Josie.
Complete opposite of what we guessed here.
Yep. VR Ferret, it's not that I'm disappointed. I just, I think that this build might have been better on paper for Woody than it was in practice. Again, that lack of a hazard really means that, you know, as long as Josie can dodge, there's really no other threat that Woody can put forward outside of the bullets that he fires from that Quicksilver.
True, and boy can Josie dodge a bit of damage output too. But Josie's actually one of the best dodgers I've seen so far
Yeah.
in all the other tournaments. Look at this, like, literally never uses much. And mainly uses the shield to kind of block specific weapons, not so much of like a, hey, I'm gonna hide behind it. It's more like, hey, this is projectile coming, I wanna get it away as soon as possible. Oh my
Woody
God.
steps out of bounds! No! No, Woody! That's not what you needed during this matchup. It's always a bit disheartening to see that damage. It does so much damage too. I believe it's 50 a second, but if you're in there for a half a second, it does 30 damage. Okay, going in. Oh no, it happens again. Oh, and that's another 30 damage. That's like taking 2 Viper shots during this match.
All to yourself too, and that really also goes to show how well Josie's forcing Woody to play in certain areas too.
Yeah. It definitely is a testament to Josie's ability to just dodge. We're seeing those circular dodges, really just ducking and weaving his way out of it.
Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Look at him go! Here comes Josie.
There we go. Yeah. Float like a butterfly, sting like a Josie.
3, 2, 1. Blast off.
VR Ferret in chat. I blame Woody's cat. Apparently it gets in the way during matches. Oh no, and it breaks. Well, he's got that bunker up, which is gonna give him a bit of room.
I'm actually surprised that Woody decided to keep the same loadout between that game. It's a little difficult for him still going up against Josie here.
All right. Oh, okay. All right.
Woody's in the
Well,
rhythm.
now this is interesting.
Maybe that was Woody's cat. Oh.
Okay, going forward on that push. He really caught Josie right as Josie was about to push as well.
Counter push here.
What snowball? Right before he was able to get up that bunker.
1 minute.
Man, Josie just knows how to well to time all these here, but Woody's not going down without a fight. Oh.
Now he
No,
steps out
no.
of bounds the 3rd time, and Josie's gonna go ahead and take game 2.
With nowhere to go, Woody on the floor after that match.
Yeah.
Or that game.
For Vibe in chat, you know, we talked about it before. Josie is definitely favored in this matchup, although we really did think that Woody was going to have an advantage just due to the build that he brought today. So Cap, what are you thinking?
Well, what I noticed is, apart from out of balance damage, the weapon which was doing most of the damage to Rudy throughout that whole experience, let's call it an experience, was Raptor-E. And I did notice this towards the later rounds, especially the second match. Rudy would often save his Aegis or his shield just to deal with those Raptor-E blasts. So definitely picking up the way he needed to change out his build. But I think what really just made this match almost insurmountable for Rudy was just the strength of Josie's dodging. We often see Josie as this player who doesn't tend to move. He just moves ever so slightly to weave out of the way of weapons. But he really shows that that level of dodging he can do at really fast speeds. When he needs to, he can move. And boy, did he move this round.
Yeah, and I think Woody's lack of ability to fence off any area in preparation for that tether is really what allowed Josie to just, like you said, just do the slight movements that he needed to get out of the way of those bullets. Starwise, what do you also? I was gonna switch to Woody's build, but or to Josie's build, but I feel like still talking about what Woody brought out here. What do you think? Where do you think that went wrong? Because we all thought that he was going to be favored there, and then, things just fell off.
I think it was so we compared to some of the previous matches we saw with the placement of the Quicksilver also had a big play, I'd say, just because it often end up being away from the bunker, leaving it would basically defeated the purpose of the bunker. I mean, it's there to protect you, but if you're gonna play out in the open anyways, just to get some good damage onto your opponent, well, they could return the favor in the same way to you. And Josie's really good at planning around that to see how that would play out and just waiting for that moment to happen, waiting for their opportunity to strike and then strike hard. And that's a lot of what we saw from Josie. Now, also to give to Woody's credit is that like the build itself wasn't too bad. I mean, you saw there were certain parts where it was starting to work. It's just those brief instances, and so far for these matches, it hasn't really been okay. Like one player is doing bad. It's more so of a small mistake that each different player is able to capitalize on, and Josie just knows how to do that a lot better than Woody in this game.
Yeah, and I think that there has been this sort of running theme today about reactive versus proactive play style, and I think that comes into this a lot. Is that with Woody running the bunker and the tether, he had to wait until he saw where that tether was spawning and then go ahead and spawn that bunker on the same side. So sort of a little bit of both, where you have to be proactive and reactive.
This doesn't look like a warm-up round. It looks like we're into our next game.
This looks like a main round, so we'll go ahead and see.
Oh, a double Viper duel, my favorite. This will be fun.
Yep, so we'll go ahead and jump into this next matchup. We're about 30 seconds into this so far. Yeah, and Woody going ahead and pulling out those double Vipers.
The high damage output here, I love it. I just, there's so much to, I think out of all the weapons in the game, Viper is my scariest one to go up against because it's sometimes seemingly faster than you think it goes.
Yeah.
Especially with the curve on the Viper E. And now there's two. Right now you can see Woody able to, oh no, I was about to say Woody's in the lead.
Yeah, Woody. Hey, listen, this is Woody's house that Josie is stepping into here with the double Vipers. So, especially with that Avenade also coming back out into play, I think that now he has all the tools he needs to really be effective here against Josie. All right, setting up that Hammer Ellipse. Pushing everything he's got towards Josie. Josie manages to get a Viper shot off, though.
Woody getting some good damage, too. 10 seconds left. How is it gonna end?
5 seconds. 3, 2,
Oh, a last-minute shot there from Josie from the Raptor Ellipse. And he's going to go ahead and take round one.
3, 2,
Wow, okay, so
blast off.
the amount of damage output both players have is quite similar in a lot of ways. But is this match really just, can they land it?
I mean, Josie is known for playing double Vipers too. It's just interesting because of the other weapons that they're running. Woody coming in with the Hammer Ellipse and the Nade, the Avenade, is going to be a significantly longer cooldown than Josie with the Snowball and the Hammer. It's almost like Josie made this build so that he could do as much damage in as short a time as possible.
Ooh, and there it is. There's that damage you talked about.
Here's the damage. Again, that snowball on a 2-second cooldown. You only get one use of it, but you know, if he does end up landing it, it's gonna provide that that blinding-ish effect on Woody and make it easier for the follow-up Viper shots. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Josie
okay.
taking a Viper bullet now. Ooh, and the snowball. No, Woody's
to the
bad.
face.
He got so
Yeah,
far.
I saw that too.
Oh, the 360
No.
no scope from Josie.
It
It
missed.
cost a Viper shot, but
looked good, though.
the style is unimaginable. Oh, there we go. And Woody's gonna go ahead and take round 2.
I love that brief moment of Woody getting hit by the snowball, and you can see the frustration in the movements. I think that's not stuff you typically see that can capture well in regular PC games, only in VR.
Yeah, well, you know, hey, that's one of the things I love the most about VR, and especially playing these one-on-one games in VR, is just being able to see people's body language.
If I'm not mistaken, in these games, they can still talk to each other, right?
Yes,
Unless they turn
yes.
it up.
They're probably actively talking to each other throughout this entire match, and sadly, we can't hear that through the spectator client, but...
Just pretend there's some good trash talk between them.
Again, the
Woody
mental
loves the trash talk.
game, though, being able to talk to your opponent, there are some players who they just throw you off when they're playing against you. Okay, actually, those weapon throws have really made the most damage that either one of these players has taken so far.
Yeah, I was just about to say, not a lot of damage here.
Oh,
but
I spoke too soon!
Oh, yeah, we
I
did.
spoke too soon! Oh my goodness.
It's a caster curse. We're really good at timing that.
This is why we play best of 5 sets.
Yeah, because
Comebacks.
anything could happen. Oh my goodness. Both players are doing a fantastic job at dodging all these Viper shots. And something you can kind of notice from Josie sometimes, he hasn't done it as much in this match, is the fake out Viper shots. Faking like you're gonna shoot it, not shooting it, and then getting your opponent to dodge in a certain way.
Yeah. Yeah, just a pure intimidation factor on the Viper sometimes is enough. Especially when you have a hazard on the field.
Oh, 10 seconds. I think so.
Unless Josie can really pull something off here in the last couple seconds. Oh, the behind the back snowball is not going to save him.
Not
And
in this
Woody,
case.
Woody's going to take game 4.
Is this
Game
the
3, I'm
series?
sorry, game 3, game 3.
Oh, you like.
Okay, I just want to quickly jump in here and ask Josie a question. Have you lost a bet, which means you can't bring a grenade into your lineup? Because this is the third match we've seen with no nade, no hazard. Josie every game has essentially been playing, I'm going to shoot in front of me, maybe have a bit of curve with a Raptor ellipse. But other than that, he's just playing a very honest game of here are my guns, I'm going to shoot them at you, you've got to dodge. 100%, I think Woody had the far better loadout in that, and I'm not surprised he took the game.
Yeah, you know, kind of like Starwise was talking about. Josie ramps it up. If he finds himself losing, he goes ahead and makes those changes. And I mean, he wasn't even bringing the hammer ellipse, still rocking that normal hammer with the double Viper. So there's definitely room on his build. I mean, of course, still doing well, but that was definitely a match that was decided solely by Vipers. And like we were talking about before, if you have the Viper, but you don't have a hazard to go along with it, it's much, much, much harder to really land. So yeah, what do you...
listen,
Sorry, go ahead, Cap.
I was to say, sorry, I'm a double Viper stan. You see me in queue, I'll be playing double Viper, so this is my bread and butter. If you're bringing double Viper, one of the main things you're trying to do is have something else to distract them. So, for example, just tossing an Ava nade into Josie's lineup would have had a catastrophically different effect on the match. Because as Starwise kind of briefly alluded to in the match, there is that fake out where essentially you put your Viper in front of someone's face and you throw it around. I think it was first popularized by the player Blasted, but loads of players do it. And if you've got an avalanche nade, you chuck that behind them and then just wave it in their face and say, you've got to now decide, look towards the nade or look towards my gun. One of them's going to hit you. But with his current loadout, it's all just look at me. You don't have to look behind you. There's nothing that's going to distract you. You don't have to turn around at all. So just focus on dodging what I've got to bring. Whereas Rudy's got that overnade, he's got that hammer E, so he can have bullets coming from the sides that Josie then has to react to. So yeah, just completely outmatched on the loadout side of things. There are ways of getting a really low cooldown double Viper loadout without sacrificing nades. Just bringing the Majestic nade could have done the trick. But the overnade's definitely worth it, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, and I would be surprised if we didn't see this as the weapon swap that Josie goes ahead and grabs either a nade or another hazard and goes ahead and puts it on. I feel like he's kind of avoiding putting that on. But yeah, Starwise, what do you think about that match?
I love this match because we are starting to see Josie go from base form to Super Saiyan 2. That's what we're going to be seeing up next. And I have a feeling that Fab hit it right on the nail here. Josie didn't have a lot of hazards around at this time, but maybe we can be seeing that next match. It really depends on, because Josie plays literally everything, if I'm not mistaken. They literally could just adapt to any situation at any time. And Woody has been very standard in their ways with slight variances, similar playstyles though, but Woody's also quite flexible just based on both players' times. But we're just seeing Josie that far bit ahead, except in this case here. The hazards really had a big play on focusing, like you Fab was saying, all eyes on Josie the last round, but Woody's saying, well, I'm not the star of this show until I win. Here, take a shot to the face from the back.
Yeah, exactly. And again, especially just making that one swap and actually getting into this, I think I can see it right here. Josie going back for that nade, actually going for a little bit of a hazard we haven't actually seen here yet. And I actually think this might be another matchup where this doesn't look like a disconnection round. So we actually might be getting into things right away off the bat here.
I'll leave you, but I'm very excited to see some Swarm play.
Yes. Some Swarm play for sure.
The Swarm play.
Starwise, do you want to actually go ahead and explain the Swarm to everybody at home?
There's 3 different tiers, so you can kind of see there's a bit of a charge. So we saw, you can see if you take a look at Josie, he should be pulling it up anytime soon, but bit of a charge in, so it does 3 different types of shots. The first shot, you can see it goes in a little bit faster, the second one mediums, and then the third one, the third setting. He's charging it up to full setting right now. Boom, and it has that explosion. However, you saw it disappear. What happened there was Woody was able to stop it because there's a brief second of, I guess kind of like a bullet projectile before the actual projectile spread out.
Woo! Hitting him with that Viper shot. Yeah, so that black box is a projectile that has 0 collision by itself and can be destroyed with pretty much anything. So Woody's going to be looking to play whack-a-mole with those tier 3 tier 3 swarm shots before they become an issue. Oh, doesn't get it there. So that's now going to be just a consistent hazard. He's going to choose and try and shoot it down. That was actually a very nice push from Josie there. Getting back that health advantage in the last 10 seconds. Oh, he's got the double Vipers. Is he going to be able to make it work?
More hazard, maybe. Not quite.
Ooh, just misses that time around, and Josie's going to go ahead and take round 1.
The one Viper shot would have made it work if Woody was able to land it. But I like how Woody's reacting well to the swarm shots here. The black circle you're seeing there just before it actually explodes into the little pellets. Woody's been on top of those every single time so far, except for one.
Yeah, but you know what? I will say that it's almost distracting him more. And then when Josie's really pulling out those hammer ellipse shots, that's really what he needs to be focusing on. Okay, classic setup here with the Avenade and the hammer ellipse. Goes in for the double Viper follow-up. Ooh, and manages to take a couple hits from the hammer ellipse.
That's a juggle. Real weapons on top that swarm, so it's going to be 3 different outputs here. I love how Josie did all 3 at once.
Ooh. Thanks a lot from that hammer ellipse.
1 minute.
If Josie had a signature weapon, it would be the Hammer Ellipse. Now, given everybody uses the Hammer Ellipse, but he by far is the most defining player with it.
That's crazy.
Josie playing up close and personal here almost.
And the full setup. Ooh, he stands in that beam cage.
Woody trying to.
Oh,
And
no,
that-
Rudy, what are you doing?
Frustration.
Oh, no. The heartbreak. The heartbreak. Oh, that out of bounds damage really just completely changing the match there.
This one change in loadout from Josie has just been so overwhelming for Woody.
7 seconds left on the clock.
Oh,
Ooh. Oh, drop blocks the Viper, and Woody tries to juggle, but ends up tossing out his Viper.
the one thing that would have brought Woody back in.
Oh, GG's. GG's there. Excellent set, getting all the way up to that 4th game. And I just watched the replay and saw that Woody's struggles with not being able to hit. So, Cap, come in. Give us our analysis. What do you think?
So, I thought it was a very fun game. That last round, well, the thing about the Swarm is that it poses a big problem for the other player, because if you leave it alone and just let it happen, it will just explode and do a bunch of damage to you. The worst case scenario is when someone with long arms who's freakishly tall manages to get it actually on your podium at level 3, and then you can actually run into it and have 70% of your health go away. So the response then is you try and shoot it when it's a black hole or black ball. That's the ideal solution. Or you do what we saw Rudy do quite a lot in this match and shoot it with the Raptor while it's in that swarmy bullet stage. The problem is that it is a distraction. While the opponent is focused on that, Rudy also has to contend with the fact that Josie's bringing in like a bullet hell on steroids loadout, where you've got the hammer, you've got the hammer E, you've got the hammer nade, and then you've also got the wildcats. It's just a stream of bullets, and you've got a raptor who's trying to shoot this black hole while everything's coming in from your sides. So I don't think Swarm actually was too much of a defining factor in this game. I think this was largely just Josie bringing out very strong bullet hell mechanics. But well done to Rudy for taking a match. I thought it was a fantastic match. I'm really glad we saw it. And just a note on you saying that Josie is by far the best at Hammer E. I will say that there are a few players who I'd actually disagree. I think, there's one of them is in this tournament. Although we haven't seen him play it yet, I think that 24 from recent games is a fantastic hammer clamper. But no doubt, Josie is one of the best players at that weapon, if not the best.
Now, given, I did not necessarily say that he was the best. I was saying that if he had a signature weapon, it would be the hammer ellipse side, because he just uses it so consistently and so across a lot of the builds that he runs in tournaments like this. But yeah, I think it's real important too. We talked about weapons that come from above, come from behind, but sometimes weapons that force you to stare forward at your opponent allows you to get more stuff in from the sides and from them. So I think that was a good point. I agree that it definitely wasn't the highest damage dealer on Josie's build, but I think that it took Woody's attention away just enough from everything else that he was running that he got in some hits because of it.
The thing I'd say is that, I don't think if Josie had brought a different weapon than Swarm, it may not have changed stuff. Just a special note, this is the first match out of the 4 that we saw this set, that Josie had, I suppose, three-dimensional, well, not every it's a three-dimensional game, but, weapons which could come from the sides, which could come from behind, come from above, rather than just allowing Rudy to play that game, I'm going to look at you and dodge, which was the first three matches we saw. So, great match from both of them, and we're going to see both those players play again. We're going to see Josie in the finals. We're going to see Rudy in the 3rd place match. The next match is a match I am very excited for. This is one of my top matches picked for the tournament. Wesso versus 24. I don't know which way it's going to go. The last time these guys faced each other, Wesso took it. But 24's improved a lot since then, and it's going to be very interesting to see how it goes. And I don't think we'll see it. I don't believe 24 will go back on syllogism and bring back the tether. I would like to see a tether versus tether matchup.
Now, that's always fun. Always fun to see the tether versus tether. As much as I love Wesso, I am actually going to give it to 2-4, I think, on this next match. Especially if he goes back to, the build that he's comfortable playing, the sort of bullet swarm build. I think that, excuse me, that's what we weren't seeing before when Tesso was pulling out that tether. And I think that that's exactly what 2-4 is going to be bringing to this next matchup. Starwise, what do you think going into this next matchup? Possibly, even outside of finals, I think one of the most tight matches that we have for today.
I think so too, and I think I might even go for 2-4 as well, just because I like the way that they played around with the tether versus how Wesso played it. And that doesn't discredit both of them. They're both fantastic players in their own right. I think it's just the type of play styles. Certain things have a much more higher, I guess, suitability. I don't know the word, but just it's much more well suited to certain players. And I think 2-4 might be in that case. However much it may be, it could be just a sliver a bit more. It's just enough to put them ahead in my book.
Yeah, so I believe we're going to be heading into a brief intermission here. So when we get back, we will be going into the hype match, 2-4 versus Wesso, and then we'll be starting off on our final matches. I believe we'll be doing the bronze match and then the grand finals. Both of those will be best of 7, so stick around. We'll be right back.
Sober up and the feeling has changed. Sober up and the feeling has changed and I gotta go home. You follow me through my heart into my soul. You fall asleep in my arms, and I realize something went wrong.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here live, right back in to the action for a brand new matchup of 24 versus Wesso. I do apologize for having the names incorrectly displayed there, but we are already done with the round. Wesso has gone down in a flash. Starwise, if you blinked, you would have missed it. What just happened there? Or 24, excuse me, went down.
I do want to say I blinked a little bit, but
Yeah,
I mean, it was
I
just,
know.
I was looking at the score, and then all of a sudden, oh wow, one round's gone. Oh wait, a second round's gone. But I think so far what we're seeing is just Wesso was able to compile that damage.
might have
in
been-
at the right time.
That must have been the warm-up round. I think now we're into it. That had to have been the warm-up round. That was very quick. I think now we're into the actual back and forth here. I do apologize for the mistake there, but I think correct me if I'm wrong there, Star, but I think that's what we were seeing. Is now this certainly seemed like a much more honest back and forth as Wesso and 24 get started in on the exchanging of blows. Wesso taking a bit more health out the gate here in the first 30 seconds.
Exactly. So I think that's going to be the case here too. Is just that first round was the lag test round.
Yep.
Sometimes it's a little hard for us to determine, especially when you have the VR headset on for the players. You don't really look at the screen too, so it's definitely fun to coordinate. But I mean, look at this damage coming from Wesso. He's got the tether ready to go, but the output isn't quite there on the 2-4.
I mean, one thing we're seeing from these players that have been winning today is that they're very good at dodging. And I think 24 clearly displaying that here. To be able to dodge these tethered shots is very impressive. They're dodging the guns thrown at them. They're grabbing, and it's a very good job of weathering the storm, so to speak. They also have that shield that comes up from time to time and really helps them stay alive. And they almost start capitalizing on the fact that Wesso is tethering to assault them when they can, because they know Wesso's not going to want to move too far from that tether location.
And I also want to emphasize a little bit more too, because the way that these players set up for these potential dodges to happen is just so difficult to dodge. The fact that they can even dodge a single bullet is just incredible on its own. But so far, 20 seconds left. Wesso down to half, 24 just a little bit above. We could be seeing the final push.
There comes the assault, a nice bit of shooting there. Just barely taking Wesso down a touch here as 24 dodges and blocks the bullets coming in. Not that one, though. That's a big hit. There's an even bigger one. 24 goes down and is completely chugged apart. Wesso takes the first round. 24.
Goodness, you can't see this here. I'm watching the video cams. Fab is just like jumping up and down with excitement with how quickly that turned around the last few seconds.
A absolutely stellar rebound from Wesso there, and it's why you can never count a round out in those final moments. I mean, especially with a game like Blaston, these rounds are quick. 2 minutes of pure
hype.
sweaty action, you know, and it is so fun to watch these players go at it right here as Wesso finally takes the first bit of damage 30 seconds in before someone finally takes a hit there, Star.
I love the term you use, sweaty action, because nothing puts a new term to sweaty gamers than VR physical movement back and forth. But literal damage being put in onto 24. West is matching a good output here, but Tether is in for West. So see what he can do. Continue on. Is it okay?
Hammer. Comes the hammer. Here comes the full assault, trying to really minimize the space that Wesso can dodge, and there connects a few bullets, chipping them down just a bit. 24, they're taking a little bit of damage. Maybe they didn't intend to. Thought they had been securely around the bullets, but does get chipped down themselves as well. So a bit of damage for damage. Wesso stays in the lead here as we get into the back half of the round. 45 seconds on the clock for these teams, players, to work their health bars down. Here comes an assault, the juggle attempt from Wesso. 24 again with great dodge. Here comes the tether assault, another bit of great dodging, only one bullet connecting.
My goodness, I love the timing from that from Wesso. Juggling, maneuvering around the wall. Every damage coming in, but oh my gosh, able to secure onto 24, but 24 dealing damage right back onto Wesso. 20 seconds left. How is it going to turn out? Tether play coming in from Wesso. 24 dodging left and right. It is not over yet. There's 14 seconds left. Both players cannot stay still.
I mean, the respawns are going to come in perfect time here for Wesso to put one more assault out. They just have to weather this storm from 24. Everyone's chipping away. Wesso gets down to the floor, and they take a few bullets. Nothing's here for them to do anything. The final bit of assault. The shield's there for 24.
24! What? What happened there? Back and forth. I'm speechless.
It's timing between these two players and understanding each other's assaults, when things are going to be coming in, recognizing what items are on cooldown from their opponent and what they have available, and then trying to synchronize things up. Again, trying to hit Wesso when they're going for the tether play because they know the location that they'll be in. It's just a lot of tactical thinking that's going on that you're not even really seeing, obviously, but it happens so quick. It's just so interesting to watch these players juke and dive like they are right now. I mean, 24, again, like I said earlier, these two players have got to be breaking out in a heavy sweat right now.
Oh, sure, I can imagine them in the game. You'll hear them breathing heavily because of how tired they must be from those type of movements. And the tournament is not over. There'll still be a match after this, no matter who wins. And I can imagine that they'll be tired after this one too. But I mean, they play quite often as well, so maybe there's a bit of a leeway for that.
They've had breaks, for what it's worth. There's been time between games, so they have had some time to recharge. To your point, there won't be a lot of time between this game and the bronze matchup to recharge, so the loser here definitely going to get a little bit of a test of stamina, which is what I always do love to see in these VR esport tournaments. You just get to see a test of a player's overall training and conditioning of a game. It's something you just don't see anywhere else in esports. So one of the things I love about, especially Blaston in particular, with how much and how active you're getting, is we get into the back half of this round, this deciding round for our first game of the afternoon.
Something I'm pretty also noticing on here is Wesso's movements are very quick and fast in acceleration. So you see Wesso immediately jump across the podium and immediately come back in very quick ways, but not in this case here. Wesso takes some heavy damage.
Final 5 seconds. Where's the assault coming from? There's a nice nade that comes up and forces 24 to the back of the zone. Wesso putting out their final assault. It's enough to weather them away. And Wesso taking game 1 here against 24. I mean, I think we're going to stay here. Maybe we'll go to a loadout change. I imagine 24 is going to maybe reevaluate their kit here. Because, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, Cap. 24 is the favorite here in this matchup.
Well, on paper, yes. There's a reason that this was my #1 pick for games to see, and it's really showing how close it can be. Wesso won the last time they played each other. 24 has shown that he's one of the best players in the world, but Wesso also has that title. Honestly, if I was to see a loadout swap from 24, I'd almost quite like to see him bring a Viper. 24's original build, which he really started to rise to prominence within the Blaston community, was a double nade hammery Viper loadout. And that Viper might be able to have a bit more counter pressure against Wesso's pushes. Anyway, we're going back into loadout. Let's see what happens. No change to loadouts.
No.
I don't know if it's going to be a bad thing. The games are close enough; it can go either way. So I don't think it's necessarily, 24 not having the right kit. It's just it's a very close match.
Yeah.
Fab, just before you head out, I want also to give some time to talk about the tether and how that actually might play with the nades that we're seeing here. Does a nade timing, how do you time the nade properly with the tether in this case? Or especially for West.
Well,
so like
well,
when you
really,
throw the nade.
Wesso's the master of that. When you first click a nade, you got 3 seconds before it goes off. So really, you want to throw the nade after holding on to for about 1 to 2 seconds, so it pops just behind someone as you're shooting them with the bullets. So they are not going to look at the grenade. They're going to get some free damage on it because they've got to look towards where all the bullets are coming from and eat them up. I'll let you guys get back into casting. See you at the next break.
Absolutely. We are into game number 2 of this set. Already one going into the hands of Wesso as 24 had to sit down after that one, take a little bit of a breather, maybe just get their mind right for this round, because right now they are taking it to Wesso, an absolute assault on their HP bar there as they now take a big lead going into this back 30 seconds of round 1.
Wesso is so good at dodging here, but the brief moment when Wesso pulls onto the tether here, oh my god, ducking, weaving, bobbing, dodging, here we go, Wesso trying to hold on for dear life, and now tethered to the corner. 24 might have that chance to be able to secure this last 20 seconds, especially with Wesso in the red.
I love seeing the upfront assault with that hammer, really trying to limit the distance that the bullet travels, getting right up into the face of 24. 24, though, again, displaying some great dodging. It now has trapped Wesso on the floor. That is round 1 done just before time is up. You can go back and look at that replay where 24 really kicked off the assault there onto Wesso. The ellipse rounds. I mean, talk to me about them, Starwise. They seem to be a challenge here throughout the entirety of this tournament.
So now we're seeing kind of a reverse situation from the last round, or at least the last game. 2-4 is almost positioning Wesso in a way to prevent that movement, or at least kind of throw him off his footing, because you could only move in certain ways. The body only has certain limits. And I think 24 is almost pushing Wesso to those limits and saying, hey, if you want to go beyond this, you either have to like break your back or just take some damage. And I really doubt Wesso will want to do that.
We're now into the thick of it. I mean, 45 seconds down. This may be the longest time we've gone without any damage done between either one of the players, Wesso and 24. I think maybe figuring out each other's sort of strategies. We haven't had a loadout change. The first bit of damage does come through, and it's 1 point of damage. Wesso is leading in the final minute of this round with 1 point of damage. There's finally a bullet that connects to give them a little bit more of a bounce, a buffer room, but not anymore. Wesso gets hit with a nice nade there. Good toss coming in from 24. Here comes the assault. 24 gets hit multiple times. A nice bit of trading back and forth here as Wesso retakes the lead. 35 seconds left. Plenty of time in a Blaston round. It almost means too much time for Wesso to weather, and you can see there they get chipped away. Now 24 retaking. A bit of back and forth as a weapon does connect on the 24. And again, a good firefight to draw 24 to the ground. Damage connects there. Wesso, no, huge hits.
Back and forth. Literally forcing Wesso to go back and forth from the podium. And he hasn't been able to catch up at all. I mean, he's got some good damage output, but 24 is just dealing so much more. Look at this here. Wesso can barely dodge it. It almost seems like a bit of fatigue might be kicking in, or maybe just 24 is positioning it so well, but it doesn't even matter. Time's gonna run out here, and that's gonna be now 1-1 for both players.
The tether, Cap, we're not seeing it come into terrible effect here in this series. Is it a hindrance to Wesso? Do we need a loadout change here, or do you think they can try and bounce back?
I don't think tether will ever be a hindrance to Wesso. Wesso has made his name on tether.
Yeah.
Well, I would say if I was going to change anything about these players' builds, I would actually probably like to see a nade on 24. Maybe get rid of that Raptor, bring in a nade. Although the Raptor is very nice because it is both an offensive and defensive weapon, and especially against Tether. It's quite nice at popping some of the incoming Raptor shots.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't think Wesso is ever going to swap out of Tether unless he's trying to flex.
Okay.
So
Interesting.
maybe fifth round.
Maybe 24. We've talked about loadouts at the start, right? There are counters to loadouts and kits that people are still even figuring out now, even as we get just days leading up to a revamp and what we may expect from the meta with the Reloaded update. I mean, do you think maybe 24 has figured out just how to counter Wesso this afternoon, or are we just? I guess it's even now, right? It's 1-1, so maybe it's anybody's game.
Anyone's game. What I would say is these two are both phenomenal dodgers, and they're pretty similar dodging styles. Both of them go to ground very quickly, and really what we're seeing here is just it's not so much. It's two competing strategies, and it's a question of who can execute best. Both of these players are so good at these loadouts they're bringing. I'm not necessarily thinking it's a way of out counterpicking or out strategizing. It's really just come down to outplaying.
Oh
anyway,
no!
You guys
Yeah.
are very left. Oh, that's very Western. He doesn't think he's winning the round. He'll put his head out. He doesn't want to waste time on the round. He doesn't see he's winning.
Yeah, again, something to touch on that we do talk about a little bit, but we don't see often enough. If you get outside of your play space, you take massive damage. Wesso really just demonstrating the mechanic well there, intentionally, albeit, but it does, that mechanic forces you to stay within the edges of your play space. It does, at the end of the day, limit how far you can move. Wesso not happy taking damage there, especially since they had gotten a nice little advantage up against 24 early into our second round here.
Yeah, still could be in very much Wessel's way, and I like that we didn't see much of the loadout change, because I think that they're both playing it very well. It's just who was able to better execute it, and they're both very solid in the way that they're executing it. And as we've been seeing, 24 and Wessel, they're going back and forth so far. It's still anybody's game at this point.
24 with a nice little lead here, as just a chip away at Wesso. You seen the shield use come in to deny the bullets from coming into Wesso's play space. Here comes the tether play, trying to get right up into the front of the zone. But with everything they got, couldn't get the final bit of bullets out with that tether, and you can see they're a little bit disappointed they couldn't string together that combo fast enough, especially now as 24 chips away at their health again. Wesso again disappointed that they are taking damage here, and maybe succumbing to the reality of their situation for at least this second game. I don't think there's at any point to really give up though, Star, because again, we've seen huge comebacks in the back half, the back 30 seconds of a round.
I mean, a lot of factors in of maybe physical limitations too. We talk about that from time to time. Wesso might just be, wanting to conserve that energy as well, using it for something much more winnable in these cases. Like 15 seconds left, very unlikely. Might still want to go for it. It's still not out of the realm of possibility, but you can see him kind of spinning around here. You can see he's sort of done with this particular round, or I guess this particular game, because it's 2-1, so he still can win the next one and then the one after that. But it's a lot of conservation in that, and that energy that you might have in stamina, and who knows really how much Wesso has left. We can't quite see it here with the virtual avatars, but Wesso might be starting to feel something, but it is going to be a loadout change here.
Yep, and loadout change indeed. It does give us a little bit of time to take a look at the overall scoreboard of this afternoon. We've tuned into it a few times here today, but you can see we've gone through 5 total sets so far. We're on our final set here of the semifinals. We'll then be taken to a brief break, leading us into the bronze match and the final match, both best of 7, so get ready for even more blast-on action here the back half of your afternoon. But yes, we are just waiting for a loadout change. And Cap, scoreline here is 24 up, 2-1. It's kind of a do or die moment.
Well, so as I said in the last round, I don't necessarily think it's a question of loadouts needing to be switched. However, at this point, I definitely think that loadouts do need to be switched, because those last 2 rounds we saw definitely looked demoralized. And I could see him getting frustrated. There were definite reasons to be frustrated in that match. So I think that he essentially is going to move into a new loadout, have a clean slate. Hopefully that's going to give them essentially a mental boost that, it's not the same game we were playing 30 seconds ago.
Yeah.
We've got a new match, new strategies to play with. I don't think I would see 24 change much from his end, although I would like to see a grenade put in there. But it's working for him as it stands, so I reckon he's going to keep it as is.
It's been so many rounds today. I think I said it wrong. Is it 1-1 or 2? Did I have we played 3
2-1.
rounds? 2-1. Okay,
2-1.
so I had the
3
score
rounds.
line right. I had the score line
Wesso
right.
won the first.
Yeah.
24
okay.
1-2.
Okay, so it is 24 up 2-1 right now, and we are getting ready to jump into our next round. So we'll see what the changes involve in the specific loadouts. While we are doing this, a quick shout out to the folks that are tuning in, whether it's on Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, or Horizon Venues. We really do appreciate you all stopping by. I saw Oolong put the headset on while they are taking their break. I put it on during my break to get in there. I saw Dufour in there, so if you want to chat it up with one of the devs of the game, or if you see them in there, give them a shout. They are a fantastic developer and really a great element in driving this whole Blaston esport and competitive scene. So a big shout out to them. Shout out to all the mods. Sloweed has been very integral in operating the tournament alongside both Fabulous, Starwise, and Oolong, everyone that has been participating here this afternoon. Big shout out to you as well. We're not obviously anywhere near done, but just as we do have some downtime, always a good time to give some shout outs to the folks, because again, we really do appreciate the support. And if you don't know what Venues is, I do recommend you go download it on your Quest or Quest 2. It's an app you can get for free right now, Horizon Venues. You can watch these games inside VR. It's a very cool way to enjoy the competitive space of VR esports. VRML has been doing it for, I think, maybe several years now within the venue space. But yeah, I look forward to ideally more of this once we get into a regular season cadence with Blaston. So keep the eyes peeled for more Blaston action in the venue space in the future. We are, again, just waiting for 24 and Wesso to get all sorted, and then we are going to get back into the action real quick while we are I don't know if we saw or are looking at loadouts. Do we see any changes coming in there from 24 or Wesso in their kits? Cap, did you see anything?
Oh no, I was too busy focusing on how I looked on camera, to be
course.
completely
I
honest.
didn't
Well,
see
it's
any
important.
either.
It's
It didn't
important.
quite load in just yet, so we are still clueless. They'll know, but we don't.
Okay. Well, once we get in, we'll analyze what they're bringing in to the regular round start here. Again, this is the potential do or die round for, it is set points right now for 24 if they can manage to take this. So the winner here moves on to the finals, loser down to the third place. And we haven't talked about it much at all, but HyperX has been sponsoring, is sponsoring the event. You're seeing me use the HyperX Quadcast S with the Cloud 2 wireless headphones. But we are offering up prizes for the event. First place comes away with a Cloud 2 Alpha headset. Second place with Bluetooth earbuds. Third place with in-ear earbuds. So there is something worth competing for here this afternoon at the end of the day. We haven't talked about it at all, Cap. Do you think the pressure is starting to factor in here at all? The as you get to the back half, the later ends of these rounds.
I think, as someone who's competed in a tournament, the pressure does build up. You know you're on stream. This is your last round to kind of do or die. And, I mean, if you don't feel the pressure, you're feeling the adrenaline.
Yeah.
Let's just have a look at the loadouts that we're seeing. 24 bring the same loadouts as before, and Wesso has brought in a hammer ellipse. So that's interesting. I don't think he had that before. So that's what he's brought in. I think that's just giving him a bit more setup to go for the combo. Give something other than just a hammer for 24 to look at before he pushes in.
I don't know if we're into the actual gameplay or if we're into a lag test, but it seems to me like we are.
This is
into the
gameplay,
actual
guys.
Gameplay.
Take it away.
The gameplay.
Yeah, looking at the dodging there from Wesso as they jump down to the floor. They are definitely live and playing out here. What is game number 4 of this set? Here comes the tether assault from wesso, but a good bit of shield work from 24 to dodge it. Even more coming in from wesso. Finally, one of those connects and does a little bit of damage there. wesso back in this round as another assault comes in. Another bit of good dodging. Not quite enough from 24. wesso also taking some damage. A nice bit of trading back and forth there between the two.
My favorite part in this game, or this particular round so far, is there's a lot of moments where both players just shoot everything, and there's so many yellow pellets coming in from everywhere that it's just like, none of them are going to get away from it unscathed. And you can see that clearly now. They're both roughly around 3/4 health. I don't know, who do you think is ahead a little bit? I think it's wesso, maybe? My eyes are deceiving.
Oh, I was gonna say, I think 24 is ahead right now.
And I've like that dress. Is it black and blue or white and gold?
Yeah, who knows? It's impossible to tell. But either way, it's very close. A bullet away at this point. And when there's so many going into the playing field, it's well, there one is enough
now we know,
to get
now
to the
we know.
lead. Yep, 24 connects there. Finally, the nade wasn't enough to block all the bullets, and another nice little assault from 24, but again, not quite enough. wesso, or excuse me, from wesso, as they do get chipped away. There's some big damage. wesso really getting hit hard. One final assault coming in, and 24 dodges that cluster nade.
wesso not having a lot, just gonna spin around here, throw things away, knows it's more or less over here, and that's gonna be the first round going at 24.
Pressure now starts to mount up a bit. Elimination from the tournament is a potential threat here for the likes of wesso. If they lose this next round, we'll have to see if 24 continues their winning streak here, or if wesso can get back on top here, put some rounds back on the board. They did such a good job coming out the gate, taking one. Maybe just ignited a fire under 24, and since then we've just seen a consistent bit of winning coming in from them.
This is so difficult to watch too, because look at the output that wesso is putting in. So many bullets and pellets are just being rained down on 24 from so many different angles, and 24 goes through them almost as like it's nothing. It's slow bobs and beads, nothing like jumping or ducking. 24 just makes their way through. But on the reverse side, wesso hasn't had that same amount of dodging. It's just been, you know, slight chips of damage until it's no longer a chip damage. It's a full-on something big to the face.
I mean, what's the common phrase? A good defense is a good the best defense is a good offense. I think 24 is really just keeping wesso, threatened here. They are keeping them pressured even when they want to assault. So much so that they've gone into a full tantrum there, as the nade did not explode before it made contact with 24. I think that's what seemed to me what they were upset about. And now a little bit of juggling as wesso shows off in what could be the last round of this tournament for them.
When your back's against the wall, this could be the most dangerous time. If you can't expect what you're doing yourself, the enemy player can't either. So we don't know what the West is going to pull out. We don't know what's going to really happen here, but it looks like he's not giving up just yet. Going to give it everything they've got. 20 seconds left. They've taken some heavy damage, and the cooldown still not there just yet. There might be one more push to end it all.
10 seconds coming in. wesso's trying to stock up the items available for a final assault. Here comes the hammer shots. The final 5 seconds for them to chip away at 24's HP. The shield comes out at a key moment to deny the tether, and wesso is done. 24 taking the match 3-1. A solid performance from them, but they are our winner here for the semifinals. They'll be moving on to go up against our champion of the previous match. Oh, I meant to go here. That would be josie. And so, Cap, I mean, hey, you predicted it as the potential final matchup, josie and 24. We're going to get it now.
Yeah, honestly, this isn't a great result just because we're going to see 24 play josie in the finals. It's also a great result because we get to see Woody and wesso play, which is a fantastic match to watch. Last time I saw it in the Val Winter event. It was Woody versus wesso. Woody went up the first two matches, and then wesso brought it back by because it was a double tether duel, and wesso switched out that laser build, that laser tether loadout we saw earlier on in the tournament, and then brought it back 3 matches in a row to close it out 3-2. Then they met again in the semi-finals, but Wesso had to run off because he was late for an event, so we never got to see how the rematch would have ended. And now we get to see that in the third place round. And again, 24 versus Josie is going to be a really fun match to watch. The last two matches we've seen, we saw one where Josie and 24 was a very close match, which went to the fifth match, and the one after that was a less close match. But from what I understand, on the day 24 had just come back from sport practice, was rather tired. So, it's hopefully he's well rested today, and we'll get a really good match on our hands. Either way, the next two matches are going to be incredible. Those were, if you remember at the start of this tournament, I said the three matches I wanted to see were Wesso versus 24, 24 versus Josie, and Rudy versus Wesso. And also Rudy versus 24 was another match I wanted to see. But we're getting to see most of them, so I'm over the moon.
Yeah, it has been an exciting tournament for me too, especially coming in with a bit of a fresher perspective to the Blaston esports scene. Overall, really, again, just impressed with the play we're seeing this afternoon, how aggressive some of these plays are, the coordination and the thought that's been going into the loadouts. You can just tell there is really a lot of, I suppose, love and care for the game coming in from these players. It really shows that they have played this game a lot, that they've put a lot of their time into understanding it, and it's just been super fun to tune into here. Starwise, you have escaped the whole prediction thing, from what I can remember, and you're not off the hook, my friend. You're going to be, I think, departing us after this game, but I got to know who you think is going to be 1, 2, and 3 at the end of this tournament.
All right. I escaped it because I wasn't there at the beginning. So 1, 2, and 3. I think it's gonna be Josie takes the win. I've got to leave it at that because Josie. I mean, how can you not say it's Josie? Such strong showings every single time, and I get the feeling that we still haven't seen the full depth of what Josie can pull out, because there's only a select few players who's able to pull it out here. But if 24 could give them a run for the money at this case, but I think it's going to be first Josie, then 24, and then between Wesso and Woody, I think I'll give it to Woody here, just because once Wesso starts to get a little bit of inside their own head, it's hard to escape from that, and we saw that heavily in the last game.
Yeah, for sure. You talk about the mental element of this game, like I was saying, it's a big factor, and especially when you get into tournament time, how do you deal with a bad start, a tough sequence that you didn't anticipate? It's all the excitement of the event. It's why we're tuning in here this afternoon to, again, a fantastic Blaston preseason invitational. We have more games coming up, but we are going to cut to a brief break while we get set up and ready for the bronze match. Thank you so much for tuning in. Don't go anywhere. More Blaston in just a few minutes.
Sober up and the feeling has changed and I gotta go home. You follow me through my heart into my soul. You go sleep in my arms. I realize something went wrong. Sober up and the feeling has changed and I gotta go home. You follow me through my heart into my soul. You go sleep in my arms. And I realize something went wrong.
This
We are right
looks-
into it, potentially. This might be the DC round either way. Yeah, it is. Certainly
This
would
is.
not be.
This is it.
No, this is you think this is the game right here? You think Woody's taking? No, this is a desync round. But welcome back, everybody. We are getting ready for Wesso versus Woody Plays YouTube. For those that are just tuning in, my name is Nightfire with 2 E's. I'm joined by my co-caster, Dr. Oolong, and our fantastic analyst desk constituent, Captain Fabulous. How are we all feeling this afternoon? We are just minutes away from getting into the action. I think maybe now they're starting it for real.
Yep. It looks like now is when we're starting it up. I'm feeling good. I
get that going.
got 2 cups of tea during the break. I checked out the Facebook venues. That's actually pretty cool. So shout out to everybody who saw me for all of 5 seconds in the Facebook venues. Thanks for coming to the event. It's super cool to be doing something that cyberpunk.
Oh my goodness, Wesso absolutely laying in to Woody there. Half their health gone in the first 30 seconds. A nice start. Here come the nade assault from both ends. That's going to require a bit of dodging on both ends parts, and Woody ends up taking more of the damage. Wesso doing a good job of dodging, really dodging here on display, Oolong.
Yeah. And again, you know, he's pulling out that big purple laser, and you think it's going to be stalling his build, but he's been doing a good job managing all these cooldowns and getting the damage in when he can.
How much health does those nades have? Because it seems like they can block at least a couple of bullets.
25. So normal weapons will have 15 health. Nades have 25, so you aren't imagining it. They can actually block a little bit more than your average weapon.
So I imagine the meta, from what we're seeing here with Wesso at least, is to proc that nade, and while it's procced, you block a few bullets and then throw it to detonate it.
Exactly. Especially considering that the hammer ellipse, those bullets don't have that high of collision. He actually will be able to block more than 3, I believe.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And here comes maybe the final assault from Wesso as Woody really suffering here, forced over into the back corner of their room. As the clock ticks down, we'll have to see if they can bounce back here from this. Well, they won't be able to. From this tough start, round 1 in the books. And, you know, I'm curious on your thoughts here, Oolong. If you're Woody, do you just kind of take it easy at this stage, you know, this round, you know, try to save some energy?
Yeah, I think that really he was waiting for an opportunity to possibly use those double vipers, but I think sadly it just came too late in the round. You know, Wesso's really firing off everything he has, no pun intended. And he's stalling himself out because of it. So if Woody can avoid taking damage right at the beginning, like sadly, like he did this round, he actually might have an easier time coming back through with the double vipers. But on the flip side, those double vipers are going to be most useful when Wesso's firing off all of his stuff.
And I mean, the double vipers to me almost feel kind of dangerous if you're going up against them, right? Because you can suddenly just be losing. You could have a nice, comfortable lead. You could have chipped away a half of their health, and if those double vipers connect, I mean, that's more than, is that 2/3 of your HP practically?
Yeah, double vipers connecting is more than half. It's 60, so it's just shy of 2/3. So yeah, so okay, Wesso. Ooh, but just there, just what we were talking about. Wesso went through and did an amazing push there with the tether, but just one Viper shot was all it really took, and given they aren't even, but they're a lot closer than they were last round.
That Viper shot doesn't connect. Wesso is nowhere near, or Woody is nowhere near competing in this round, but just like you said, one bullet, and here we are a minute in, and more than half health for Woody. Back against the wall a little bit in our in this second round here, and there's a good bit of denial of zone coming in. The guns connecting, Woody doing everything they can to do any damage they can. And I mean, again, those guns are only doing what, 1 or 2 damage max?
Yeah, you're talking about the weapon throws. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes,
there
the
we
weapon
are! Oh my goodness, that was beautiful.
What happened there? That had to have been the double
a
Viper,
last-minute
right?
curve from the very left-hand side of Wesso's play area. It curved all the way to the very edge of like the arena itself, and then curved back and hit Wesso. That's why he was clapping at the end there. There was just so much else going on that it was really hard to see, and it just snuck in and took out Wesso there. So amazing comeback from Woody, just showing how dangerous these double Vipers can be.
Well, you can
Okay,
see,
drop block from Wesso there is going to get rid of the Viper bullet. Now he's paying attention.
it looked like Wesso was going to set up for a bit more of an assault after just denying some of that zone, but they couldn't because they had to get ready to dodge that quick shot coming in from Woody. The counterplay going on here, Oolong. They've got to be trying to think ahead. What's this guy going to pick? How do I counter it accordingly?
And actually, Wesso holding on to the Viper Ellipse here just to prevent it from spawning on Woody's side. He's willing to not use a second weapon just to make sure that Woody doesn't get another opportunity like he did last round. But yeah, you know, it's really just a matter of getting your opponent flat-footed. The Viper, especially that straight Viper, again, we kind of talked about it earlier, but its reload speed, its fire rate is actually way higher than you may expect. And so you've got to constantly be on alert, making sure that you're watching out for it, especially when there's just so much else going on.
A onslaught here between both players. A great back and forth to decide this game. Round 3. 30 seconds left. Here comes the assault from Wesso. The nade up top. Woody gets completely caught with the full barrage. That hurts.
Oh my
massively.
god, and that purple laser does just so much damage. It actually does probably just as much damage as the Vipers that Woody can pull out.
Double
But he's
Viper
gonna
comes
try and end
out.
it.
Oh, that's it. Woody doesn't seem to have any utility to go to. They take the final bullet. Wesso comes out on top and take the game. An exciting start here. We're gonna head into a loadout change. I suppose to not really anyone's surprise, right? When the games are on the line, you got to try and adjust accordingly and get ready for the next bit of action. Cap, quite an exciting start to this bronze match.
Yeah, no, it's a really exciting match. Now, the thing about this matchup is you've got Tether going into double Viper. Now, the thing about Tether is you're strongest when you're at the front of your podium and you're laying into people. The thing about double Viper is you're strongest when you're at the front of your podium laying into people. And if you've got a Tether player in front of a Viper player and they're next to each other, Tether player, although his bullets are very fast, he's only got one gun. And a double Viper player can just outdamage them, assuming they can hit them. And that's how we saw Woody win round 2. He landed 2 hits at the very end, while Wesso was doing a Tether push. But the really interesting thing about Wesso's build is by bringing in that laser, that means that the Viper player who likes movement, who likes to be able to dodge out the way and just stand at the front, is now confined into a space. It makes it harder to throw your Vipers. It puts you on the back foot. And that's really kind of a nice counter to the pressure that Rudy's able to put out with those double Vipers. I actually don't have any predictions to how they're going to change up their loadouts. This Wesso's build is the build he used to come back when he was down 2-0 against Rudy and then brought it back to 3-2 against him in the last one. So what I imagine now is Rudy's probably trying to think about how he can counter this. The one way that is going off in my head is that we saw Rudy bring back Bunker against Josie. Now, what does Bunker do good? What did I mention? It's a very good counter pick earlier on in this tournament. Well, it's a very good counter pick against both Tether and Laser. So I suppose Rudy's perspective, that might be what he's thinking of bringing next. Wesso is a very cerebral player. I know he looks like he sulks sometimes and he dances, but he's got a very in-depth mind when it comes to this game, and I think he might try and counterpick that counterpick. But what
My
that might
prediction
be
from Woody's side, and I'm cheating a little bit since we're already getting into the game here, but my prediction is that Woody's going to go back to the triple nade, his juggle build, because I think that's what he's comfortable with, and I think that it will give him enough damage to just immediately shut down Wesso if he does go for the tether.
I see a little communication going on here.
I'm not
back and
seeing
forth.
health bars, which is kind of interesting.
Oh, interesting.
Me
Well,
neither.
maybe we'll see him once the round starts.
I'm spectating in a separate client, and I didn't see it either. So
A little peel back behind the onion. Either way, it does seem like we're having
Glitched out. Happens.
some technical issues, but we do appreciate everyone hanging out with us and bearing with us through these technical difficulties. And again, a great start to this back and forth. You can't ask for a better than round three rounds, right? I mean, that's doesn't get better than that. So quite a good game one. Looking forward to game two. Maybe we can start thinking a little bit farther ahead to the finals matchup that's going to come up right after this. We're going to keep the flow going here. We are finishing off this tournament tonight, this afternoon, this evening, whatever time it is for you. The finals is coming up after this game. So you're going to want to catch it.
Hey, Nightfire, thinking really, really far ahead. We have a couple people in chat who are talking and are getting excited about the possibility of VR Master League Blaston League. Out of curiosity, hypothetically, how would one get involved with that upcoming league?
You would head on over to the vrml.com website. You can find all of the information you need on vrml.com with all the different leagues. I don't believe the league webpage is up yet for Blaston, but we do have the tournament page up there that gives you some information, directs you to the Blaston Discord, where is the place you'll find the VRML discussion and threads. And so that's
vrml.com. vrml.com.
Easy to remember, easy to enter in, easy place to find all of the info you need. Twitch, Twitter, Facebook links, everything that you want is there. So do check that out. I would appreciate you stopping by. Also, obviously, keep your eyes peeled for announcements coming in from both Blaston and Resolution Games, but also that VRML Twitter page. We always like to keep the communities up to date on when things are going live. That's how we put out announcements for the most part. So going to be a good way to stay tuned in on all of the coming ups of what is going to be the VRML regular season. Like you said, Oolong, I guess it's already spoiled. It's right above my head in big bold letters, preseason invitational. You have to have a season to have a preseason. So yes, we are certainly going to be having a season coming up down the road for Blaston and VRML. It's just a matter of timing, and that announcement will be coming out more officially in the future. But maybe a little teaser that it is coming up. But again, I'm not hiding it. It's in bold letters above my head. Preseason invitational. We want people to get excited and get ready. And again, it's the perfect time to do it. We're giving out codes if you want to get a free key to the game in chat. But also on top of that, we have this huge update coming to the game where if you're new, it's going to be the perfect time to start to try and play competitively, learn the game, develop your own meta because you're going to be learning just along with the game along with the rest of the folks as it gets its updates. So really a great time.
And for everybody at home, that is at VR Master League. That is at VR Master League on twitter.com.
Yes.
So be sure to follow them and stay up to date on everything with the new Blaston VR Master League. All right,
Things
now
are
that that
still
plugging is
having-
over, I believe we can get into this game.
I wish we could. It seems we're still having tech issues on one of the players, Wesso, having some issues there. So again, we're just going to have to be a little bit patient on the start of this game. If for those that are tuning in, maybe wondering what's going on, we are waiting for that restart, I suppose, to the third place match. That's where we're at right now. We've gone through a heck of a lot of good games so far today, gentlemen. It has been fantastic battling back and forth. Starting from round one all the way through the semis, it has just been really a treat for me, especially as someone relatively new to the game, to experience and start to understand the real nuance and skill that these players are bringing to the table here this afternoon. Whoever ends up coming out on top and taking some of that prize pool is certainly deserved of it. And so I'm really looking forward to getting into the back half of this tournament. I think we will cut to a brief break while we wait and try and sort out this technical issue. And when we come back, it'll be right in to game number 2 between Wesso and Woody plays our third place match, a best of 7. Don't go anywhere. More Blaston in just a few.
Sober up and the feeling has changed and I gotta go home. You follow me through my heart into my soul. You gotta see it in my arms. Gotta realize something went wrong. Sober up and the feeling has changed and I gotta go home. You follow me through my heart into my soul. You gotta see it in my arms. Gotta realize.
If you're going to plug your stream,
And that's
I'm going to
back in.
plug
I'm not
best
sure
part
if
of
this
your
is
stream.
Do your
We're
plug
back.
too.
We're back, everybody. For
we
the
are back.
gameplay.
Oh, okay.
I think this is live game. I can't tell if this is desync testing or not.
Okay,
but-
we were right. It was a DC round.
Okay, for a while there, it was very close, and so I couldn't tell when the game is going to start. We got to figure out a way for them to indicate in game to the casting team that the game is beginning. But either way, it is now actually starting as we get ready to dive in to match number 2 of this
Yes.
overall set.
Yeah, and this is the build that Woody actually pulled out earlier. In the game that he played. With the bunker, the double shield, and then the tether against Josie. So it'll be interesting to see how well it is against Wesso, who's also running this tether.
Yeah, I think Fab said it in the pre-show. It's the bunker is a good counter here to what Wesso has been bringing to the table, and for now, it doesn't seem to be doing too much as Woody does still take a few shots from Wesso there. Double bunker up to really give them a nice barrier, and not really great timing as Wesso is just allowed to get everything recharged, and now comes the full assault. A good bit of sectioning off and forcing Woody over into the corner, and that assault connects. Woody down to nearly half health.
Yeah, his hand got zapped right there. 5 damage a tick.
Wow, good dodging from Wesso, completely avoiding the tether. The back of the zone tether, definitely hindering Woody there. And Wesso does take 1 hit, but still has a comfortable lead going into the back half of this round. Again, overall games played is just 1. Wesso did take that victory, if I'm not mistaken, and we are now into game number 2.
Yeah, and again, you know, Woody doesn't have a hazard on this build, and that's really going to hinder his ability to hit Wesso since he's so good at dodging. He's pretty much just going to have to rely on tether boosting the speed of his bullets, and that's it.
Another tether in the back of the zone. Not ideal for Woody as Wesso's able to dodge that. We haven't talked a lot about it, but there is a randomness to the regeneration of your guns within the zone around you, correct?
Yes. Yeah, and for some weapons, you know, I think that it doesn't really matter, but I also don't rely on inside-out tracking. And that is a big part of it because, again, you want to be as close to the front of your play area as you possibly can. And if it spawns in the back, there's a good chance that it might just break. Oh, there we go. There's some good luck from me.
Yep. Right up in the front. There comes the assault. 1 does connect. A great counter push. Good reaction from Wesso here, and another great bit of dodging as they battle back and manage to maintain the lead. It seems a little bit more damage coming through from Wesso than Woody here, as Woody again gets another good spawn up into the front of the zone. They can force those spawns, and Wesso doing a good job of forcing it up to the front there. Woody did, as Wesso does take a significant portion of damage, and now Woody has the lead.
And Woody just putting up that impenetrable wall right there, trying to make sure that he protects himself with the hands. The hands are exposed.
That has to be a tactical choice from Wesso, right? To try to position the lasers onto that tether to really limit the amount of movement that Woody has with that arm.
Yeah, exactly that. Especially because Woody probably isn't thinking too much about where he's holding his arm at when he has it on the tether. And now he's essentially having to dodge with his arm.
Really great bit of counterplay here from Wesso to get them, again, a little bit of a lead into the back half of this round. This is game number 2, potentially into their hands if they can take this one, and that will be a great start to a best of 7. Couldn't ask for a better one. Matter of fact, as Woody absolutely gets hammered from a barrage from up top.
Yeah, he didn't even get the opportunity to bait out the nade because the lasers were covering so much of the play area. You know, the bunker's great when it comes to defending things that are straightforward, but yet Wesso is sort of being reactionary and waiting for that bunker to go up before he brings out.
It's almost like they're using it against Woody, and to some extent.
Exactly, especially because it's extending the cooldown of everything else on their build. Absolute.
Front of the tether spawn, not enough. Wesso again with great dodging on display. Takes game number 2, has the overall lead. We're going to go to another loadout switch. Not terribly surprising after, again, a real denial there of Woody's strategy by Wesso. Fabulous, talk to me about this loadout that Woody brought and what we saw here coming in from Wesso.
First note, I'd like to say this. Woody has 6 back spawn tethers in the same place in the first round. Every single time it happened, I just felt even worse and worse and worse for him. With that said, I would like to see Woody not put the bunker up until the lasers go up or until the tether goes up. Woody's a better player than me, so if I'm wrong on this, please do tell me. I'm fully accepting that I might not put this. But from my perspective, you should be using the bunker reactionary. If you're not touching it, you're not using it to lasers go up, then it's not interfering with your other weapon cooldowns. And if you put it up, then, Wesso can just put the lasers around it. Or, hit it and get the lasers, or shoot the tether up. It should be a reactionary weapon rather than that. The other thing I'd say is I'd quite like to see a nade in Woody's loadout, to be honest. I don't like this Raptor elite.
I don't know why he hasn't added the nade, especially because that Aegis shield that he's running really isn't doing that much.
Yeah, so either get rid of the Raptor ellipse or get rid of the Aegis shield, stick a nade in there, and kind of give you a bit more dimensional play. So give Wesso something else to be looking at when you push with that tether push. I do like the bunker inclusion. I think it's the right thing. I just think that maybe using it in a slightly different way could have better effects. All in all, it's still a great game. It's one of my games that I wanted to see happen, and I think we're having a lot of fun with it. And really, this is what we sometimes see in games. You got to try a loadout before you realize where it's not working and how you need to adapt to it. But yeah, I'd like to see a nade. I'd like to see the bunker not be used proactively, but rather be used in a reactive way instead.
Yeah, and also, just in general, a build that sometimes works in queue does not necessarily work in this sort of environment. And I think that this is what's happened, is that this is a build that Woody's tried and had success with, again, because it seems like he wants to just get that initial advantage and then kind of sit on it. But unless he gets that advantage really early on, it hurts him more than it helps him. And it seems like Wesso has really noticed that and is on top of that with his aggression.
I would also say that this is a loadout that Wesso has had to play time and time again. I mean, I remember as early as Val's summer in August last year. It was August or September, around that, I think, where Baby Spine was pulling that out against him right after he'd knocked me into the losers bracket. And Baby Spine. And that was Baby Spine's counter to Wesso, and it worked then. But there have been 8 months since then, and although he doesn't play Q much, Wesso's very cerebral. He knows when there's a weakness or a counter to his playstyle. He's going to work on how to beat that counter, and it's really shown here today.
I think we are just about ready to get into our matchup here this afternoon. Again, game number three. Yes, with Wesso, a comfortable lead here, up 2-0. And as we do just sort of do a bit of testing of the lag, it does give us an opportunity to check out loadouts, doesn't it, folks? What do we got here? Anything different? I don't see the double shield coming in, the bunker at least coming in this time. Is that going to be enough?
He's got Vipers and Hammer Ellipses, so it's definitely a different beast here.
That's what I was really hoping to see, was Woody going back to a build he's a bit more comfortable. Especially one that's tried and true in a tournament format.
Could be the start of this game. I don't think we're doing any more lag testing as we dive into it here off to the gate. A nice bit of denial of zone, forcing Woody into the center of their space. Wesso does take a bit of damage from the initial assault, and yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup here, because again, if Woody just connects with one of these Viper shots, it's suddenly their advantage significantly. So
yep. And like Cap was saying before, double Vipers is one of those builds that can trade blow for blow with a tether build like Wesso, so he's really gonna have to be careful about when he wants to go in, especially considering that laser is still holding down the rest of his build.
Yeah, I think right now we're just kind of in the setup phase here. Wesso trying to get the tether up to the front of their space. A nice little bit of an assault here coming together from Wesso as Woody gets chunked down. Good work there in the first minute here. Woody does take the lead. Excuse me, Wesso. The W's.
Yeah. Yeah, right? It was Turbo and Wesso first, and now it's Woody and Wesso. The same, he just pulls all his letters from other players' names. But yeah, now Woody going in with the single Viper, the straight Viper, trying to put that pressure on Wesso. And I think that towards this, the back half of the match is really when we're going to start to see that laser kind of hold Wesso down. It ain't over till it's over.
Not much of a denial there coming in from the lasers. Woody actually able to do some damage to Wesso. A straight shot there, good dodge coming in. Wesso again putting that dodging on display, and the clock is ticking here, Oolong. 10 seconds left.
Yep. All right, Wesso actually dropped. Oh, no, okay. I thought he drop blocked with the laser for a second there, but he's going in with the last push. Oh, no! He steps out of bounds. Oh, no.
Put it on the
he's gonna
replay.
go ahead and take round one.
Oh, we can't. The replay froze. Dang it, we just missed the step out of bounds. But either way, Woody finally here getting a lead. Is this the first time Woody's had a lead in this matchup?
I think that during the first round he had
that's what I was...
round that he won. I'm pretty sure during the first round it was. But I'm noticing that it really is towards the beginning of the match, Wesso gets a lead. And then if Woody makes it back, it's mostly like right before the match actually ends. And I'm wondering if that's because of this cooldown difference on their build.
It's just a matter of that final moment, seconds really, being when those weapons are available for Woody. And again, I guess that's all about their setup too, right? And, anticipating this and trying to get that play sorted so that they can attack in those final moments.
Yeah. Yeah, another thing to note is that, okay, there we go. Woody hitting that beam cage. Woody actually not tossing the nade behind Wesso, rather tossing it above Wesso. I believe what he's trying to do there is he's trying to get those beam cages to proc on the actual platform itself. That way, if Wesso dodges down when he's using that tether, he still takes damage.
Ooh, and that tether was looking like a risky play for Wesso for a moment there, as they did take a little bit of chipping back, but no Vipers connect, and Woody does take a little bit more damage in that exchange. Wesso maintaining their lead, but still, it's anyone's game, Oolong. The final 30 seconds are when
Final
we
30
see
seconds.
the
This
plays
is
come
where
in.
Woody consistently makes it back. And he's got the double Viper threat with the tether on the field. Oh, there we go.
As if on cue, 15 seconds left. Woody takes the lead. A great comeback here.
He still has tether. This could go back. Oh, that's not great placement. That's not what he wants to see, but they're both in the red at this point with 5 seconds left on the clock. Oh, he's just trying to get the weapon throws, but gives him the tools to his own destruction. And Woody's gonna take the game. Woo!
I think we're going into another loadout switch, or maybe not. I don't know. I mean, wesso, this is what they've been running. The tether build been working for them, and Woody finally comes out on top here with some solid bit of double Viper work. Fabulous. Wesso was never really out of it there. You know, I understand maybe if we didn't see a loadout change, it seems like we're going to. But I mean,
I'm genuinely surprised by a loadout change because I don't see who's going to be making the change. Because Woody's finally found a build which he's won on, and Wesso's build, he has shown he can beat this double Viper build from Woody in previous matches.
I think it's a lobby. I think it's a host change is what we're doing now. So I don't think it's a loadout change. I believe it's a host swap, which is what we are now waiting for. So we again do appreciate everyone who has been patiently waiting.
I had to make spreadsheets about how long these tournaments take. It's stuff like this. It's stuff like this that makes me
Well, hey, I don't think the community's upset. They get more time to stare at Oolong and Fabulous's wonderful mugs. So I think it's a perfectly fine compensation at the end of the day. They get to hear good predictions coming in from both of you guys as well. I mean, it's always fun to be accurate on your calls. And so far, there has been some great predictions overall on these kits. What do we think the loadout change
I think
is?
I've been right 30% of the time. What do I predict on the loadout change? I don't predict a loadout change, to be honest. I think it's going to stay the same.
Okay.
I wouldn't be able to, if there was one, I wouldn't even be able to guess which player was bringing a loadout switch. No, I think it'll be the same.
I'd take the guess for Wes. I think that if he does make a swap, he's going to get rid of that laser and he might go ahead and swap it out for something even more aggressive. Because again, the end of the match is where it's really hurting him. And that, at least during that last match, is where Woody keeps getting it back. So he has to keep the constant aggression up rather than having these huge pauses where Woody's able to really go ahead and set up exactly what he wants.
I could see him trying to reduce his cooldown of the build, but no, he's still bringing the laser, so looks the same. Unless he doesn't have tether, I think it is the same.
Yeah. Again, just waiting for the players to get in lobby and readied up with their loadouts accordingly. We do appreciate everyone stopping by again, whether it's on Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, or venues. A big shout out to all the folks that have been hanging out and enjoying what has been a great Blaston tournament so far. We are really now into the meat and potatoes of it when things really start to matter, and we are seeing just a great brawl for this third place position, and it's really starting to get me excited for the finals. You know, it's really starting to get the blood flowing and getting the hype going for that final match this afternoon here, which is again going to be right after this. So you're not going to want to go anywhere. You're going to want to stick around. You're going to want to catch that finals matchup between josie and 24. Very hyped. We've been looking forward to it since the start of the event, since the pre-show. And so, do not miss that action. I think we are now just doing a quick lag test, and we should be into this next game. Oolong, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I was saying, you know what? As much as I'm looking forward to that match, I think that, sometimes when players aren't the highest skill level, the matches are even more exciting. And that's what I think we're seeing here. As much as I love Josie and as much as I love 2-4, and I think they deserved their placement in this tournament, this is the match I'm really hyped for.
Yeah, it's maybe the question mark, the message of the unknown, the thought of the unknown getting to you here, as again, we are just in the lag test phase of the lobby and should be going in To our next round shortly. I don't anticipate there to be too many more delays either, because like you said, Fabulous, they're settled in. They figured out their loadouts. They know what they want. They've got their winning strategy sorted. It's now just a matter of execution, truly, as we now do get in to our game number 4. Right now, Wesso in the lead 2-1 in overall games, and another best of 3.
Going right in at the beginning of this matchup with the tether. Getting a huge amount of damage right at the start of the match. Wesso really is not giving Woody any time to really get settled in at the start of these rounds. Really taking the health advantage at the beginning, and then he wants to sit on it for the rest of the game.
A aggressive start that pays dividends for Wesso, and we'll have to see if they can now put together another good combo like they did to kick things off. A Viper shot connecting suddenly chips away at Wesso's lead. That's how it works. And there's the bait, the double shot. The third comes in, and great dodging from Wesso.
These players gotta be getting tired. I mean, listen, you can only look for the tiny red dots for so long. And I mean, this is now match 3, and there's no signs of stopping. Oh my gosh, another hit right as he grabs the tether.
Big damage coming in. Wesso managing to battle back. Woody doing a great job of chipping away too, but it's not quite enough. Ever since that initial onslaught from Wesso, Woody has not been able to bounce back, and Wesso now has a commanding lead. 40 seconds left though. That's all the time in the world in Blaston. We'll have to see if Woody can put something together here.
Right, Woody making this comeback all the way from the red. Quite possibly. Okay, pops the shield.
Double Viper comes
They
in.
don't even want to see the weapon throw damage. Oh, Woody takes another little bit of a zap from the laser. But he's got the nade in hand. He can drop block. 10 seconds left of the clock. Woody's on a sliver of health. It could be done by weapon throws.
There's a good nade. It connects a little bit onto Wesso. They're on the floor. They're rolling.
No! Maybe if we had one more second in that round, things would be different, but Wesso's gonna go ahead and take round 1.
The replay froze again. I wanted to see the roll. Wesso rolling on the ground there. Absolutely unbelievable coming in there from them to get themselves just to be barely alive. Now the roles reversed. Woody's kind of come out the gate here with a nice assault themselves. A great counter from Wesso though, and just like that, we're tied even Steven, minute and a half.
Yup. Man, and this is just going back and forth. It really is. I mean, you know, it's still definitely at the end of these rounds seems to be where Woody really picks up the steam, but oh my goodness, now they've both really settled into these builds and know exactly how to play it. Like you said at the beginning of this match, now it's just a matter of execution.
Yep. And Wesso taking a big bit of damage there from Woody. A nice combo landing. Here comes the assault from Wesso. The nade actually catches the back of Woody there, does a slice of damage. More laser damage coming in as Wesso not able to dodge the counter assault, is able to avoid the sniper shots though, and that's the big important part because now Wesso able to stay alive, stay in it, very close in health here.
Yeah, I think Woody has a slight advantage, but maybe 10 damage. That's nothing. Yeah, I just this is an incredible match.
Good assault. Wesso chips away. There's the Viper shot connecting. Huge damage. Oh, and Wesso counters back. The tether comes in for big DPS. 25 seconds left. A huge amount of time. Woody has to really survive. Wesso on a sliver of health. They're both in the red as we go into our final barrage.
Yep.
Oh, great
Wesso
shield.
is officially one Viper shot away. That's all he needs.
Here comes the attempt.
5 seconds.
Oh, and Woody
The weapon throw!
can't survive
Wesso.
the assault there. And well, let's see if we fix the replays. We did. We at least catch the back half of that round. We catch the weapon throw. Or no, I got the roll. We got the roll. We got to see the roll come in from Wesso. And here we are.
These
no
both
loss.
are operating in the red for basically half the match. I think that's the most impressive thing is how fast they both get down, and then they sit there for a minute trying to get, you know, the 30 damage required on themselves to finish up the match, and both of them are comfortable there. Oh.
Right into the next game here. Oolong, no break between this time. No lobby change, no loadout switching. And right away, Woody puts the pedal to the floor. Wesso taking a big chunk, but not really enough to get comfortable. Not by any means, as Woody already takes a bit of damage there.
Yeah, not at all, especially because Wesso isn't technically below the halfway point. He's just above it, and those lasers still can do a ton of damage. Really, I mean, Wesso just needs one good push with the lasers and the tether. He just needs to wait and be patient, but... Ooh, okay, all right, well, those results speak for themselves.
That tether could have done even more, but Woody had some of those cage nades at the bottom, and Wesso actually dipped into it on the floor and took some damage during that tether play, so a nice bit of maybe prediction from Woody on the tether move. Here comes the Viper shots. They don't connect. That is...
He actually, I'm pretty sure he had a shot left in one of those Vipers, but he wanted to try and get the weapon throw damage in.
Interesting. Well, there's not a lot of time. Any damage matters, especially with how close it is right now. Wesso, this is the winning game. They are at set point right now in this best of 7. They have 3-1 right now. If they take this, they're the 3rd place champion. So there's a lot on the line for Woody right now as they try and battle back another assault from the tether. This time they connected well, and again, keeping it close, but not close enough for Woody.
All right, he's only gonna have the straight Viper to work with here. 5 seconds left on the clock.
3, 2, 1.
And the shield, he had it ready to go. Oh, and Wes is gonna go ahead and take round 1. You know, I've been thinking, we've been talking a lot about how Woody, you know, for a lot of these builds that he's been bringing out today, doesn't really have a lot of hazards. Well, now he does have the hazard, but he's not using it to push Wesso to the front of their player. He wants to catch Wesso when he gets greedy at the front of his play area with those double Vipers. That way, again, it's a very easy shot. And a lot of the time, he's actually trying to prevent Wesso from ducking.
Good bit of a tether brawl there. I mean, Wesso, again, putting on display their mastery of that tether. You know, Cap has said before in that analysis before these games that it's almost Wesso's expertise, and they're certainly putting that on display here. Oh, but there's a Viper that connects, and just like that, the lead is gone. Just like that, they take it back. A very close back and forth here for what could be a round set point if Wesso can take this.
You know, and one thing I noticed there was that he actually used the Raptor to take out some of the bullets from that hammer shot, rather than using it to get rid of all the bullets that were incoming in, you know, all the different directions that Woody was firing off at. So that was a great combo there from Woody. He just needs to do it again.
Nice bit of an assault here. The Lips hammer, the Viper coming in, trying to throw everything they got at Wesso. Just trying to chip away too with those with the weapon throws. Doing minimal damage, but when it's this close, that damage matters. Good bit of shield work to keep Woody alive. Wesso suffers some hits. The tether,
as he grabs onto the tether, he's really got to watch out from. Okay, he does.
Nade toss, and we're into the final 30 seconds of this round. Wesso has the lead, albeit barely. A weapons toss away, a bullet away. As they take damage, Woody also suffers. Wesso maintains the lead as the tether assault comes in, connects again for a bit more damage. Wesso trying to get the nade at the back of their zone, trying to dodge the Viper onslaught, and they manage to dodge everything that Woody can throw at them. They're gonna take the 3rd place victory. It's going to be Wesso, dubbed our 3rd place champion for the Blaston preseason invitational. What an ending, Oolong.
That was well deserved. Especially dodging that double Viper there right at the end. That was genuinely impressive.
Ooh.
GG's, y'all. GG's. That is wild. We all just...
Your thoughts after what has been a fantastic bronze match. A great bit of back and forth. I mean, couldn't ask for anything more, really. I guess maybe a few more games.
Let me tell you, my heart during those 2 games. I'm glad I was on mute because I was shouting while watching those. Yeah, it's You guys talked about how, Wesso is really the specialist when it comes to tether. Well, honestly, the same could be said when it comes to Rudy with the Double Vipers.
Mm-hmm.
That was just a great exhibition of two players who really know their loadouts through and through and just were executing them incredibly well. And I think the real difference there is that laser, that Lance Rapide, essentially means Woody has to get out of the way. It makes it harder to shoot, and it kind of limits the space enough that Wesso has a bit more control of the game and pushes Woody into a bit of a harder situation. Um, I think that Wesso rightfully deserved the win. I think it could have gone either way. So it was a really, really fun game to watch, and I hope everyone else did too. Couldn't have asked for a better match.
Taking a look at the overall bracket here at the end of the day, Wesso again crowned our bronze match winner. We have one final matchup left. It is 24 versus josie. We are in the midst of getting the players prepped and ready to get into that lobby, so do please patiently wait for the beginning of this finals. While you do, you can again get a look at your fantastic casters as we do break down this upcoming matchup. It's again one we've been looking forward to. Maybe, if anything, maybe a little finals pre-show here right now. 24 versus josie. I mean, what's the history here? Have these two played against each other in the past? Is it a fresh matchup? Are they going to know and understand each other's strategies? Oolong, you're up. Give it to me.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is actually like the standard finals match. And again, at the beginning of the day, I said this is going to be our last major tournament before the update, the huge update on Thursday. This is probably the last time that we're going to see this matchup before the big final update on Thursday. And again, 2-4 knows that Josie was his target the whole time.
Yeah.
2-4 knows and has been planning around it. So I'm very interested to see what they pull out. Both of these players could really pull out anything. Usually, how they play against other people is just very consistent, waiting for all the weapons to come off of cooldown, really firing off everything at once, doing damage, and then sitting back, being defensive and waiting. But both of these players have pulled out Tether before. Both of these players have gone for wild builds before. Josie liking to pull out that Nova Hurricane and the Majestic Nade. 2-4 again. We saw him pull out some wacky things today as well. So yeah, just the fact that this is going to be the last time we see this matchup before the big update, I couldn't think of a better way to end off the day.
Fabulous. Your thoughts on the matchup here?
Firstly, I'd like to say that Tesseract used to be the person who always met Josie at the finals, and I will not stand for the Tesseract erasure. But yes, these guys have played each other a lot. And normally it does go one way, which is typically pretty standard the way it normally goes, which is Josie normally beats everyone he plays, including 24. We did get a glimpse not too long ago of 24 almost winning against Josie, and that's really what I'm hoping for a repeat here. Not because I've got any favourites here. I think both players are extraordinary. I think they're fantastic representations of the sport. Josie has been our best player for over a year now, and he's also really humble. He's a really nice guy. But I want to see a close game today, and for that, we need to see 24 challenge Josie. So I'm hoping that 24 pulls out the bag. What I expect from the match is I expect both of them to be running bullet hell combos. Both of them will bring that hammery, that Avenade, go full meta, and really try and clutch it out that way. I think that one of them, I think Josie, if I had to guess, might pack a Viper E. Just to get a bit more counter pressure there. And that's my prediction for what we'll see. I think both will bring Aegis Shield, Hammery, Avenade, Raptory, and then they've got two weapons to finish it off with.
You know what? And this might be the longest shot that I've taken, but I think that not only is Josie going to bring the Viper Ellipse, that is what's going to be deciding in this. Because both of them could pull out bullet hell builds and just continuously chip each other down. But if Josie brings the Viper Ellipse, it's only one shot away. And then everything with chip damage just goes out the window. We saw that all day today. So if he does pull that out, that's what's going to decide it.
It is exciting. What you mentioned, the Nova coming in as a potential option as well. I don't think we've seen any of that yet today. Is that really not something that's in the meta these days?
So Nova is, yeah, to answer your question, yes. Nova's kind of in the same spot as Bunker, where it's great with directional damage, but it's not great when things are coming at different directions. Because what you eventually want with Nova is you want it to be a threat. You want it to turn from a defensive option to a hazard. Now, I'm talking about the Nova Hurricane, which goes an additional layer on top of it.
Okay.
Nova Hurricane really does not see much use, but one of its uses that you do see is it's very punishing for people who don't have a lot of collision and are sitting at the front of their play area. In that case, what you can do is, because the Nova bullets have more health and more collision than a normal Hurricane bullet, they can essentially punch through your opponent's bullets, and usually you catch them right in the hand. So it's, for example, a great counter against Tether, because you're usually sitting at the front of your play area, hand extended, and then boom, you hit the hand and you've done 25 damage. Don't know if Josie's gonna risk pulling that out. That's something that, again, kind of like Starwise was saying a while back, that's usually that like normal Josie pulls out before he goes Super Saiyan 2. I don't think that he's gonna risk it. I think he's gonna come in at least Super Saiyan, maybe not Super Saiyan 2 right off the bat. So we might see a Majestic nade, but I'm not predicting seeing any Nova, as much as I would absolutely love to.
Okay.
I will say, the one time I'd ever recommend Nova is, strangely enough, it's against one of the players we just saw when we see Woody's with his triple nade juggle builds. Because whenever I have players who are going to play him in a match and ask what should I do, I go, bring Novas, because he's got no response, just for one round. But against these players, they get so easily countered by Aegis Shield, and they're all high cooldown. I just don't think it's viable.
I think we have an opportunity to take a look at loadouts here, as lobby is up. Josie and 24 getting prepped for the start of the action. Are we seeing anything out of the ordinary here, gentlemen? Are we seeing anything?
Not yet.
We're not anticipating here.
I like to load in, but
I would say, honestly, the fact that we're not seeing anything out of the ordinary is itself somewhat out of the ordinary.
Okay, I like to hear it. It's again a hype matchup that again I'm happy to have here for our finals. If anything, it's a great display of the talent that we have here today. And oh man, we're again just moments away from game time. These players sorting out the lobby issues, sorting out any tech issues, making sure that the ping is good, everything's good to go, and then we'll be getting into that first round. So don't get jebaited by the false start here, as it could come up. Just patiently wait, and eventually the first round will begin. You'll know, because these players are going to be moving quite fast. They're really going to be dodging around a lot. And I think we're just doing our ping test here, the lag test, like I mentioned. So again,
Dibow.
or maybe it is the start. I don't know. Do you think it's the start after a
Shout
battle like that?
out to the Havoc organization, of which these two are a part of. So technically teammates.
I think we're into it. I think this is the real deal.
We are definitely into it. Yep, both of them starting out with pretty solid combos. And again, like I predicted, we're seeing Josie at Super Saiyan 1, not Super Saiyan 2, so he has pulled out the Majestic nade, and that Majestic nade actually right off the bat paying dividends.
Yeah, 24, maybe not recognizing it was still lingering behind them, trying to time out its existence, and then moved back a bit too early into that to take a bit of damage. Josie does take some rounds themselves, but just like Fabulous said, it is a full-on bullet hell here, as you are seeing a massive amount of bullets traveling across your screen at any given time. When both of these players go in for their assault, it is a true full-on dodge fest. Ooh, that's a nice place nade right in the center. Gonna force 24 to work around it.
Yeah, and what I'm noticing about Josie is that he is literally throwing out that nade as soon as it comes off cooldown, every single time it's off cooldown. And it's just constantly a hazard on 2-4's play area. 2-4 needs to be grabbing that.
That Viper Ellipse coming, or not, excuse me, not the Viper Ellipse, but the Ellipse shots coming in, those hammer shots getting flicked in over the top to land into 24. Big damage to get Josie the lead they have now, but it is very slight. Getting into the back half of our first round here in the finals of the preseason invitational, and it's so close. Not really a clear winner here with still loadout spawning in. It looks like Josie has a potential assault coming in here now. Yes, here comes the nade, the denial from that zone. 10 seconds left.
He's got to use those double raptors. Oh, okay, there we go. Get the head in, and they're in the last seconds. Is that going to be enough? It is not. Dang it. Josie's going to go ahead and take level. You know, 2-4 had those double raptors, and I'm really surprised that he didn't pull them out at the very end.
The raptors, thanks. That's what I was looking for, not the viper. Got to figure out. We got to remember which animal it is.
Yeah. I will be honest with you. Calling it a pistol and a pistol ellipse is just as acceptable.
Okay,
That's
all
why
right,
I
good.
started out.
Certainly can manage that. Either way, yeah, like you said, it has been pretty effective so far for Josie.
Yeah,
like
and
that.
especially in this matchup where every point of damage counts, the fact that the Raptor Ellipse does 10 damage is actually huge. Oh, speaking of things that are huge, that huge beam cage right on the center of 2-4's play area, forcing them to step forward on their play area.
Big damage coming in there. 24 has a nice lead here now. Oh no, but I say that in that cage nade comes in behind him, hits 24 for just a touch of damage. Thankfully not too much, and they're able to dodge it for the rest of its duration. Another bit of cage damage coming in. Not a lot though, as Josie not able to dodge the bullet storm coming in from 24.
Okay, tries to dodge out of the way of that Majestic nade and ends up walking forward into a line of Raptor Ellipse bullets. That's no good.
Absolutely getting torn apart there by that assault. Good bit of denial there from the shield, and Josie has the lead here as we go into the back 30 seconds.
Oh man, that Majestic nade. Again, 2-4 I don't think is used to having to grab those nades, and they really need to be focusing on that.
Here comes the assault. Josie dodges everything. Great job from them to avoid 24, bringing on the full onslaught of their arsenal, especially as we get into the back half of the final seconds, of this round. This is looking like Josie going to be taking game number 1, and I guess maybe to nobody's surprise, they have themselves a nice, a lead with the first game in their pocket.
Yeah, honestly, this is still closer than what we usually said. Okay, and no weapon swap. We're going right for it.
I was ready to get a look at Captain Fabulous in that sweet suit he's in, but no dice. We got to keep watching the action in front of us, and well, I guess I won't complain about that either. As we do get into this first round, there's 1 bit of 1 point of damage. That's what it looks like. If you look at the purple health bar, that's 1 point of damage.
1 weapon swap. And it's interesting too because where Josie keeps throwing that nade is pushing 2-4 back, but that's actually what 2-4 wants either way. They want to be aggressive. That one actually getting much closer to the center of their play area. 2-4's dipping out of it though. Oh my goodness. Honestly, that Majestic nade might be the MVP here.
Yeah.
Usually it's a bit of a meme weapon, but it's really blocking off a ton of 2-4's play area.
I mean, imagine a pillar in the center of your room, and that's how you have to play the game.
Yep, exactly. And I mean, it lasts for a while too. It lasts far beyond what it takes for it to regen.
Another assault there, really hitting 24, and again, that nade denying so much of space for Josie to dodge around. And also, I mean, let's also factor in, you can't reach across your zone to get to your weapons.
Yup, exactly. And again, hands are hitboxes, so 2-4's really having to watch where he's standing here. Now, given these last 2 nades have been sort of on the back end, so they haven't really affected him too much. But, I mean, just the continuous threat that he constantly has to look out for.
It is there. It feels like so often, too. That nade just keeps getting utilized so well. It's there for almost every assault. As there it comes in again, and this time connects onto the shoulder. 24 taking a bit of damage, and it's distracting them a bit, but Josie gets a hit huge. That might be enough for 24 to take a round.
In the last 10 seconds, it's how quick Josie can mobilize their build at this point. Okay, 2 bullets. Okay, he has a snowball. It could happen in the last second. Oh, but Josie's gonna take round 1.
Wow, and I mean, again, just a great display of use of that zone, that cage grenade. It is absolutely forcing 24 into all kinds of weird positions, whether it's on the floor, over into the corner, working around the pillar to get to their weapons. It is a key element here in Josie coming out on top, but this is a great assault out the gate from 24.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, these two are real close just in general, but it always seems like Josie just manages to get that little bit of an extra edge and keep 2-4 on the defensive.
This is looking like a good round, though, for 2-4. At least the ideal start, as they've been able to dodge the cages, take it off with a good bit of damage, and avoid the onslaught here from Josie. As I say that, a nice toss there to chip away at 24's HP. And more hammer ellipses, more bullet hell to direct that Josie. That's a good shield toss. That's going to connect. And that's actually probably one of the first non-effective nades coming in from 24. Or excuse me, from Josie.
Yeah, this is a good round for 2-4.
Yeah.
I'm liking how things look here. This is where 2-4 wants to be, with a solid health lead where he can just focus on dodging and firing back and keeping the pressure up.
And what are the big damage dealers here? Because, like you said, it's a chipping away game for the most part, but there are some elements where you can get a nice chunk onto your opponent.
Exactly.
Here it comes. More shield use, good blocking. The ellipse just barely avoiding there, 24. 24 has the lead here, could take their first round of this set. It's been Josie undefeated so far as that cage nade comes in, trying to deny the zone for 24. They work so well on the floor as they crawl underneath the zone. They do take a bit of damage from it. It does bring Josie a bit closer. Just a few bullets away, truly. Not a comfortable lead that 24 has here as they look to continue to throw Josie off, and they do connect. Some big damage done. 24 are going to take a round.
Yes, and apologies to everybody. My power just went out, so it's going to take me just a second to log back in, but nice fire. You're doing a great job, Cat.
All right. Thank you.
Cat.
Well, we'll hope to have Oolong back either way. Maybe Cap can join me a little bit here in these rounds, but regardless, it is pretty consistent, action-packed gameplay here. And 24, well, they finally get one on the board, Cap.
Yeah, well, I just want to say 24 is really bringing it. Like, this is a close match. This is a match which should go to 7 games. 24 is playing phenomenally, and I'm so excited to see how this goes. He's just... I think that you can really see that 24's playstyle matches up well against Josie. But as you guys have been indicating so far, you know, this majestic nade is really been the standout for Josie's build.
Big damage coming in there from, again, that nade denying the zone, forcing 24 into really like crawling on the ground, you know, like these floor positions to avoid damage, and it's giving just enough time for Josie to connect. Here comes another cage denial, and maybe a little more room with this one for 24 to work with. They do put up a nice shield and ultimately avoid a few bullets there. They do take a little damage, and so Josie, that works for them, right? They're just chipping away at 24 here over the course of 2 minutes.
Oh yeah. By the way, just so you know, that floor dodging style, that is classic 24 dodging. There's a YouTube video of him showing how he does it in IRL. So that's just standard 24 play there.
Yeah, I'm curious on it because I gotta wonder how the controllers work. So I'll have to go take a look at that. How you manage to work on the floor like that. I think we heard Oolong attempts to come back in though, but either way, they're hopefully solving their tech issues here, and we'll be back in shortly. 24 not gonna win this one, although it does chip away at Josie well, and Josie takes game number 2. 2 more games away from 24 getting pushed out here. And I mean, are we going to see a loadout change at all here, Cap, or do you think we're just going to keep chipping away?
I've got things I want both players to start bringing instead of what they've currently got. I want Josie to get rid of a Raptor and bring a Snowball because Josie's lethal with that Snowball. And I want 24 to get an Avalanche nade. It pairs perfectly with the Hammer Ellipse. I mean, and it would put on more pressure against Josie. So I would want both players to initiate a loadout change. Honestly, when I first saw this loadout from Josie, I thought he should do a loadout change just to get rid of that Majestic nade, but I've shut up about that. That's a very good pick again.
I don't know.
In fact, yeah.
I'm sorry, I just don't know if we are going to a loadout change here.
Might just be a break.
Might just be a break indeed. We can now go to the analyst desk. Oolong has returned, although our names may be a bit out of order. We'll get that sorted. Oh yeah, we're all out of order. We'll get everything sorted here, but a great start here, Oolong, to this series. A great bit of back and forth. We'll hang out on the scoreboard while we sort things, but a great bit of back and forth here to get this going. And I mean, I don't know. Do you think 24 is doing better than you expected here?
Well, you know what? I haven't been able to see most of the matchup.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, especially from what I was able to see during that last match before my power decided that it wanted to go out. Yeah, 2-4's doing great, and I think that it's going to be a matter of, you know, I said during the first match that it seemed like 2-4 didn't really get that tempo back. Really wasn't the one who was dictating the back and forth of these rounds, and it seemed like last match was really the first time that he started to get that back. So definitely impressive plays from 2-4. Just keep it up, and hopefully he survives.
Yeah, and I don't think
The other thing, sorry, I was just saying, the other thing I'd like to see from 2-4 in a loadout change would potentially be bringing in just a straight hammer. It pairs well with bullet hell, but it also can shut down a nade for just one shot. So,
well,
One weapon, 2 jobs.
Oolong, are you back with us here for the action, or are we still
I
waiting
am.
for you to sort things? All right, well, we are back into it very much so with Josie and 24. No loadout change. We've stayed in this lobby all the way through here, not feeling a need to shift things up.
That's what I like to see.
Again, it's about the execution, right, Oolong?
Exactly. And honestly, I think that 2-4 is starting to very slightly bait out those Majestic nades to make sure that they end up on the back of his podium. That way he can continue getting his prime placement. So now it's really on Josie. How the heck he's dodging out of the way of this, I have no idea. But he makes it look so easy.
I mean, that's really one thing we've kind of maybe understated, again, is the skill set of these players. They have dedicated the time into this game. They understand, they know all the movements and intricacies of how to avoid these bullets, in 24, taking a little lead here going into game number 4.
Yeah, and I mean, especially with those hammer ellipse shots, it is the needle in the haystack. You gotta find the one spot where there aren't gonna be any bullets, and you have to predict where those bullets are gonna be, and then you have to dodge the follow-up that your opponent's inevitably going to send as well. So the fact that Josie has taken as little damage as he has throughout the course of this match is huge. That's a good placement for that Majestic nade as well.
15 seconds.
Yeah, all day, really good placement from the Majestic nade as 24 takes a big bit of damage there from that ellipse. Ooh, and a nice toss up top to do another bit of 3. That might have put Josie in the lead. Oh, I don't think it was enough.
I don't know, but we're gonna see.
Oh,
No! The last minute shot! The last minute Raptor ellipse shot! That is going to do it! And Josie is going to take round 1.
Wow. We'll have to get a look at that replay
That was
next.
literally in the last second when that hit.
Hopefully the replay captured it, but we'll try and play it at the end of this round. If there's not another fantastic play already, Josie coming out the gate, chipping away at 24. Again, this is, this is game 4, right?
This is game 3.
Game 3. Okay, I got ahead of myself. I knew, again, I've done that all day today. Game 3, so not set point just yet, but either way, Josie here looking to take another game and push it to set point if they can win this round. And already that lead, there comes the denial of zone. Here comes the assault from 24, connects a bit with Josie, but just not quite enough damage to get them back in the lead.
Yeah, and that Aegis shield is doing a ton of work for Josie. He is really waiting right up until he absolutely needs it, and then he's really sucking up a ton of bullets with that.
Big assault coming in there again from Josie, connecting this nade, just putting up such a big, tough, maybe not though. That was a great bit of work from 24 to get up to the front of the zone and put out a huge assault onto Josie.
Yup, there was a miscalculation there from Josie's side. Yeah, he definitely took more damage there than he would like.
it's like a rhythm game. Once you start to lose track, you lose track of it all, and you really take a big hit. Josie again taking more damage. 24 has the lead.
Before just kind of sending that, kind of waving that raptor right in front of Josie, trying to get a response. Or he sends that nade onto 2-4's podium.
Oh, look at this. A little bit of a mirrored assault there with the hammers and the SMG coming in. Josie takes big damage, though, and with 10 seconds left, it's looking good for 24. The final moment for the assault. A great denial of that nade coming in, breaking it before it can hit, and 24 has all the room in the world to dodge and take a round here, tying this game number 3 up, 1 apiece.
Yeah, that was greatly played by 2-4. Those 2 clouds of bullets really did a ton of damage to Josie. Just goes to show how much damage this build can do and how much Josie is having to do on his end to dodge things.
See a lot of rooting for 24, a lot of rooting for Josie. Everyone has their favorites here, but certainly would like more games, and so Josie just a round away from giving us just that, just a round away from guaranteeing us at least one more game this afternoon. Otherwise, Josie can continue their win streak, which is I'm sure what they're hoping to do here, as finally some damage connects there for Josie.
Yep, and I'm wondering too, because Josie was lobbing his nades up into the air, onwards and upwards, and now he's just kind of sending it straight towards 2-4. And it ends up behind him. So I'm wondering if he would be better off sending the nade up rather than forward, but there's also some benefits there in that it can block bullets.
Did I also see a nade grab and throw back? I feel like I saw
You did. Yes, you did. Yes.
Okay, not going crazy.
And that's what 2-4 wants to be doing with all of the nades that Josie's sending out. Again, the Majestic nade's so hard to use. And oh, there we go!
Well,
hard to use normally because of its short distance. So 2-4 can absolutely grab it 100% of the time. It's just what he's willing to sacrifice in order to grab it.
Yeah, right. Do you want to dive to the front of your zone and risk getting hammered away by an assault coming in from Josie? Not right now, that's for sure, especially with 24 so close in this round. Likely in the lead now, I think it seems to me they are, especially now as they hammer away at
15 seconds. Yeah, and Josie knows he has to make stuff happen now.
Good dodging, good dodging. Oh, that nade, if it had gone just a few inches farther, 24 would have been in a bad way. Oh, no!
Standing in a beam cage!
Oh, no!
I'm preventing myself from talking because what I really want to do is I really want to scream, but I can't. It's a professional stream. I have to remain a professional, but oh my gosh.
That actually really upset me, to be honest. I'm upset.
We got to get the reactions on stream. I've got everyone. We got 2 Captain Fabulouses. Well, that's all right. Two's better than 1, I think.
It's 3-0, Turbo. It's 3-0. We're not done just yet.
It is 3-0 now. Jade Josie has taken a powerful lead, is looking at set point coming up on our next game, and I don't think we're getting a loadout change. I think what we are set in for is what we're set in for, as these 2 players right now are taking a breather. I mean, hey, this is sweaty competitive gameplay. They really do have to take a breather, take a break, and, get ready for what could be the final round, potentially here. There's still a long road of a comeback ahead of us. We could be in store for 4 more games to this afternoon, but it's all up in 24's hands. It's a matter of if they can mount the comeback.
Everybody in chat to lend 2-4 your energy. Just lend him your energy, chat. Come on, let's do this.
Here it comes. Our first round of set points for Jade Josie. The first place point for Jade Josie if they can win these next 2 rounds. And so far, a great denial from 24. Almost 30 seconds in.
0 damage in the first 30 seconds so far. Ooh,
wow. There it is finally.
But on the person we want to see it on. Actually, 2-4 now doing a really good job about drop blocking as many bullets as they possibly can from those hammer clamps. you can see him really using his weapons to their full effectiveness.
I'm curious what you think here, Oolong. It seems to me like the zone grenade hasn't been used quite as well as it was in those first few games. There's a good, an okay application of it, but even that is a little bit too far forward. They haven't managed to get it right in the center where they had been placing it consistently on 24.
Yeah, and I think really at the end of the day, 2-4 sort of adjusted to it and figured out what they need to do to make sure that they don't get that prime placement. Either baiting it on the front of their platform and then stepping back, or like right there, baiting it backwards so that they can step forward.
Yeah, good play space management. And we have seen 24 back into it before. They almost did it there, just barely misjudging the duration of that. It is a little risky, but you know, also really good understanding from the player to know, okay, this nade lasts this long, I can move forward here, and then I'll eventually be able to work back into that position.
Yep, he's learning. We might possibly be seeing the 2-4 hitting Super Saiyan.
Yeah, they could
Josie
be
has been the
evolving
only
here.
Blaston player known to hit Super Saiyan.
5 seconds, 24 could take this round. Here comes the final assault. Josie takes some damage. That locks it in for 2-4. This is the first time 2-4 has taken a lead. They have won rounds, they have tied the series, but now they are in the lead going into game 4, into Josie's set points. If they can manage to come out on top here, 24. Not off to a great start here, but has the lead here going in again to game number 4.
Yeah. Yeah, taking a little bit of damage at the start of this round, and although I don't want to say that that's going to decide it, the first person to do damage in a lot of these rounds ends up being the person winning, so 2-4 really needs to focus in. It's entirely on them at this point.
At the same time, it's up to Josie to close this out. I mean, just needs to win 2 more rounds, and they've got themselves first place. A brand new pair of headphones from HyperX. I mean, can't ask for much better out of the tournament victory, obviously. And ooh, there's the ellipse connecting, and oh no, again!
Beam cage! Get out of the beam cage!
Oh, again! No!
What are you doing?
You can see in the moments there, 2-4 loses it. And wants to look behind, but the act of turning around moves your whole character almost into that zone, and so there's just no real easy way for them to be dodging this, and right now, Josie's looking to bounce back.
He pretty much has to rely on audio cues to see where it is, because even turning around to look at it just puts him at risk of not seeing something that Josie's sending over.
Here comes the assault from 24, trying to whittle away at Josie. Good shield used to dodge most of the damage. Only gets hit a little bit, and that's enough to keep them in the lead here as 24 is down past half health. Another good nade placement, this time denying most of the middle of the zone, but nothing connects and nothing needs to connect as long as 24 isn't able to hit Josie here in the final 5 seconds. Another good bit of shield use, and Josie's going to get back on the board here and tie this right back up. Ooh, round set points
my goodness.
coming up.
That majestic, just zapping 2-4. That hurt. That hurt to watch. But you know what? There's something to talk about here too. Both these players are tied. But I think that Josie, in the way that he handles himself and the way that he dodges, is at the end of the day using less energy. 2-4's like all over the floor.
Yeah, right. Very physical.
Yeah, so it's worth mentioning. You can't understate that effect on the match.
Yeah, you really can, especially in a best of 7 too, where it's even longer than a normal series would be. You're really in for even more gameplay. And when you get into those back half of a best of 7, you're really testing yourself. You're testing your stamina. You're not getting these big round breaks that we saw in the bronze match because they're not changing loadouts. So we're just going round to round to round, crouching, crawling, sit down, take a quick breather, right back into it. It's like a boxing match between these two as they sweat it out and duel it out here. Josie just trying to chip away at 24. This could be the final minute of the preseason invitational if they can manage to chip away at their 24's health just a bit more.
Yeah, Josie went ahead and got that health advantage, and now he's just trying to maintain it. Doing a good job using that shield to its full effectiveness. Those 2 weapon throws are gonna get through, but not much else.
good 2 weapon throws, though, and yeah, there comes a nice assault.
That shield saved 2-4 there, and I feel like it was entirely on reaction.
Yep, really nice job. Final 30 seconds for 24 to do something, put something together. Has to continue to dodge the zones, continue to dodge the assault from Josie as Josie continues to dodge 24's bullet hell. It's not enough to chip away, at least not yet. 15 seconds left, and ooh, more damage on the 24.
Take it.
A big nade,
With the
a big
snowball,
nade.
the huge snowball. There we go. I think that gives him the lead. 5 seconds left of the clock.
Oh, there's
No,
a zone.
2-4, don't you
They
dare
dodge.
turn into the beam cage.
They do.
There we go. And 2-4's gonna take the game.
See, I was muted.
Well, hey,
Some of my
extra
streams.
shouts are fine. You know, it's all adds to the hype. We're all hyped up here on the desk this afternoon as these two duke it out. We get another game, Oolong and Cap. It's what we need on the caster's desk. It fuels us and keeps us driven into the action. Cap, tell me about it. What a great back and forth here today.
Well, really, from my perspective as an analyst, there's not really much I can be saying here. They're both playing phenomenally. All I can say is that they should get hit less and hit the other person more, but they are playing really, really well. I've stated I'd like to see a few load-up changes from both of them, but really, yeah, they're not going to do it. Both really show that this can go either way each time. It's gone Josie's way 3 times in a row, now it's gone 24's way. I'm hoping it's to go 24's way twice more, and then we'll see who wins at the match 7.
Who wins the initial assault? Nobody! Dead tie! They both take equal damage to kick this thing off in game number 5 of this best of 7. Again, set point for Josie. Everything going forward is set point for Josie. That means 24's back's against the wall no matter what game they go into until finally they get to if they get to the game 7. Right now, Josie says, I don't want to go to even game 6. I want this one right now. And they start to take a nice lead here in the first minute.
Yeah, that Raptor Ellipse is doing so much work for Josie. I mean, oh, but he steps out of bounds. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
It's easy. Wait, what? Wait, what?
Maybe a gentleman's agreement to restart.
Looks like a
Perhaps,
forfeit,
yeah.
be a restart.
Perhaps for the out of bounds damage, but I mean, at least in my opinion, that was entirely 2-4's play. But it does seem okay. It does seem like there's more technical issues than just that going on, or else they wouldn't be taking this big of a break.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, because 2-4 definitely pushed him out of bounds there. So that was huge. That was going to be the turning point of the match. Okay, yeah, no shield spawn for 2-4. Okay, that's a known glitch. That's getting fixed in the next update, I believe.
Which is coming soon, so keep the
There you
eyes
go,
peeled for that.
There you go.
But right back into the action. No too long of a delay. No lobby reset. You'll love to see it. We keep things flowing here for the finals. We keep things flowing for game number 5 of this best of 7 as 24 hangs on by a thread and again takes the same damage they took earlier, but this time Josie's able to avoid the initial onslaught and maintain a lead. As I say that, they get chipped away.
There we go. The Raptor Ellipse, really the MVP of today. Oh, no nerfs, please. No nerfs this week to the Raptor Ellipse. It did too good.
But it has some G use. The nade does not connect. 24 able to avoid that and do some damage to Josie. Maybe Josie feeling a bit overconfident there in their approach with that denial of the zone to the back. Here comes some shots from underneath and
Taking a lot of chip damage here.
They may be able to take a early round lead like they did last game, which is exactly the way to kick things off. Great shield used to deny a few bullets there as they fly underneath the nade and keep their health pool in the advantage.
Yeah. These are really huge plays coming out. And Josie, I feel like, you know what? That's part of it, but I also feel like Josie, just now I'm starting to see signs of him getting tired.
Yep.
Just now starting to see signs of, him misplaying some of these things. So more the reason for him to finish this as fast as possible, if he can.
I saw, the meme going around that everyone's going to be replaced by teenagers soon enough. And I mean, hey, if you got the stamina, that's going to be a big element right now. If you can keep going, keep dodging, keep flying around the floor like 24 is, and it might be enough to get them the win in a best of 5 as they do get back into the lead.
Ends up missing.
They have it?
I don't even want to call anything until the very, very end of the round, but yes, 2-4 is going to take round 1. Starting the reverse sweep.
Where it begins, this is where the momentum starts to come in. And momentum means a lot when we're talking about stamina oolong. I mean, if you can ride adrenaline and ride a little bit of extra energy, that could be what separates a winner from a loser in these finals. And again, 24 dips the back end just a touch out of the zone for more damage, and that's a great zone nade.
Oh my god, he stepped out of bounds and then he stepped into the beam cage. What the heck is going on, 2-4? Come on now.
I see getting into the groove, maybe also getting that groove disrupted here this round as 24 not able to connect on the much damage so far this round. Again, you can't even tell who's the victor until the final 5 seconds, so anything's still possible with 2-4 and Josie here in this battle to the best in this preseason invitational. Again, set point for Josie, 24 mounting a comeback, and they've managed to get a little bit more damage as long as they can keep avoiding the assault here like they have been. There's a little bit of a chip onto the shoulder by Josie, 24 taking a little bit more.
But again, another thing I'm seeing, oh, there we go, nice grab. Another thing I'm seeing is that Josie's clamps aren't hitting as well as they have been for the rest of the set. I think this might be a sign.
Well, let's see if it's enough of a sign for 24. 30 seconds left. Not a lot of health separating the leader here, Josie, from 24 as that nade comes in. Here comes the full assault. Great shield use. 24 seems to be getting used to this loadout.
Yeah, and Josie taking just a little bit of damage there from the hammer clamps. Every point is gonna count here going into the last 15 seconds.
Ooh, a little bit more,
There we go. 2 Raptor Ellipse bullets. There we go. 10 seconds left on the clock. Come on.
Now you have to survive. You can't get caught too far ahead. You can't get
No,
too
he doesn't have a
invested
health
in your
advantage, I don't
assault.
think. Now he does. Now he does.
Nope.
Oh no, Josie still has the
Nope.
advantage.
By a
Oh,
sliver.
no.
By a sliver, Josie takes the round. That could have been game 5 into the pocket at 24. It was inches away, centimeters on your screen, and well, Josie's still able to stay in it, still able to compete. Again, we go back to round and set point here for Josie with 24's back against the wall. And again, we trade health equally to start things off.
Yep, and I am known for being really bad at jinxing players. So apologies if I am not going to comment too much on 2-4. I just really do not want to jinx it at this point. But he has a very slight lead, and I think that there's a good possibility he can hold on to that. There we go, very nice catch.
Yep. Oh no! Big damage on the 2-4. They suffer a huge hit from that assault from Josie. A absolutely expertly placed onslaught there, and 24 now has a long road to come back from, a long road to climb, and they have to do it now. They have to do it in the next minute. There's no other option. They have to whittle away at the previous reigning champ, at Josie here, or it's going to be their set, their series. 50 seconds left for 24 to work with.
That is exactly what I was talking about. As soon as I say a nice thing, that happens and he steps out of bounds. Oh, but again, 30 seconds left on the clock. Again, it really depends on how fast he can mobilize his build. He's gonna get one shot at this.
Little damage, little couple of hits there. Chips away at Josie just a little bit. As long as 24 can survive and avoid damage themselves, they can maybe get this a little bit tighter. 15 seconds on the clock. Here comes another assault from Josie. Nothing connecting there. Oh, there's a big one. There's another throw. And now 24 has a long road ahead of them with 9 seconds on the clock. This is going to be Josie taking away the preseason invitational. This is going to be them coming out on top with 24 rolling on the ground in sadness. We have a preseason invitational victor. And it's Josie to, I think, well, maybe not unfortunately, but to nobody's surprise. I think maybe to our surprise here on the analyst desk, though, is what a fantastic series this was. I mean, what a great battle here, Fabulous, that 24 put up against Josie.
Well, this is what I hoped for. This is why this is one of the games that I really wanted to see happen tonight, because 24 has shown us glimpses that he could put on a show for us against Josie, and he really showed that again tonight. Showing that show performance in Oolong's Boss Rush League wasn't a one-off, and I think more times we see these players play against each other in the future, the closer it's going to get. I had so much fun watching this match. It's unfortunate that it didn't go a bit further, but really, all of these matches are so close between the two of them. I think we got a cracking show, and I couldn't be happier with the performance.
A big shout out to everyone that is tuning in here this afternoon. We really do appreciate you all stopping by, whether you're on Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, or Horizon venues. Before we go, Oolong, give me your thoughts here on the whole series. I mean, overall, I think a great tournament, but what a great finals, too.
Yeah, I'm disappointed in myself because I told myself I wasn't going to say nice things about 2-4 to avoid jinxing him. And as soon as I say a nice thing about 2-4, he steps out of bounds. Brilliant plays from both of those players. That was the closest that 2-4 ever got. That for sure. Well, he technically got up to 2 matches before, but really, if it wasn't for stepping out of bounds for, all of a second, maybe. But that's 50 damage right there, and when in those matches, every single point of damage was counting. 50 damage is the entire thing.
Yeah.
Let's take a final look at the overall scoreboard, the final board of the afternoon. There it is. Overall contestants, 24, Robo President, Wesso, Turbo, Josie, Apollon, Woody Plays, and Tim. A big shout out to all the participants in the event here this afternoon as well. They did a great job performing here. It truly was a spectacular tournament for me to tune into for my first true Blaston tournament. I don't think I could have asked for anything better. A big shout out again to the whole team on the desk and all of the mods that have helped put this together. And a reminder, this is not the end. This is truly the beginning for VRML, just the first of what is going to be a long line of events, regular season games, tournaments. Keep the eyes peeled for any info about VRML coming down the pipeline in the near future. It is a very exciting time, I think, at least for me, certainly, to get into a brand new game with a community that is very active and ready for more esports content. That is for sure. Again, if you're new, I recommend checking out Blaston, getting it downloaded now, start to play, get ready for the update so that you can become Season 1 champion of VRML. There's going to be more prizes on the line for sure, so expect more of that as well. It's going to be exciting stuff. And again, more details will be coming out about it in the future, so keep the eyes peeled. But I think that is going to be it for us here on the desk this afternoon. It has been a total of 5 hours of high-quality tournament gameplay and commentary. So again, shout out to you fine folks on the desk. I really do appreciate you, Oolong and Fabulous, as well as Starwise and Defour for jumping in on the pre-show. But we will be heading out. A shout out to everyone that stopped by. Tune in next time, but until then, stay classy.
See y'all. Have a good one.